Well, hello. Oh wait, frick. Dang it, I forgot. I meant to do this to start the stream because I wanted to talk about how, like, you know, as much as you know, I think Chasca's ultimate gameplay is I thought was relatively simple. Was my impression yesterday, mostly just using her in overworld, whatever. Right? Like, we're gonna actually test her today, this stream. I do like. The gimmick has grown on me. Like the gun and the whistling is silly. It's like it's the right amount of silly. I don't know. Games are for fun, and I'm fine even if it like makes it like, okay, why does a gun exist? Don't do this, by the way. Don't look down the barrel of a gun. In real life, you can look down the barrel of a gun in a piece of software all you want. It's not real, but like you know, what I was saying. It's silly. That's all I can say. It's a silly visual gimmick. The fact, and like that, what gave me this thought, I was just the fact that I can just like chill out and float in midair like this is really funny. Like, I think this is only a thing that you can do in Natland, by the way, when you're by a spot that restores the stuff. But that's what I made. What I realized. I was like, you know, it's really funny to be able to do this. So I don't know. It's a vibe. Anyways, let me I feel like I've had weird congestion lately. I'm dying. I'm getting old. Hello. Anyways, oh, I didn't increase the font size of my chat. There we go. Now I can read. Shatter Cave win. Oh boy. So like, as far as like the list, here's the list of videos. Although one of these, I've decided, by the way, I think I'm not going to make a dedicated Shalon and C2 video in favor of like just using Shalon and C2 in videos. Like, I'm gonna make a Lisa video, and still, I should have made this before when Kookie's banner was running, but I'm stupid. Like a Kookie with Shalon and C2 video. But I also want to do like a Lisa with Shalon and C2 video, but that'll be a Lisa video with C4 Lisa, and I'll use Shalon and C2 in that video. But anyways, as far as Kave video, I'm gonna guess next week. I think I'm gonna focus on trying to get an Orororon video out. Like I'm gonna have to potentially. I'm probably not gonna stream tomorrow, right? And I'll try to record and edit a Chasca and Ororon video tomorrow. There's a lot of work for tomorrow, but you know, that's my plan, I think. And next week will then be like a Kave video. I think I'll do Kave Shatterbloom next week, but I might do some Kave Shatterbloom testing on a live stream beforehand if you want to join in for that. So I don't know. I don't have a specific plan for it though. Will Mavuika power creep Sing Cho? Well, unfortunately, I think Mavuika does slightly less hydro damage than Sing Cho, but you know, then sometimes the hydro is relevant. So I won't say that, but you know, actually, okay. For those that don't actually, no, never mind. I'll wait till people join in because there might be people. I do have like minor addendums. I'm not going to talk about things as in depth as I talked with Binge yesterday, but minor addendums to things I said yesterday about character kits. There's one thing that was like, quite frankly, and this is an L on both me and Binge's part, where like we kind of confidently said one thing about Mavuika with Kanich specifically, and that was just wrong. And we shouldn't have said that because we both weren't stupid. We know we weren't actively doing math in that moment. We were just yapping about like the character kit. We both forgot about one important part about Mavuika's kit, that in answering that question from chat, that it was stupid to just confidently state no, Kanich probably won't be. Well, it wasn't confident. We said probably, I think. But no, it's not probably. She's actually good for Kanich. But anyways, I'll talk about more in a little bit after people join in. So the plan is we got to farm a little bit. I'm gonna probably so Ororon is gonna be longer to test. The reason is he's just a more versatile unit because the requirement with him is basically just pair him with Hydro in some form, and then I can go from there. So we're gonna have to have a process of like the interesting comparison will be comparing him to Fischl in single target, because that's his worst case comparison scenario. Is how does he compare to Fischl in different team contexts? Even in his worst case scenario, which is a single target scenario. And then also, how does he compare to Fischl in his best case context, which is like an AoE scenario. But then also we're going to do teams where he's with Fischl herself, because Ororon and Fischl together can be a compelling core. Like Ororon, Fischl, Singcho, Sucrose is absolutely a thing that will probably be pretty strong. So, you know, it's not just a question of how strong is he compared to Fischl, is my point. There's layers of nuance to test him with different things that he's a little bit more complicated of a character to test. He is basically done. We have to finish his final ascension by going and farming 4 of these, or not farming, but crafting 4 of those. Oh, my crystal fly trap is done. How exciting. So, we'll do that quick. The stat she level up with, Chasca. She ascends with Kurt, right? If you're talking about what stat does her damage scale on, she's an attack scaler. So, relatively bog standard. Not that. Yeah, Chasca will be a little bit simpler to test because, like, we'll test once I get her done, right? We'll test her team. This is like one of the main premier teams with her. We can test the Leila variant too. The Leila variant would be slightly worse because of the fact that I don't have Leila leveled up fully. Because, you know, I can min-max Leila with the Leila's leveled up. Notably, I don't think... Is her passive even important? Not really. No, okay, never mind. Honestly, I don't think having Leila leveled up at all is that important. like all I'm going to do for testing Leila with her, I do have Leila C4. I'm just going to put Key of Cautious Suit on her and stack a whole bunch of HP. And, like, because she's not leveled up much, her base HP is very low right now, and that's bad. But she'll still do enough, particularly with Key of Cautious Suit, which most players won't have, right? I don't need to level her up to meaningfully test Chasca with her. She'll still provide the value that she does for increasing Chasca's damage. Ultimately, Leila will be a bad version of Sitlali as far as Chasca is concerned. Yes, Sitlali will 100% replace Leila in Chasca teams. And it's not even close. So, anyways. What was I doing? Should we... Wait, no, don't do that. No, bad brain. Bad habits. What did I come here for? I know what I came here for. I came here for the thingies. These, which I might have to go farm a bunch of these. I needed, I think, only 4, though, to finish Ororon. And... blam. Ororon done. I would, like... sorry, shit. I made him... Sorry. I gotta censor myself. Bad boy. Mostly because it's funnier. Anyways, I didn't mean to interrupt his line. I forgot they have those. My bad. I'm not gonna level this down past level 4 because I need these for Sitlali. I would like to save on my resources, and my Mora is limited. This is going to go down fast. And I have other characters, Lisa, Kave, whatever, going to work on. This character, though, most of his damage comes from this passive. So, like, it's not that important to level his skill and burst. They do contribute to some damage. It's not nothing. If you really love Ororon, can you get more damage out of him from leveling these? Yes. But... and I might end up using enough that I will likely potentially level him more sooner in the future. But there's a whole bunch of things I want to level up, and I'd rather use my resources for other characters to start doing other fun things, particularly with the reaction buffs that happen this patch, right? Same thing with level 90ing him, wherein, like, he can gain increased value from level 90 for both the electro charge reactions he triggers, or if we're using him with Dendro, he could have meaningfully higher aggravate damage. I don't know confidently that I'm going to play him all the time in a team with Dendro. He could be like a teammate for Kniech, for example, which is a weird teammate for Kniech, but he can. So, point being, unless I find that I'm going to play him very consistently with the Dendro teammate, I don't think I'm going to level 90 him, because it's not strictly necessary. With especially electro charge teams, like, usually the Animo unit is going to be the one triggering a lot of the electrocharge reactions, and they're the one that normally has more reason to be built with EM as well. When it comes to, like, Hydro and Electro in electrocharge teams, you don't really have specific control over which one owns the reaction, so therefore you don't usually build them towards EM a bunch, even though EM can be, like, it's not useless as a substack kind of thing, right? So anyways, does he get enough stacks on aggravate teams? So the interesting thing with aggravate teams with him is going to be, like, Nahida in an aggravate team with him is probably not ideal, because you would not get that many passive triggers potentially. So you'd probably actually want lower Dendro application units, like say Dendro Traveler, or whatever else going on. I don't know, some weird, like something like Orororon, Yao Yao, Furina can be kind of interesting. We might mess around with that, even though my Yao Yao is not leveled past 70. She'll be perfectly fine for the purpose of, I'll make sure I put deep on her. She'll be perfectly fine for the purpose of testing that. So, yeah. Anyways, lower Dendro appliers would be better because the too much Dendro from Nahida would basically mean any of the Hydro that is applied by your Hydro unit would, instead of being that being used to trigger the electrocharge reaction, would end up being used basically always to generate bloom cores, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because if you trigger hyperbloom on them, whatever. But in the case of Orororon, we're getting less value from Ororon's kit if we're not doing more electric charges, right? So, which I think is cool. I think it's cool that he has potential synergy with Dendro units, but with non-Nahida Dendro units. Like it's good that we have characters that are incentivizing using different Dendro units that have lower Dendro application. I'm just gonna say probably no to Ororon Emily together because it'd have to be like Ororon Emily, a Hydro unit, and a Pyro unit, and that, look, it might be a weird rainbow team that could work, but I'm probably not gonna do that today. Use Ororon Elemental Sight. Yeah, it has a special effect. Yeah. Special effect. I wonder if Sitlolly is going to have the same thing. Anyways, so yeah, it looks like I have enough resources to level 90 him, but like, level 90 is expensive. I want to level Lisa fully, and this Lisa I am going to level to 90. Well, Lisa I want to level to 90. Maybe I won't actually, because like a lot of the value of Lisa again is also not necessarily going to be with Dendro. I don't know. Anyways, EM Chasca, yeah, another like I would, if I had the spare resources, I would love to level 90 him. Like would level 90 you. Would like to level 90 you without question. But like, for each character I decide to level 90 is like another character I could have taken to like 70, right? Like I could have gotten Fremine to the point of usable. Could have gotten Kai to the point of usable. Rosaria. By the way, Rosaria Sitlolly. I should have talked about that yesterday. I didn't talk about, we were talking about like overarching vague things yesterday. We weren't talking about specific team combos. This was a thought I had, but like there's too many thoughts in my head yesterday because there was too many characters kits to look at yesterday. Oh my, like Rosaria Sitlolly. Oh, anyways, let's actually get to leveling Chasca and actually test some things. You can see the entire city with his elemental sight. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Let's go fight the boss. No. I have a waypoint there. I'm being dumb. Over here. I think. Wait. How many do we need? I'm actually not confident. By the way, we're gonna get Chasca's final ascension today. We'll definitely get her next ascension. That will not be hard. But her final ascension requires 20 of these, and that's a lot. So. We'll see. Chasca C1 as a bait? Explain. Genuinely, and this is not me, like, going to, like, disagree with you. I would like you to explain why you think it's a bait. We'll see if I agree with you. And hopefully I do, because I want more reasons to skip Chasca C1. Personally, because, like, I view Chasca C1 as fixing one of the main problems I have with her kit. So, Tell me what you see. Open fire. Since Ororon damage is low, what is stopping you from full EM? His damage isn't that low. Sure, I guess. Yeah, Chasca C1 I personally view as like it fixing a problem I have with her kit. So to most people, they probably view it as fixing her team comp problem. It doesn't fix her team comp problem. You still want to do, you're generally speaking still gonna want to do three, like you're still gonna do a Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Electro teammate in a combination of 3 different elements, right? But it does give you a little bit more flexibility with her teams. It makes it much less bad especially to do like 2 Pyro teammates and a Hydro teammate kind of thing, which is a good thing. And it also, but more importantly, it gives her more application, and that's actually the real problem it fixes to me. Like, giving her more actual application potential makes her a much more interesting unit. So, anyways. So C1, C1 fixes problems that I perceive in her gives. Only C2 fixes her teammates. C2 is what fully fixes her teammates. It's C1 and C2 that fixes her teammates. It's not C2 on its own. Like, yeah, C2 fully gives her like a flex slot, basically, is what C2 does. You don't need C2 though. Like, if you get C1, you have more teammate flexibility than you have with C0. like she'll perform a lot better with 2 Pyro and a Hydro teammate at C1 than she will with C0. Like, it's when you're comparing that team, like the same team at C1 versus C0 in that context. But there is still a downside to it though, compared to C2 basically makes it so there's no downside to it. So you're not wrong, but it is also both of them together. And that is to say that C1 does part of that. We're like, I don't know. I don't, like, if I got C1, I would be perfectly happy with not caring a hoot at all about C2. The C2, making it so she gets the 1 stack of the passive, is not that important. It's a little bit of damage bonus loss. The bigger deal is the fact that, like, and C2 doesn't change anything about the fact that you don't get like the additional bullets loaded in if you don't have the 3 units. So like C2 really doesn't actually change that much. So if anything, don't get baited by C2. You've been running Furina, Bennett, Shenhe. Are you surprised? And you're surprised how much you get freeze after C1. Did you test C0 or not? What did Syra say, by the way? Go here. Scrolling. Find it. C1 allows more comps. However, you will still need 3 elements for the max comp. No, okay, I already talked about that. I was just answering different people. Okay. No, like, don't get baited by C2 in my opinion. C1 is much more interesting than C2. By the way, want to know another reason C2 is a scam? This, 400% AoE damage. Okay, yeah, cool. It will be a big flashy AoE damage, and like increasing her AoE damage potential is strong. But this does of a random element. It says it does AoE elemental damage, except it never provide. It doesn't actually have any application. It's of an element type, but it doesn't do any application. Ever. Never. No application. Ever. It's a scam. Jesus, the spam? Who's spamming? I don't even see it. Please ban them, or Sylveon. Oh, are you talking about Boogeyman? Boogeyman. Okay, yeah, Boogeyman. Why did you say this? Okay, never. Don't ban Boogeyman. They might have just accidentally did that, like whatever. But like, if you did it on purpose, don't do that. What's the purple bar? It's the same thing that every freaking Night Soul or Natlan character has. It's their Night Soul, I believe. He just. The way that Ororon's Night Soul works, he collects it in combat. And I don't think it decays. No, wait. His Night Soul... Oh, yeah. He's not in Night Soul Blessing, but he keeps the Night Soul or whatever. I don't... I think that's what it is. I don't remember exactly. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is. His Night Soul meter is a resource for... whatever. He doesn't go into Night Soul state unless he is in combat. But I think he can, like... I think what that is, yeah, you can see he's in the Night Soul state. It's glowing now. It was glowing when we saw him on field. But when you're off field, it's not glowing because he is not... I had a stroke already. It was not glowing. Right, so he's in Night Soul right now. And he's out of Night Soul. If we switch back in, he'll still have the points, but he's not in Night Soul. So that's... Yeah, yep, I was correct. That's what I thought. Sure. Can you ever give me 4 drops? I don't think I've gotten a single 4 drop from farming this boss yet. Okay. Well, yay. Guess what? Close your eyes. It was spam due to network issue. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what it looked like to me. I thought someone was actually spamming. I didn't realize they were referencing your thing. When someone types the spamming usually happens like someone's actively spamming the same message or whatever multiple times for like a duration of time, not like 3 messages all at the exact same time, right? So yeah, I believe you. That did seem like a network issue. And this is why I said don't spam them. But yeah, timeout is fine because it's just a 10-second timeout. But anyways, multi-target is also the tap attack. What? What do you mean? Why are you going back and forth from a waypoint instead of entering into trial character? Because this is habit? I don't know. Also, I'm pretty sure it takes longer for me to load the trial. You know. I think managing Furina's... This is definitely a team where I think managing Furina's the damage bonus without C2 Furina is a little bit awkward because it's just gonna make the rotation weird, right? Are you skipping Mavuika? Probably not. Anyways, so like here, let's. I was gonna maybe try to get a timer going. I don't care. 1, 2, 3. That was bad counting. Whatever. That was not very long, right? And the reason that was not very long is because like this area is still loaded in the game, not in like full detail, but it's a lot faster to load like going to that far away compared to loading an entirely new area, which is what the trial does, right? The trial loads an entirely new thing. So if I go into not one of their not the nano character trials, those take substantially longer to load. But like, see, that's a lot longer load time. Like it's not a time save to do that. This is longer. It's quite a bit longer. So, but yeah, next patch they're making it so bosses just auto respawn after 5 seconds, which is nice. I also like that because it means like a 5-second respawn timer means we can just like keep on fighting them as if like it's just new waves of bosses, which is kind of cool. It'll be kind of nice for showcasing certain things. It's a nice little thing for them to change. So, but yeah, oh god, what? It's a granola bar that I think is in my throat. Oh, what am I doing? Press skill. There's one way to play. It's not that hard to play Chasca the right way. She's a very easy to play character. The wrong way to play her is to not press her skill. Good lord. But yeah, I don't know how you. I don't really feel like thinking about what the proper rotation is, quite frankly. Like Furina Bennett Ororon without Furina C2 will still be more than usable. But it's very possible you're going to want to focus Bennett on a more healing focused build, maybe even to the point of considering putting maidens on him in order to build up damage bonus stacks faster, and you might have to like swap out an extra time, which wastes a slight little bit of field time to get the damage bonus. I'm just going to not worry about it. My point is, for the gameplay, if you were trying to simulate this gameplay with a non-C2 Furina, you're probably going to want to do some stuff to like build up damage bonus with Bennett's healing with her. So anyways, burst nuke Chasca build, yeah, you could kind of do that, I guess, but you're still gonna use her skill anyways. Like the burst is like a slightly better version. The burst, I believe, is like equivalent to 2 of her charge attacks, I think, or maybe like 1.5. Like it's not bad, but it's not like so worthwhile that you spec extra energy into it to do it every rotation kind of thing. So anyways, okay, we need 14 more of these. Well, claim. I don't have that many project resin. Okay. Well, I don't know. Let's just see what we get. I think this will be enough to. Oh, I didn't claim my things. I think this will be enough to max out Chasca, but yeah. Burst nuke is not that bad. I tried it. Yeah, I'm not surprised it's not that bad because she has a strong burst. But I don't know, like, because of the fact that you want to use the artifact set that gives her a bunch of free crit anyways, it's not like she has a different build you meaningfully go into other than speccing her a bit more into ER, right? So, yeah, C0 Arlecchino is good, yes. Including with White Tassel. It just makes her... White Tassel just makes Arlecchino a bit more reliant on Bennett. Some people would say she's 100% reliant on Bennett anyways. I disagree. Because she's a strong enough carry that she's... You can make for very compelling Arlecchino teams that don't actually need Bennett. The most compelling being Shivers variants without Bennett. Because you're at least getting, you know, some attack buffing from Shivers. But, you know, anyways. Claim my garbage. Oh, I thought that was going to give me the wish. Whatever. What? Okay, sorry. I'm going to check what pity I'm at quick. Do you recommend a pull for C0 Chasca? Do you like her? Are you saving for future characters? Right now, I would say on a mechanical level, the future characters are more interesting. And I guess that this is at the point where I should probably discuss briefly. I know I checked this yesterday. I just forgot. 65, 70, 71. Oh, I'm so close. So close. A couple things. I'm not going to talk in depth about the characters next patch. A couple things though that I learned yesterday. Minor corrections to things. None of this is like stuff that crazily changes the overall takes that me and Binge had. One, I think I originally said I was planning on skipping Mavuika. I was considering. I didn't say I was planning. I said I was considering skipping her. So I have kind of since reversed on that. Not because anything has fundamentally changed about her or anything. She does get interrupted sometimes, which is good. I am actually glad that she gets interrupted sometimes. That makes her, because she's a little bit boring to play. You never have to worry about being interrupted. What? Did I not? What? No! Did I condense my resin? Brain! Well, I'm pretty sure I was probably going to have enough resin before. Now I think I do not have enough resin. Oh, good lord, man. Just decondense it. I would love to. I would love to. Freaking... This game. Wait, just to make sure. You can't... Can you decondense? Why? Like, Mahoya, would it be that hard? Put a button here. Put a button here. I'm gonna go heal up here so I don't get one shot before Bennett heal goes off or whatever. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so like originally, because of the fact that Silali was and Silali is still the much more interesting character, she actually enables some new kinds of teams that weren't like a thing before, not in the same way at least. And that's super cool. Like I really look forward to Silali. On top of like doing shenanigans with her herself. So the bigger picture though is like, instead of like I have a guarantee right now, right? I'm at pity. If I wanted right now, I could get C1 Chasca just immediately. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I'd rather just save my guarantee, right, and have that be a Mavuika, because even if I don't care at all about Mavuika's carry playstyle, she has. Like, and we did emphasize that she has supportive utility, right? The conjunction of Mavuika is weird in that she's a compelling carry and has compelling supportive utility. Her supportive utility, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. If I'm one resin refresh away, I really don't want to have. I hate the idea of doing more than one resin refresh a day. Like 100 primos for 60 resin is just it's bad enough that I already feel the need to do. I do it for content, but like to make level more characters. But I don't want to like. Anyways, like the easiest thing, the easiest reasoning I have, and I said this actually in my chat before, the easiest reasoning I have for why I would like Mavuika still, is because she has a skill, right? She always applies Pyro, and it's AoE Pyro from off field every 2 seconds, and it's not a coordinated attack, so it works against shields too. Thank God. Can you give me more than 3 drops? Right. That's good at a baseline, and is her lower Pyro application compared to Xiangling going to completely replace Xiangling? No. Sometimes there are contexts where Xiangling's additional Pyro application and it would be good, right? Like would be needed. Like it's a team building question. The nuance of the off-field utility of Xiangling versus Mavuika is a difference in the Pyro application, and also how relevant to a given team Mavuika's damage bonus, both from the artifact set and the damage bonus that she can potentially give to an on-fielder, which the damage bonus she gives to an on-fielder is variable depending on the team. But just with how annoying it is, right? Like think about the Bennett Xiangling combo and how... Okay, I appreciate you being funny, but you know, if you keep on doing it, I'm gonna have to turn off the things. Think about the Bennett Xiangling combo and how, like, if you're doing, like, say, like Bennett Xiangling, where the lady Navia, right? Where in like you have to snapshot. This is why I like think snapshotting is a bad mechanic, and it's just awkward and clunky to do most of the time. Ideally, you would like to leave, you know, as much Bennett buff for Navia. That way you can do, you know, her first E when you swap into her. Then you do the second E after getting a few stacks built up. And then with her skill cooldown, you can usually, if you play things well, you can get a third skill within like the duration of 1 Bennett buff. Except having to, you know, spend some field time doing Bennett buff and then snapshot it with Xiangling, waste some uptime that you could have used to give you more flexibility to make sure you have Bennett buff for like your 30E on Navia, right? And Navia's, you know, it's more flexible, that it's less of a potential issue with than it is on some other cases. But like that field time is annoying. And then even outside of that, it's just annoying sometimes to manage Xiangling's energy situation. She's just an annoying character to play. I think there's a reason a lot of players potentially wanted more off-field options that weren't Xiangling. And Mavuika is that. Like, I want to emphasize that. She doesn't 100% every freaking place in the game replace Xiangling. But for most players and many contexts, she will be at minimum an alternative, if not better in some contexts. So just that convenience aspect of having more off-field Pyro with good, easy uptime, because like Pyro Traveler is, by the way, has like off-field Pyro, and that's good. There are Pyro Travelers potentially going to be a very useful character. The difference is they don't have the uptime that Mavuika has, right? So Mavuika is just, and also I think it's a little bit lower frequency even, which is, so you're going to notice even more the difference between like that Pyro, like that's going to be like more problematic. So yada yada. Point is, the off-field utility of Mavuika, her supportive utility, even though like there's people that are like, oh, she's just a carry, whatever. No, she's not just a carry. Like, she's a good enough supportive utility that I still want her, right? So think of that way you will, I guess. But yeah, the one thing I wish to correct from last stream is Binge and I, there was someone in chat that asked like, is Mavuika good for Kanich? And both of us were like, probably not, I think is what we said. But I think we said it like, I think we said it a bit too, I might want to go over there. I think we said it too confidently, right? All right, how far away am I, by the way? It would be nice to get done. I think 1 resin. Man, why did I have my brain? Okay, let's go freaking craft these. Oh man, I'm not gonna have enough for. Oh, we're gonna have to farm animals. God dang it, because I want to level her. I think I'll leave her burst at level 6 for now, because I don't want to have to use a million dream solvent. But we'll go use 1 dream solvent for this. Get her skill to level 8 at least. That's, I think, pretty wanted to test things. I took the teapot resin. I already used the teapot resin yesterday. Freaking brain. Ugh. So. Anyways, Mavuika has high enough supportive utility that she's a compelling unit that I want. But yeah, Binge and I too confidently said that Kanich would not want Mavuika. That does not seem to be the case. Mavuika, if you have Kanich and you were hoping Mavuika would be a good support for Kanich, that the answer is yes. Now I do wish to say that the calcs that I saw both from like J-Stern and TGS calced like the team that they calced was and to be clear, I don't think either of them compared this team with Pyro Traveler to Mavuika, which I think is a bit of an L on their part. Like, I think to be like Kanich gains an increase from Pyro Traveler existing in this team context I'm going to describe, and gains from Mavuika. He gains more from Mavuika, meaningfully, but Pyro Traveler is also going to be pretty good too. And so, like, it's important to keep in mind that it's not like, oh my god, you really need Mavuika for Kanich. I want to emphasize that. And the context that these team they count was specifically Bennett, Kanich, Emily, and Emily is important because Mavuika with the artifact set will buff Emily too. So if you don't have Emily for Kanich, then Mavuika will be buffing the team DPS a little bit less. So you're getting a little bit less value from Mavuika for a Kanich team if you don't have Emily. Still valuable, but a little bit less. Yeah, so it's Emily, Bennett, Kanich, Mavuika as an alternative to like Emily, Bennett, Kanich, Shung. What is in my throat? Emily, Bennett, Kanich, Shungling, right? That's basically it. Emily has to run Deepwood now. It's look, I've run Emily on Deepwood since I got her, and also she doesn't have to. Like, Deepwood versus her signature artifact set is very similar damage without Deepwood. When your Deepwood is on the team, then her signature set becomes better than Deepwood. So, like, it's fine. You don't have to change your Emily build for it. But, I don't know. You could put Bennett on Deepwood, by the way. Anyways. So, and I don't know. My Emily's already on Deepwood. Actually, no, you probably should have Emily on Deepwood, I guess, for Kanich. That's fair. I forgot, my brain derped and forgot Kanich was Dendro for a second. I don't know. The Dendro DPSs and Deepwood is an annoying problem. I said this before, and like people disagreed with me. Like I had I don't know, whatever. I don't need to go into depth about that, but like I had an argument with someone who's like thought my take on like Dendro DPSs being annoying to play sometimes because of the fact that we have to constantly think about Deepwood on the team is kind of really annoying. Like this is Kanich, this is Emily, this is Tignari, Alhaitham, all annoying, right? So I really preferred Emily on Deepwood as the Deepwood enabler, particularly for a Kanich team. So anyways, whatever. What was I gonna do here? Yeah, the things. Just craft all these. So that team though, so J Stern, I don't know exactly what all of his assumptions were. I don't need to go in depth. Just convert them all. But he calculated, I believe, like a 90,000 DPS team, which is insane. 90,000 DPS is absurd. But it's not like it's just all the refunds. Thank you. Wow, thank you. And at with TGS's calcs, he calcs like 85k, which is basically just within margin of error of different assumptions for different stats and the different characters in the team. It's like they got the same functional results. That Mavuika with Kanich is very strong. So with Emily at least, I didn't see calcs without an Emily factored in. So, anyways, oh yeah, we were gonna check how many do I need? Send to that. She'll be functional without her final ascension, to be clear. I don't really need it to test her, but I'm not gonna resin refresh. Man, no, I'm not gonna do the additional resin refresh. I'm just gonna wait till tomorrow to finish her. Like I could use this router resin, to be clear, and resin refresh, but I don't want to spend the 100 primas on that. It just feels bad. Because I'm gonna have to spend probably 3 resin. Like I might get lucky. Well, actually, okay. When we get to 20 resin, maybe I can test Ororon things first. Wait. No. What we can do? It's fine. We'll use this because it's just resin. We'll just use it. And we'll go fight this. And then if we get 4, then I know when I get to 40 resin, which is going to take like 30 minutes or whatever. Not quite 30 minutes. It's going to take like whatever. Wait. No, I can math. 7 times 8. No, it would be about 30 minutes. Okay. So anyway, take a little bit, but we could actually do this ascension today if we get 4 drops in either run. So, yeah, the perfect awkward number though. Well, I haven't gotten any 4 drops, so surely for once, it gives me 4 drops, right? Right. You game. I literally don't think I've gotten the single 4 drop from farming for Chasca. Well, I don't know. We'll see if we get it in 30 minutes. Yep. Oh well. It's fine. We can test things with her without. It's just, you know, we're losing the crit rate and a little bit of base attack. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. What does the base attack jump to? 931. It's not that big of a difference. It's really not going to be. Alright. What bow is she on? Oh yeah, my build is a Thundering Pulse build. So yeah, if you have a crit damage weapon for her, you probably want to use. So if you have one of the, you know, Aqua, Thundering Pulse, Lenny's weapon, her weapon, probably use that. Yep. It's just a decent static weapon for her. And overall stats are pretty dang good. That's kind of it. If you want to see the individual artifacts, this is what they look like. There you go. So, what was it saying? Oh yeah, Mavuika Kinich is good. So if you were saving for Mavuika because you were hoping for a Kinich support, yes, she will do that. She will but I wouldn't only pull Mavuika just for Kinich supportive utility. But it's one of the things she does. And it's a good example of her supportive utility being strong with Natlan units in limited situations. I think she's a bit of a less significant, less relevant option for Mualani. It's because I think Mualani just has existing strong... What am I doing? She has existing strong options that it's just not really that important. Oh yeah, I was going to do this. I forgot. I didn't convert the thing. Okay, Mualani has like more strong options for amplifying her damage. That the slight like damage bonus that that Mavuika can give, I think it's not quite as relevant. Is basically all it is. Is my understanding or my intuition, but with the understanding would imply that I've looked at calcs comparing those two teams. I've only seen some of specific limited context. So. Anyways, on a generalization, right? Yes, Mavuika would be relevant for Mualani, but not like, oh, insane. Like you would probably, if as far as Mualani goes, you would have gotten high, if you don't have Shalonen, you would have gotten higher value from Shalonen with Mualani than Mavuika would be for with Mualani, unless you're really suffering in ways to do off-field pyro, right? Is what I would say. I would here for this. How many of these drops do I have? I have so many of these. Alright, question is... Wait, you know what? Let me double check quick. Well, wait. Sorry, give me a second. I'll double check what the characters next patch use. Oh, well, I'm glad I checked. Well, the first one I checked, Sitlali, the one I care about the most, she uses these. Alright, sick. Well, we'll convert the other one then. Yep, that one is fine. Well, okay, I don't know who else. I didn't check every single one, but I'm more fine with saving these for Sitlali because it's likely I will be putting a couple of resources into Sitlali because I like her. So anyways, well, it's not utterly necessary. Why convert it now? Because I need it for Chasca? Was I supposed to not do that? That's what I was doing. I wasn't converting for Sitlali. I was checking to make sure I wasn't using ones that were for future characters. Anyways, and yeah, I'll probably level her bursts. I have the resources for it, just not these, and I don't feel like using these right at this exact moment. And her burst is not as important as her skill talent, so it's fine. You know, what I lack in having like the maximum investment Chasca you can extrapolate out to, you know, you can get similar damage to me if, you know, with a similar team that's had slightly lower investment, like, right? Like, I am not crowning her. I am not using, or I am using, you know, this, which is buffing. And I do have, you know, Furina constellation, which is helping for sure. You know, I have Aquila Bennett. So my point is like, it's fine. Because I have plenty of investment in other ways to amplify her damage. If you lack in, you know, those other things, you're going to have more reason to put more resources into this, right? But I have more resources that are into the other things going on. So it's kind of all it is. Anyways, point is it'll be perfectly fine for testing and evaluating her at the point she is currently at, even without her final ascension. So, anyways, yeah, Mavuika's a good support. Good enough that, like, just for her supportive utility, I still want her. Even if she's a bit more underwhelming than I expected her to be. Like, she is not, like, as far as, like, the impact Furina had for enabling a ton of new teams in the game, Mavuika is not that. But that isn't that surprising, because we have a ton of, like, as much as we whine about not having off-field Pyro options, we have other existing off-field Pyro options in the game, and they're also adding Pyro Traveler for new off-field Pyro options. And then we also have other, like, options for Pyro carries in the game. That's why Mavuika can feel a little bit underwhelming. If you're a player who, you know, you have Shungling and you use Shungling all the time already, and, you know, you have Arlecchino and you use Arlecchino all the time, right? Like, if you already are an account that already has a lot of options for off-field Pyro, and you already have on-field Pyro carries, even the underwhelming off-field Pyro carries that you like playing, obviously the idea of pulling Mavuika is a little bit less attractive, right? But she still operates in a good intersection of, like, not being, like, she's not objectively better than Arlecchino, and she's not objectively better than Shungling, but she offers, like, the ability to be a good Pyro carry, a very good Pyro carry, in conjunction with supportive utility. That she's probably the most, like, if you get Mavuika, she kind of invalidates a lot of desire to potentially do other things with other Pyro units, because she covers so many bases on her own. But at the same time, if you have all those things that are covered by other units, then that also potentially invalidates the need to get Mavuika. Which is to say, I'm quite happy with where she's at, because, like, she's an Archon. If you feel like skipping her, you could probably be relatively safe skipping her, right? Whereas, like, if I lost Furina from my account, it'd be like, oh god, no, I can't, I couldn't play a lot of teams anymore. Whereas, like, if I get Mavuika and then Mavuika gets deleted from the account, I'd be fine, right? She's a good character, like a very good character. I don't think she's underwhelming for an Archon. You want to know who's underwhelming for an Archon? Sorry. People like her. And Mavuika is a way better version of Raiden. That's kind of the simple way to think about it. Way better. Like, it's comical how much better she is. Like, as far as, like, Archon kits go, I think she's probably, like Nahida I have qualms with, because I feel like Nahida's design is why they have, like Nahida's existence, in my opinion, is why Baiju's Dendra application is because Mihoyo wants to make sure you pull the Dendra Archon for the Dendra application. They went too hard into that, and I dislike that. I feel like Nahida should have less relevance than she has, but at least they've done a good job with Fontaine and with Natlan that there is less need to do Dendro things than there has been in the past, so she is still less relevant than she used to be. But, like, I'd probably rank her as number 2, and then I still like Raiden, but I'd rank her probably number 4. Mavuika gets number 3, and then Zhongli gets number 5, and Venti gets number 6 spot. That's my personal ranking of the Archons. Third place Archon isn't a bad character, just saying. Especially because all these characters are, like, even Venti, not garbage character. It's just he has a problem of, you know, the real Animo Archon exists. So, anyways, yeah, that's my take on Mavuika's kit. Yeah, Sitlali looks awesome. Sitlali is the Cryo Archon, and she is above all of them. No, kind of. I'll be look. I'm slightly biased because I also like the character, right? But on a fun level, it's possible I end up liking Sitlali more than Furina. I'm not kidding. So, anyways, we'll see though. We'll see. But what am I doing, by the way? What's the abyss? We have the things. Yeah, the crocodile. Yep. Okay. You know, one weird value, by the way, I will say, that I think I mentioned before Chasca's release, like randomly, passingly, not actively, because I don't make active videos covering like pre-release stuff or anything. I just yap about things in live streams. Is her being a rainbow DPS, even though you can't control like which element she gets consistently, kind of thing, whatever. The very fact that she's always getting like random of different 3 elements means that she has more adaptability, at least, to resistances of certain enemies. Like this dude, this crocodile, this Hydra dude, he has more Hydra resistance, right? So that means, you know, like the Hydra bullets from Furina will do a little bit less damage, but the other bullets will still do plenty of damage, right? Wherein obviously if you're bringing a Hydra DPS to the team, you're just doing less damage against the thing, right? So that's a cool thing that makes Chasca potentially a bit more universal than many other DPSs in the game. Even if her application can't be controlled and she has not super high team versatility, for like her making her feel really performant. Like her team format is right now is basically Bennett Furina, and then you have a flex Bennett Furina Chasca, of course, and then you have a flex slot. And I think I will like Ororon the most as far as getting the most damage from Chasca, right? To make the most of how her kit works. It's basically this team with a flex slot. You can do Orororon and Leila, I believe, are the most compelling units right now. Sitlali will be probably better than Orororon, definitely better than Leila, probably better than Orororon, though, when she releases. I like grannies, apparently, yeah. Anyways. We can, oh yeah, and again, like Hydro Tulpa, hey, yes, it'll be immune to some of the Hydro damage, but it'll at least, she'll do more. There'll be weird things like this team, for example. I think I'll take this team against both sides because I think it'll be interesting. To test Chasca against the Tulpa. The main thing with the Tulpa, right, is if RNG makes it so we get a bunch of Hydro bullets, it's going to be a bunch of immune. But if RNG makes it so we get a bunch of Pyro bullets, notably that we also get a bunch of Pyro bullets on the bullets that in Chasca's shots that can actually react and get vaporizes, then we'll be able to get through the Tulpa much easier. So like Tulpa with Chasca in this team is going to be a weird situation of let's see how the RNG goes. But yeah, as far as like actual Chasca's like a weirdly complicated character to think about in some ways of the ways you can configure her team, but then her actual play is very simple. And you just might have to RNG optimize sometimes for getting particular reactions to happen. This team should be a pretty consistent team with the main variability just being ideal bullet and reactions happening against enemies that have certain elemental resistances, or in the case of the Tulpa, immunities. But we'll just use a Chevy team to trivialize the second side. This obviously is going to be a good team. That's not going to have a problem to clear. I am much more interested in testing some weirder variants of Chasca teams. Notably, we will mess around with removing Furina and Bennett from Chasca. We'll try to make sure we have some amount of buffing happening in some way, right? But I want to mess around with variants that don't rely on Furina and Bennett together. But we'll also do test the Furina and Bennett variations. I don't think it's really that important, by the way, to like make sure you're looking at them. Yeah, no, that works, I guess. Yeah. Didn't expect to even kill. I did not expect to kill that one, honestly, in the one thing there. Yeah, pretty good. 2 rotations for that. That's a strong team. Who knew? Who knew one of our strongest teams was strong? Oh yeah, this buff also buffs Chasca, so that's fair as well. Another reason it's fine that we don't have her ascended fully and don't have her talent super high is the Abyss is blessing her, is buffing her as well. How much buff is it? I'll double check after this, I think. But, Chasca is talent level 8. Her burst is only level 6, and I haven't finished her final ascension yet.
Right here, right now.
Yeah, we'll exit here quick. Arlecchino is C1, which I just got lucky with. I didn't even try to get it. I mean, I did do a 10 pull after I got the initial Arlecchino and got it, so it wasn't like I didn't expect it. I did it celebratory at the end of the Candace Arlecchino video, and I got Arlecchino C1. Okay, I'm not gonna apologize for it. I never spent money for it. Sometimes you get lucky. By the way, an interesting conversation. Like, if you already have Arlecchino and you don't think you're gonna get value from no, don't do that. You don't think you're going to get value from Mavuika, like, for her supportive utility, and therefore you would just consider pulling her for a carry, but you already have Arlecchino. I think you could definitely make an argument for just like, why not just pull Arlecchino constellations instead? Instead of getting the new Pyro carry, that would require more resources. The argument is that you might find later, to be clear. Oh, she gets... okay. Yeah, she gets 80% attack. Jesus. All right. She gets 80% attack after her initial hit. Yeah. So yeah, there is an argument to be made. If you're confident you won't get any supportive value, but again, you might get supportive value out of Mavuika more than you might expect in the future. You have to take a long, hard think about like how much you value the easy Pyro uptime and buffs that she values, or that she can give. But as far as like carry goes, in my case, that's like part of the reason I would say I don't like. I like playing Arlecchino, and Arlecchino is strong. As far as like if it was just carry versus carry, ignoring the supportive aspects of Mavuika, if it was just carry versus carry, I would just rather get Arlecchino constellations personally. Archon FOMO will make us pull her. Yeah, exactly. Oh, dang it. I can't believe Bennett does not have enough ER in this team. That's really annoying. Right, I have no idea this thing can hit me in the air. Actually, we'll just stay still. Let's see if it can hit me. Doesn't look like it. I'm gonna restart. 1, because I ran out of Bennett buff. 2, because I want to see if it can hit me. I'm not gonna move. I'm just gonna stand still. I don't think I can. So, you know, that's actually kind of interesting. Like, the aspect of Bennett's buff ending, when you might be using Chasca's burst, makes Chasca's burst a lot more underwhelming. Right. It's kind of interesting. Also, if you do get her C1 skews even more. Her C1 does not benefit her burst at all, right? It just buffs her skill damage a lot. So... you know, it'll push you even more towards caring less about her burst as far as relative value at. Her burst, yeah, in that circumstance was only level 6, but lost Bennett buff on it. So, Ororon burst snapshot, I don't think so, but it also doesn't do that much damage, so it's not important. Ororon good with Nubilet, yeah, he should work well. Should be better. Ororon should be better for Nubilet than Fischl because of the artifact buff. That's because Fischl is also like not the most compelling unit with Nubilet. Right. Okay, shoot him.
Midnight Venta.
You asked for it. Emerge. Right now.
I think they'll change something about Mavuika's burst not consuming night soul points in conjunction with the Obsidian Codex. I cannot fathom they would release an Archon that does not work with the Matline artifact set. They're not going to do it. If they do, and she actually does have the issue she has, keep in mind, it's not actually that problematic. Like, I don't think it actually... look, whatever. People can disagree. The thing is, it will make her a lot easier to build. And even if you lose the buff for like 2 to 3 seconds in her burst, a lot of people will do stuff with Mavuika on field after her burst, right? They'll like do her hold skill motorcycle playstyle instead. So like, does it like does it actually matter that much that you have a couple seconds of downtime with the crit buff? I don't know. And like if anything, that you could also argue that makes crit rate weapons even more valuable on her. Right? Like build her like my Mualani is built, right? Like she has 70% crit rate at a baseline, so she's overcapped, but then hey, that means when I'm using my Mualani burst without the buff from the artifact set going, at least I still have a likely chance to crit. I don't know. That's my argument a little bit, but I don't think it's as much of a problem as people think it is right now. But I also don't think it's going to stay that way. I would be very surprised. Like, I think the best example we can have of this is Raiden originally... This is kind of crazy. Raiden in her first beta version did not function on Emblem because her attacks didn't count as burst damage. I'm not kidding. Raiden originally didn't work on Emblem. But one butthole ran away. I could have probably tried to make sure I hit that, but I hit him. I think it's fine. And guess what? They did change that, in case it's not obvious. Raiden does work on Emblem. You know, we're going to restart this and actually try to group them properly. It does matter for this team for sure. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, Raiden, like in Raiden's first beta version, Gladiator was the artifact set to use on Raiden because Emblem didn't work on her. Like that was, yeah. But that was a case of like it was obviously completely broken and that got changed. In the case of Mavuika, it's not as broken as that was. So maybe it doesn't get changed. I'd be surprised if it doesn't get changed though. Oops. I would not, I don't know, like it might be safe to say like wait, if you're farming artifacts right now and you know you don't know which artifacts to prioritize leveling up, just like put that on hold for a week. Like don't level up your artifacts for a week if that's your current issue. Yeah, you can still farm the artifacts, just don't waste your resources leveling up the wrong artifacts for a week just in case, I guess. Because maybe on your account, if you have a crit rate weapon on your account, Skyward Spine or whatever, right, for Mavuika, and you have really good 2-piece artifacts, maybe there's no need to level up then. Oh my god, you chill. I'm gonna heal better. These freaking enemies, man. I love that they just disappear, right? Of course. They didn't freaking disappear for... So what artifacts from Mavuika? Plan on Codex. Plan on Codex, but my point is, if you're concerned about it, don't farm right now for Mavuika specifically. But chances are you already have Codex, and Codex is... Even if Codex has minor downtime issues, Codex is still going to be a very good option for her. Even if it has minor downtime issues. That's my argument. The vast majority of players will not actually be that concerned with the min-maxi difference. This chamber felt very awkward with this team, by the way. Because of this stupid enemies. But it might be worth optimizing a little bit, because like part of the RNG there was like, again, these are, I think those are pyro resistant. But also like, it's much more optimal against these dudes, the first two enemies, to get hydro bullets that can actually react. So specifically, by the way, the reactable bullets on Chasca are so from right to left would be the first one loaded in will apply an element, and then the third one loaded in. So you can see right here we got hydro. The pyro one was first, and then we had a hydro one. We want the ideal circumstance is hydro. We can't get hydro on both of those though, because the first three from right to left are going to be pyro, hydro, electro, but in some mixed order. So we ideally want the first or the third one to have hydro with every one of our shots. And then the fourth one, ideally we want hydro as well, right? So you can optimize this with Chasca by trying to get the right bullets in this case, because of the permanent pyro aura on them. And I think it's worth showing quick. Mavuika versus Shogun as a DPS. Mavuika is just about probably 5 times stronger. I don't even think that's an exaggeration. It might be a slight exaggeration. Might. Yeah, Mavuika's weapon, it's a pretty decent stat stick weapon. I wouldn't call it the most universal necessarily. I didn't really do that, but I guess it's fine.
Time to say hello. Not too far now.
We got a hydro there, which is good. We got hydro there, which is good. We got 2 hydro there, which is good. Right. So I think we can optimize this and kill them in one rotation, right? Both dealing with their movement jankery. But by one rotation, I mean like just with one sequence of Chasca's bullets, right? So.
Tell me what you see. Free.
Alright, we got 2 hydros there, I think. Got 1 hydro reaction there. Got 2 hydros there. Okay, and then we do this, and hopefully that kills it. Oh no, you had way too much health left. Yeah, this is we're struggling a little bit. If they're like, her AoE is fine if enemies are grouped together, but her AoE is bad when enemies are not close to each other. There's not really a grouper to use with her to solve that problem, so it's just like grouping strategies. For grouping with Chasca, you're gonna have to do grouping strategies. And with these enemies, I don't personally know if there's a better thing to do than other than just like try to run to the wall and hopefully they stay mostly together. Alley Hunter or Fav or Orororon? Depends on the team, probably. In this team, probably Fav, because he has pretty significant energy needs. Okay, we only had 1 hydra there. Nope, okay. Really? Okay, that you could argue that counts, but I refuse. I wanna kill it with Chasca. Also, wait, is there a better buff? I just realized. Skill damage doesn't do anything for her. Neither does that. Well, those are garbage. Alright. God dang it, Bennett. Love Bennett RNG particle generators. He died. Alright. I wanted him to heal, but he didn't. Alright. Speaking of the friends, Lolly's actually going to be very interesting for nukes as she's straight upgrade over Elegy C6 Diona at C2R1. Doesn't surprise me. She's also going to be a straight upgrade for like actual real gameplay and not nukes too. Which is cool. Not look, to be clear, if you like nukes is gameplay. But it's personal enjoyment gameplay. Can you ever generate 3 particles? Okay, good, they stay grouped at least. Except we're getting the wrong bullets. Oh, we're getting the wrong bullets. We're not getting any hydro reactions there. I mean, this still might kill them actually, because the grouping was better. But I refuse. I want good bullets. Again, we're paying attention to the first bullet and the third bullet specifically, because those are the ones that can actually trigger a reaction. In general, having less pyro bullets is also better, regardless of it triggering a reaction though. Hydra reaction. We got one there. Nice. Nice. We got one there. And that dude was not close enough. So I think it's safe to say more than the RNG on Chasca, it's more important to just have these guys group better for faster clears. But we're gambling. I don't know. Look, it's a gacha game. Why not have... That's the real reason to get Chasca, right? Is using more Gamba. Even if you have 100% crit rate, she's still got Gamba. Freaking dang it. I bet it has 260 healing. Oh, lordy. This is why if I get Sour Blade for Bennett ever, I will probably put it on him. I'll sacrifice a little bit of butt for Bennett for like 300 ER. It's so annoying when Bennett just doesn't get his first back. This is obviously a bad circumstance. Nope. Alright. I think we're gonna... the next one we get, even if it's not exactly what I want, we'll be done. We need to go test the other side and test other teams. Obviously this team is strong enough and I don't have to do this. I'm just doing it for fun. It's a good thing. It means that like me wanting to optimize a little bit is actually a good sign for you viewers. It means I'm actually enjoying playing. What am I doing? Playing bad, that's what I'm doing. Alright, nice, we got Hydros. Hydro on the first bullet, nice. Except I wasted Bennett up here, so that was a skill issue, I'll be honest. Thinks that Lolly will replace Zhongli and Hu Tao teams. That's an interesting question. To be clear, as far as like the Sit Lolly Rosaria combo goes, I don't think like Hu Tao applies a lot of pyro. I'm pretty sure, other than like maybe getting a few melts initially, I don't think it's going to be like you can sustain do melt Hu Tao. I'm pretty confident of that. Could be wrong, but so I don't think that like I don't like Arlecchino's best team seems like it might be Rosaria, Bennett, Sit Lolly now. It's going to be a really strong team. So Hu Tao with Sit Lolly, I don't know. It's interesting, right? Because like it will work. You'll trigger you'll get the res shred, but that's the same res shred as like Zhongli is giving. But then you're getting the damage bonus. But you're not necessarily going to get pyro damage bonus, right? Not be thinking about things. You're not going to necessarily get the pyro damage bonus. You're just going to get the hydro damage bonus, most likely. I imagine, because you'll still be doing vaporized things, like if you're just slotting, replacing Zhongli kind of thing. So I don't know. Because the reason I don't know, you would say that just means no, it's always not going to be better than Zhongli, but Sit Lolly has her own personal damage that is going to be better than Zhongli, right? So and her exact personal damage will depend on your artifacts a little bit too. Sit Lolly's ability to get meaningful personal damage of herself is the confounding factor there. So I don't know. I have no answer for you. I do also think it might be interesting, even though like Sit Lolly, Rosaria, Hu Tao won't get like probably almost assuredly won't get sustained. Nice. Nice. Oh, it's not perfect though. What's that gonna do?
Crazy.
Close. Even though it won't get like sustained melts most likely from Hu Tao, an interesting thing will happen again in the same context of like Sit Lolly's potential damage, wherein like even if either you will melt on, like most likely you're going to be melting on Hu Tao, or you'll be melting on Rosaria or Sit Lolly. So depending on your Rosaria Sit Lolly builds, the team might still be very functional. Just probably not in the same way that like what Arlecchino Rosaria Sit Lolly is going to be. So we'll see. Is this a bit cycle easy? Yeah. It has annoyances to deal with. As always, how easy it is compared to a particular cycle is going to depend on your account. Bennett, how? My boy. I don't know why I restarted there. I could have just waited, but it annoyed me. That's why. I'm going to do this to start, and then funnel the particles to Bennett. Maybe we can mitigate that. Why did you teleport to opposite sides? Wow, look, bam.
Time to say hello.
Hydra reaction at least. Oh, nice. Oh, I think this was good. I think that last bullet wasn't like ideal. You teleported away! Bro, that was perfect. Like the RNG was great there. But then he teleported. Bruh. No. We need one satisfying fluid clear. And then I'm satisfied. I didn't funnel. God, frick. He did iframe me. Wait, no. We gotta do what I did before. I gotta funnel to Bennett to value my sanity. Okay, what is the other one not teleporting? Jesus. Let's try doing this first. Maximize our Bennett uptime a little bit. That might actually help a little bit. Okay, I mean, that was decent RNG on the one, but the one dude wasn't close enough. So how much ER does your Bennett have? 260, I believe. Actually, wait, that might be 260 with his buff up. I'd have to double check. We'll double check after the thing.
Adventure time.
I did Bennett first before Ororon. Need to like not see. They need to be grouped together. I think that's ultimately what actually is determining here, not bullet RNG. The bullet RNG does matter, but not as much as the grouping on them. So I'm stubborn. You think Chasca has AoE issues? She has AoE issues when enemies are spread apart. So yes, but when enemies are grouped together, she has actually some decent AoE. Like she isn't garbage in AoE, but you gotta have things going a little bit right. Oh, brain. Yeah, these enemies are awful to optimize around, though. I do kind of hate them. I don't find them particularly that fun, but you know what? They're a good testing ground for Chasca, I guess. We can now? Okay, we can be happy with that at least. Alright, they're not, like, see again, this is like not fully fun. Maybe it'll be fine. So close, man. Like, see, that's so annoying. Is Ororon worth building if you don't have Chasca? Oh, we'll be testing Ororon. Don't you worry. I think the answer is very solidly going to be yes. I like Ororon more than Chasca. I think he's a more interesting character. But maybe I will change my tune after we actually test him. On like teams that are not Chasca teams, that is. Obviously, he's doing a very good job here. You buttholes! It's completely just the enemies that are effing the ability to clear. I should have just taken that one clear where we cleared them smoothly once. Should have taken that one. Should have taken that one, apparently. Okay, sure. Frick off. Why did that... Most of the 5 point... I didn't Bennett. You can act as a buffer in spread teams. You can act as a buffer with Dendro. You can also be a component in like actual like just electrocharge focused teams as well and be very strong. His value for his personal damage value will shine the most in AoE, but the real question of the the real question of the value of Ororon, like, these enemies, like, they're so jank as frick to optimize. Like what was that? They split like freaking 10 miles apart from each other. Why? Why do they do this?
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
And a burst is fun.
Everybody stand back.
Nice. Okay, good. We got Hydra Bolt in third. That was not ideal. Yeah, and then the one just ran his ass away. Okay, whatever. I give up. But this has become. At first, it was funny to do because of it was funny to optimize around Chasca's RNG, but it became what Genshin almost always becomes, and where you're optimizing around annoying enemies rather than optimizing your play.
Your sacrifice is ready.
This has me convinced that Chasca is bad? No, that should tell you that those enemies are cringe. But if this has you convinced that Chasca's teams are potentially limited, that might be fair. Because, like, Furina Bennett, is kind of her main team.
The golden slumber.
Enemies learn my patterns? Yeah, kind of. Alright, anyway, well, enough of that. I was doing that for the funnies, but it took too long. So we're gonna I want to do the second side, not because like the first or second chamber is that interesting. I mean, she should be able to deal with the first chamber without a problem. Actually, the second chamber or first chamber, she probably trivializes. You don't even have to worry about dodging whatever, I assume, the stuff on the ground. So that might be why Mahoyo put it in this abyss. But yeah, let's do that. Dude, where are you? There you are. Why am I having a stroke? There we go. You. There we go. And we'll do the same thing, so I don't need to think about it much. Usual patch team is kind of boring. I agree. We'll check Leila as well. Like, I have to get a baseline. Like, we have to start with the baseline obvious optimal damage way of using Chasca to properly try to establish, like, okay, how does she feel when we start removing the optimal components, right? Like, she's a pretty simple character to evaluate because of the fact that her optimal team is Furina Bennett kind of thing. So, anyways. I did the snapshot, official buff, whatever, it'll be fine. Make a team with Raiden, Chevrius, Ororon, Sara. I wouldn't recommend it. Ororon is not gonna, or you want Hydra with Ororon. That is the main like team building restriction with Ororon, is you want Hydra with him. Like he's just not gonna do that much other than like if you really need an off-field Electro option for keeping up overload, like Chevrius buff kind of thing. But in the team you just mentioned, you have Raiden as the one that's providing enough off-field Electro, so you don't need Ororon. You would 100% just use Bennett there instead of Ororon. Ororon hyperbloom context, yeah. No, we'll do Dendro things with him. Don't worry. Alright. Keep on doing that, but honestly, I don't think it's that big a deal to do that. And like, arguably, you're gonna want to sacrifice, I think, a little bit of Bennett uptime for the simple reason of if you're gonna have to, like, with a non-C2 Furina at least, you're gonna need to like, get some healing going on to get damage bonus, right? So I think you just, whoops. I think you just take the L on like Bennett uptime, right? Yeah, this team is very strong. No, I don't play Star Rail anymore. Yes, Arlecchino is Homa. Has C1 with Homa.
Right here.
It's 74 pity you don't have an Ororon. You really want Nuve next patch? I mean this patch? He's not next patch, he's this patch. Oops, I was reading comments.
Right now. Emerge.
A lot of things brain. I need to look at my screen when I'm playing the game. If you want Nuvolette, don't risk for Ororon. No. Don't wish only for 4 stars. The only reason you should wish for 4 stars is if you're fine with getting the 5 star. Like that's quite frankly the way the game works right now. There's no known quantities you can use to guarantee getting a 4 star to properly evaluate the risk of that, other than are you fine with getting the 5 star, right? Yes, this is C6 Chevrius. Yes, that team works perfectly fine without C6 Chevrius. I used that team a lot before I had C6 Chevrius. I only got C6 Chevrius on a rerun banner. I used it for freaking 8 months. without T6 Shivers. But of course it is stronger with. Okay, so interesting question would be, okay, we're gonna try. Well, the problem is we won't be able to get Ororon stacks easy. Okay, well, yeah. let's just do this. This.
See you in the night.
Okay, never mind. What I wanted to see is like, okay, do you even have to bother shooting it down? Because obviously Chasca's a bow unit, we could just shoot it down. I'm aware. But do we even have to bother doing that, right?
Here.
What am I doing? Yeah, they did buff overload damage, so I don't think I have any particular unit built with EM meaningfully in this team other than Yai. And she's not like built completely EM, obviously. I think she only has like 150, but I think we're what do we see? Couldn't tell. Too many numbers. I thought I saw like 7,000, which is I'm getting more overload damage than I did before, but that team is definitely not getting a bunch of overload damage because no unit is particularly spec'd into EM. I could do something weird like specking Yai more into EM now in that team because of the higher value of that of overloads, but the problem is, in case you didn't notice, like the auras, like the aura swaps between like Pyro and Hydro or Pyro and Electro on enemies in that team, kind of interchangeably a little bit. So it doesn't really make sense to spec heavily into the overload damage in that Shivers team context.
Tell me what you see. Farewell.
See, this is what I want to test. Can I just ignore his mechanic? I think the answer is yes. It's not that surprising. She is a ranged unit. I just wasn't one. Okay, well that's a little bit annoying. You get your tail down. Okay, so what happened here? Normally you can hit this dude's tail with Bennett, I believe. I think. I just got it back from Furina. I think what happened though is although I'm very glad Ororon's skill is so fast. I think what happened was being up when you're up in the air. I remember this from poems only being an annoying problem. That boss raises higher in the air if your characters are higher. I believe that is what happened there. Because I think normally we could try to frick. Well, if I take Bennett back to this abyss side at any point, we could try to like test that to make sure like Bennett could actually hit it. But I thought Bennett could normally hit it. So, anyways. Yep, obviously Chasca makes that boss easy because she's a bow unit regardless of the fact that she's also ranged. Or she can do range damage when just looking at it. I wasn't 100% sure she could target with the enemy like up in there like that. It could have been something stupid like that. Thoughts on the new animal shield that got leaked? She's bad. Except for a subset of like high skill players that like the idea of doing Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers on her. But she doesn't have... It's not ideal. Is Chasca better than Nuvilette? No.
Overrule. Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Were you gonna say a more word naughty than bad just now? I don't think so. Should have just swapped off of Arlecchino and used Jai Burst.
You asked for it. Grab your weapons. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge. Right now.
Yeah, there's definite value to Shivers to having some amount of range DPSs in the game. Like I can tell you, it's no longer a compelling reason for me to care about characters because you don't need a ton of range DPSs, right? I have plenty of solutions to potentially deal with, you know, the enemies that are at range or whatever situations, but they do that sometimes where like having ways to deal range damage, whether it be automatic things that happen like Furina, Yai's targeting, whatever, because like enemies like the Wolf Lord, enemies like the worm that go fly around to different parts or whatever, the different worm enemies, the mechanical worm and the sandworm, so yada yada. But Chasca is a ranged unit, is a component of that factor of being able to do things that many other teams might struggle with because she just can do range damage, which is nice. Alright, so here is going to be a weird optimization problem. Also, Furina energy situation might be annoying as hell. Of course.
Farewell. Tell me what you see.
Heal you quick. Alright. Ow. That's okay, so Chasca's going to be a little bit difficult, I think, on this side. What I think is that... Oops. We need to get a bunch of Pyro bullets, right? we need bullet number 1 or 3 to be Pyro against the Tulpa. One of those things again, like... Honestly, like... It's so much harder to even consider optimizing Chasca without her C1. Because, like, her C1 gives her an additional randomized bullet that could react, with because the 5th bullet can react, but the 4th bullet doesn't react. It's just a little bit more multiplier damage. So against... Oops. It's a waste, but well. So against situations like the Tulpa, it's just, like, annoying. You can only optimize around 1 bullet rather than 2 bullets, right? Because the first 3 bullets have to be 3 separate elements. Like you can't get 2. I can't get 2 Pyro bullets in the first 3 bullets, and only the first bullet from right to left, and then the 3rd bullet react. So we're just optimizing around bullet 1 or 3 being Pyro. But if we had C1, we could optimize more around bullet 1 or 3 being Pyro and bullet 5 being Pyro. Mavuika or Arlecchino? I like Arlecchino more as far as a carry goes, but I talked about it earlier. You can rewind if you want. Really, boy. Ability. Do that to iframe the butthole. Alright, well, information that we learned there. Chasca's iframes for her ult basically end immediately. Okay. That means it's a little bit more sensitive to iframe with her ult. That's what that means. So anyways, what was the thing? Yeah, the comparison of Mavuika to Arlecchino or any other kind of Pyro in the game, it's not a comparison. There's no one-to-one comparison for it. Because Mavuika is the conjunction of being able to be a Pyro carry and having quite relevant supportive utility. How relevant supportive utility is going to depend on your situation you're in. I can tell you, for her supportive utility, I would be perfectly fine without Mavuika on my account. But I still want her for her supportive utility. For her carry playstyle, I don't care at all because I like Arlecchino. I really like Arlecchino. I think she's an exceedingly well-designed unit. I think she's very fun to play, very fun to think about team building with. And I'd rather continue playing her as a carry playstyle rather than Motorcycle Lady. Like, if I get Mavuika, I'll do something with her carry playstyle, but it's not what I'm going to do most of the time with her, right? Yeah.
Not too far now. Go. You're free now.
Okay, I've run with Bennett. Nice. Okay, we got a reacted Pyro bullet. No reaction. Reacted Pyro bullet. Reacted Pyro bullet. Nice. Okay, it is a lot harder to dodge the Tulpa with an enemy or with a lady that's flying in the air. It is a lot. It is a lot harder to dodge the Tulpa. Which that's a downside to her kit. This is good. This is good testing. I'm glad I tested with her. I think I'll do it a couple more times to try to beat it, but I think suffice to say, she might not be an ideal choice because of how annoying it is, but it also might just be a case of like, hey, more reason to use Leila on that side with Chasca compared to that team, the Ororon team.
Nothing lasts
I think
forever.
Arlecchino is going to run alongside Mavuika. Yeah, because they want to make a bait weapon banner that is like not bad technically, but isn't actually that valuable. That way,
Sacrifices are
because what they want to happen is they want people to pull for either Arlecchino's weapon or
Right now. Right
or Mavuika's weapon, and but neither of them are like Arlecchino's weapon is only good for Arlecchino. It's shit otherwise. Not shit. Like it depends on the weapons you have. But like if you have a Jade Spear, there's literally no reason to want Arlecchino's weapon for any other character, right? And Jade Spear is a standard banner weapon, right? So like, and then the like Mavuika's weapon is more of a useful generic weapon, which is good. But like people are going to be wanting to go for one or the other weapon, right? So it's a very good weapon banner for Mahoya to make money. If people like have 60 wishes to wish on the weapon banner to get to pity, and then they didn't get the weapon they want, and then they're forced to spend money to get the weapon they want because of how the weapon banner works. So as always, weapon banner, only wish on it if you have the wishes to spare to guarantee the thing you want. Okay? If you have one pity, if you have only enough for one pity on the weapon banner, and you're hoping to get the weapon you want, the new weapon banner that takes less to get the weapon you want is exactly the same as the old weapon banner. It's only better if you're someone who has enough to get it. Or if you're just going to wail anyways and you don't care. Yes, you can wish during Abyss because, I don't know, Mahoya's always going to let you gamble.
Adventure time. Teamwork is trick.
Alright, please avoid this damage, hopefully.
Fire.
Okay, good. I backed out because I was scared.
Open fire. Locked on. Fire in the hole.
Alright,
Light it up.
bro, my Bennett energy.
Adventure time.
No, 40. Okay, calm down, sir.
Not too far now.
Why do you not have your burst back? What's happening?
Free now.
Oh my god. Fab saved me. Or Fab is not saving me because Fab is not triggering. Oh god, don't. I'm fine. I'm fine. Alright. I do not like Chasca against the Tulpa. That's what I'll say. Turns out losing Furina's damage in this team, and Chasca's RNG, and whatnot, and energy issues because we're not triggering Fab. I guess I can do physical attacks. Is awkward. Who knew?
Why do they never miss? Teamwork is trick.
Tell me what you see.
Bro, stop what you're doing. And, nice, we got 100k. See, you can see when we're getting the Pyro bullets to vaporize, we're doing a lot of damage, right? That's what I was talking about. We got a Pyro bullets a bunch of times in a row. So, like, Tulpa is, if you want to use Tulpa against, with Chasca, you gotta optimize the RNG a little bit, but, now, I think I'm gonna die again. My energy issues, yeah, Bennett died, okay, whatever. I'm good, I understand the problems there. I value my sanity. Yep, that was a bit of a struggle there. Leila would probably be a bit better, but that would just fix the interruption issue, not necessarily the other things, or dying issue slightly. Is all. Her C1, I've talked about it before. It makes you do more damage. That if you don't need to know anything, if you don't care about anything about the reaction system in the game, it makes you do more damage. Notably, it also lets you do more application. So, like, in situations like the Tulpa there, it would probably trivialize the Tulpa, because I can just optimize around C1, not just like the raw damage output, but that increase. Like, it's like on the raw damage output increase, it's like a 1000% additional multiplier for her charge attacks over all the shots. But other than that, the extra reaction that you can trigger in the situation like the Tulpa, if you optimize around this extra 5th bullet being a Pyro conversion, you can get a vaporize on that. And I was getting 100k vaporizes on my Pyro bullets, right? but I could only get 100k vaporize on my Pyro bullets with C0. If I get C1, every charge attack can get 2 100k vaporizes on a Pyro bullet. Right? So like that's what I'm talking about. Where like C1, that additional application has situational very significant value past the additional whatever. I really wish it was her base kit. I really wish she just did a little bit more guaranteed application per charge attack would make her a more useful character. Like, I don't know. Anyways. Just got Chasca weapon instead of Linny's. I mean, good news is Chasca's weapon is still probably a perfectly fine weapon for Linny. Congrats. You're splitting hairs on the difference of those two weapons, most likely. You know, is it better for Linny? Obviously not. It's not better for Linny than his signature, but yeah. I was not talking about lowering the number of elements in the team. I was talking about the same exact team. I was not talking about using Shallonen. Yes, you can use Shallonen. Shallonen is a less bad teammate with Chasca with C1. But I was talking about the additional application. If you do Shallonen with Chasca with C1, you're still going to have... you're basically just turning Chasca back into her C0 form as far as her application potential goes. But then you're getting a little bit more buff kind of thing. But it's like... you know, you can do it. It's much less bad than it is with C0. Because with C0, it's like kind of really bad. Because you just like have her damage. Or it's more like removing like 35-40% of her damage at C0. Whereas with C1, putting Shallonen in the team instead of a Pyro Hydro Cryo Electro is more like probably a side grade. Like it's an alternative rather than it being actively kind of bad potentially. It's probably not quite 30. Like, by the way, 35% is like the estimation for like the loss in like the raw multipliers from Chasca, not what the raw team DPS would be. It's not necessarily unusable to do Shallonen with Chasca at C0. So, anyways, use Sara instead of Ororon, it would make her damage go up. It would make her electro bullet damage go up, yeah. But you know Sara has like a butt like for uptime, right? I'm not even confident her second charge attack would get the Sara buff. I guess we can check. Because I don't even need to configure Sara's build for this to check. Well, it's gonna be a little bit annoying, but like it might literally only buff one charge attack, which is so useless. This is C6 Sara, by the way. Make sure it wasn't obvious.
Everybody stand! Glory to the Shogun!
Bro. Okay, no, I'll reset that. The freaking dude just went all the way around, somehow magically avoiding exactly where I was turning my camera. What a butthole.
Teamwork is strength! Storm the front! Quiver! Take me up!
Bro.
Mama!
Use her skill after burst? That's what I'm doing. I don't know why I did. Why did I do that? Apparently Zara just makes me die more for some reason. That's probably coincidental though, but also this dude's just being a butthole.
Going in! Glory to the Shogun! Strike! Ha!
Finally.
This is about to get messy.
Really? You got butthole? It's hard to tell.
Teamwork is strength! Quiver!
The problem is we need... Oh, God. Oh, okay. I did it wrong that time. My bad.
Open fire!
Like, we're only getting... Like, it's only really going to matter, right, when we get 2 electro bullets. Like both of those, every single shot there, we only got one electro bullet. So like here. Let's to showcase the difference here. I'll do a clear, not a full clear. We'll try to kill this one enemy with Sara here, and then I'm gonna put Ororon back in the team, and I'm not going to use Ororon at all. that'll be the. I'm not gonna get the buff from Ororon, right? Not gonna get any damage from Ororon. Not gonna get the buff from Ororon. That's how we'll compare this. And this is not clear times, but like we're gonna like see what like the rotation is. My brain just derped because I don't know. Didn't.
No turning back. Flash. Open fire. Locked on. Fire in the hole.
All right. Like, that's worse than Ororon, because with Ororon, right, we were able to kill it with 4 charge attacks, and then switch over to the dudes with her burst, which is definitely, obviously better. But now we'll switch to Ororon. So we still killed it, right? We still killed it in one rotation with her, which is not, it's not it's not useless, right? Technically, Sara C6 does something there, right? But it's only buffing the instances of Electro Bullet conversion. And so if you want to, I don't know, optimize around trying to get 2 Electro Bullets, you could try to muck with that, right? And getting extra Electro Bullets at C1 would, again, make it better. But anyways, let's try the Ororon version. But we already know the Ororon version is better. That, I think, is pretty obvious. But we're going to do the Ororon version. But I'm not going to use Ororon. He's just going to be there to make sure we get like the Electro Bullets. So it's a similar situation, but completely remove the buff, right? That's the idea. Wait, I just realized I didn't have to reset. I could have just done the same thing, but just kept her in the team, but whatever. Whatever. Oh, well. By the way, we'll check Leila in a second. I'm using Thundering Pulse on Chasca. Right, this should be worse than Sara, I would hope. But it's like exactly the same. Which is to say, Sara doing an Electro unit doing nothing is a similar value to Sara. So she can be an Electro unit for the team. She is not useless, I will say. Like, to be clear, and again, like, she wasn't properly configured. I don't think her weapon was leveled up, so that wasn't a proper comparison. Obviously, using Sara and actually using Sara's burst is going to be better than not doing anything with an Electro unit. But if you're wishing for Chasca right now, there's a very good chance you got Ororon. You should probably use Ororon with the artifact set, because this artifact set can buff multiple types of her damage bonus and lasting much longer than Sara buff lasts for. Like, use Ororon if you have him. But if for some reason you didn't get Ororon and you got Chasca, then, and you have Sara C6, it's not going to be the worst option in the world. There you go. Okay, I had a semi-leveled up weapon, so she wasn't doing no buff, okay? She wasn't doing 0 buff for the attack buff. Didn't have noblesse or anything, but you know, she did have her C6 buff. Like, that's always just there for the duration it's active for. So yeah. Anyways, the build on Sara wouldn't really change that much. I could put her on noblesse and do a little bit of attack buff, but yeah, you can use Sara. The Ororon is better. Let's try a Leila variant, though. And we will... Because my Leila's not leveled up, I will give her Key of Kasha's suit. I figure Key of Kasha's suit, the value it's give, is going to mitigate the fact that my Leila is not leveled. So obviously my Leila's shield is not going to be very tanky. But she will at least do something, right? She will be Cryo, which means we can get melts, right? That's the main thing. Like, from what I understand... The RNG, the Leila is basically a situation of like, it's going to be less consistent damage than the Ororon team. but will have more opportunity to optimize around RNG for getting big melt damage, essentially. So you can potentially clear faster with the Leila team by nature of optimizing around getting the right bullets, applying and triggering reactions. So we'll see. But obviously, if you're going to seriously play this team, level up your Leila. Probably. Yeah, we'll just yoink that from Nilu. We'll probably just steal mostly Nilu pieces, I guess. It's the easy route here. And then when I ever go back to using Nilu, I'll be confused. Perfect. Alright. 24,000 HP is very low still, but it'll do something. Okay. It's like a very low investment Leila's simulation. It'll be fine. Not saying it's ideal, but we'll at least see, like it's just basically what we're really testing here is just what Cryo does for the team more than anything. And I still do have Leila C4, but again, Leila being leveled up more for her C4 would be nice. Because I don't know what I'll probably do like the Furina into Leila into Bennett. Yeah. We'll see. She can deal good burst damage with a good build. I'm aware. I don't think it's relevant because her damage turns off. Her damage turns off when her shield dies. And so does her energy. That's why I don't like Leila as a shielder. Because you still have to dodge. If you want to keep Leila's kit functional. If you want Leila to keep generating energy, keep doing damage, and keep generating energy, you have to dodge. You can't let her shield die. And to be clear, if you're really good and used to Leila, and you know like what enemies will get through her shield with your particular build and what enemies won't, you can work around that. I'm not saying Leila's a useless character, but she's extremely clunky. So, you know. Diona could be better. That is true, actually. Considering I have Diona C6, yes, I do not think you are wrong. I don't think I got Keep Touch the Soup off, by the way, because I think I have to like actually stay on field there. But yeah, you get freezes too, by the way, which is obvious if you didn't just notice. Getting a bunch of freezes, generally speaking, means I'm not getting the higher damage hits. So like, let's see if we can redo this a little bit, and see if we get a see if we, to be clear, some of the freezes there were Leila, obviously. I don't think I saw any melts there from Chasca, I think. Okay, and there's a melt. There we go. Okay, I feel like if the RNG goes well in this team here, we should be able to kill it with the charge attacks, right? Without the burst. We were able to kill it without having to burst on Ororon. So that's what I want to see from Leila. But maybe I would have to have Leila actually properly leveled up here and doing more personal damage herself. I don't know. Losing the Ororon buff is a bit rough, right? So like, we're really relying. Can I wait for? There we go. I chose to purposely wait to get Keep Hard to Soup buff up. No Pyro. There we got Pyro. Seems like it's pretty the same. Yeah, we should probably try Diona, apparently.
My guiding stars, don't be scared. Let's light it up. Teamwork is
Keep Hard to Suit up. Got a Pyro reaction. Pyro reaction, nice. Get a Pyro reaction. Didn't get a Pyro reaction. We're just barely not killing it, but you can see we actually were very close that time, right? So, I think it's like relatively similar to the Ororon team, but might require more optimization, because that was a sequence where what I was talking about, right? Where we get a bunch of Pyro bullets, we trigger the melts we wanted, or not specifically just Pyro bullets, but also you could do reverse melts too, where Cryo. So the Pyro on Cryo is going to be stronger, but you could do the Cryo on Pyro too, would be not bad. It's the Cryo on Pyro is an equivalent of a Vaporize. So, I don't know. Right, that's the weird mix, is you can get melts, vaporizes in this team. Both forward melts and reverse melts. And then the vaporizes. Reverse vaporizes and forward vaporizes. It's again a team I feel like, with the additional application that would happen from a 5th bullet, I think C1 would be a huge damage upgrade for this team. Is my vibe. I don't know. I'm not gonna be able to test that. Well, actually, my brother has or Chasca C1 because he's stupid and I told him to stop wishing, but he has more of a gambling problem than I do, by the way. I told him to stop wishing for Orororon. He continued wishing, and then he ended up getting Chasca C1. I'm like, my dude. Whatever. It's his problem. I didn't tell him to do that. So let's try Diona though, because Diona will be interesting with C6 in particular. I'm gonna give the cat back her weapon, by the way. Don't need to switch the artifacts back. I'm not too concerned about Nilu being goofed. Let's switch that back. And oh yeah, we never checked. What's my Bennett at? Yeah, I have 236 ER on Bennett, right? So
Where did that come from?
I recommend, I guess, 250 ER on Bennett for a Chasca team. That's my vibe. I could fix that if I had leveled up Sapwood Blade. I'd kind of do, but it's not enough. It would be sacrificing too much buff. If I had this level 90, I would switch to this maybe, and that would fix my problems on Bennett. But alternatively, I'll get Skyward Blade in the future someday. Anyways, what was I doing? Oh yeah, Diona. We'll check her. I do have her actually leveled, which is nice because I used her a long time ago. So she's been leveled for a long time in this account. I originally used Diona back when I first started playing with Ganyu. Crazy. Alright, we'll give you this. And you already have a build equipped even, because I think I used you recently to mess around with things. Sick. Noblesse build Ganyu. Well, actually, that's... Noblesse doesn't stack. We have Noblesse on Bennett and Noblesse on I said Ganyu. Noblesse on Diona, Noblesse on her, but whatever, it's fine. We'll still want to burst for Diona C6 gives 200 EM, right? There we go. Chasca. You don't have Skyward Blade. Meanwhile, I have it C4, and all I want is a single Kaching Con. I got C7 Kaching. If it makes you feel better. That probably doesn't make you feel better. Sorry, I would definitely trade my extra Kaching I got for a Skyward Blade if we could. But oh well. I would trade you 4 Kaching copies for a single Skyward Blade. Alas. Did that so slow. Yeah, pretty good.
Fire in the hole. Everybody stand back. Let's fly.
Like the value of I think if we had a little bit better bullet RNG in there, we would have been able to kill those in one rotation. I do know Orororon killed those in the one rotation, I think, the first try. So, you know, let's see if we can do that. That's because, again, I do think with the Cryo becomes more RNG. I'm pretty sure we can do this. This should be, with decent, my brain's derpy. With decent bullet RNG, we should be able to get that's very similar to clear to Orororon. But the additional freeze value is going to be situationally very relevant. Like, obviously, I had circumstances here where I had gotten knocked out of the air, or I was getting beaten up by this butthole, right? So, and since I didn't actually kill it in this rotation, retry then. Got crap in my throat. What was it saying? So I think Orororon is more consistent, definitely. But Cryo units are interesting, and Leila is just going to be better, I think. Because Leila will give, you know, the same artifact buff situation. But then her res shred on top of that. And the cryo value. Oh, but yeah, I don't know. This value of freezing enemies to help with the issue of them, well, trying to murder you, is valuable, right? There's significant value, and I can absolutely get why you'd prioritize playing freeze with her. I think it's relatively obvious. It's more inconsistent, though. All right, out of 3 tries there, we had the first instance where we killed it in the first rotation. I'm going to try to do it in Diona after Furina this time, by the way. Get a little bit better Bennett uptime. I couldn't remember what Diona's uptime was, but I think it lasts longer than Bennett ult, so it makes more sense to do Diona first. But yeah, so let's see. This. Yeah. Okay. I think not the right. No, I think we got bad bullet RNG. Oh, well, actually, that was fine. You know what? That was fine. Furina technically was the one to finish it off, but still, that was one rotation. Why did I do that? I didn't do that in the first part. I definitely don't think I prefer this team because I would actually rather have to worry about being interrupted. But I absolutely understand why other people might prefer this team for the freezing value in situations like annoying enemies, right? By the way, this is not a 2 rotation situation. I want to try to get this to match Ororon because I'm pretty sure it will be able to match Ororon. Particles on Bennett. Try to hopefully solve his ER issue. I think that's part of the problem I was having. I wasn't getting particles on him. Nice. Nice. Alright, good. Now. This. Oh, that's so close. Well, I mean, this shows us Ororon is pretty good. Dang it. Dang it, man. Replace Furina with Shalona? No. No. That would be very bad. If I had a Fav on Diona instead, that could solve my Bennett problems, by the way. Maybe if you don't do double noblesse. What are you suggesting instead I do? You suggesting if I do, like, I don't care. Like, yes, I could do the 12% damage bonus from the Natlan set. I know. I don't want to fuck up my entire builds on every character for one team I'm testing. It's not that important. I also have Elegy on Diona. And again, like, the correct thing to do, I guess, yes, would be, like, remove Elegy, put Fav, remove Elegy, put Fav, and then put her on the Natlan set. That's going to be a wash as far as damage, though, when I swap from Elegy to Fav, if not worse. So, like, it's fine. Pretend that Elegy is the artifact set that is correct, and we're chill, right? Yeah, I think I'm just getting bad RNG here. Yeah, I'm getting bad RNG. I like the Ororon team a lot more. Can you swap Furina with another unit? Quite frankly, Furina is the least replaceable unit in Chasca teams, most likely. And that is also what kind of makes Bennett and Bart, like, both her wanting attack buffing. Because that's good, you know. And the fact that you need a healer for Furina kind of means Bennett. But we're gonna play around with non-Furina Bennett teams in a second here. I think I'm in. Okay, we'll try one more. The next time I get the alligator done in 4 charge attacks, like Ororon can do, will be the last one I do here. I don't know why I do that. Pyro that time. Okay. Vaporize. Almost. Almost. Yeah. The inconsistency of Chasca is like I feel like it should be so much cooler to mess around with teams like these than it is. But instead it's just like, you changed your element and now you get to deal with RNG more, right? Like, but why? It should be so much more interesting to change around elements in Chasca teams than it is. But you have no control over it, so the only thing that changes is how much RNG there is. Give Diona instructors. She's on Elegy. Just pretend like it's a Diona that doesn't have Elegy and is on a better artifact set. I don't want to go switch around all my freaking artifacts. There we go. That was very good. That was the best I had with this yet. God dang it. Well, that's annoying. No. I don't know. It seems a lot harder to do this in, you know. I don't know. Yes, Diona would help. Like, but I don't think it would be significant enough, just for comparison, by the way. For what we did earlier. In case anyone forgot. Watch this clear in 2 rotations first try. Yes, I'm aware Diona could increase the damage slightly. I do not think it would be enough to reduce the inconsistency meaningfully, right? And that's the point here. I'm pretty confident this will be a first try, unless I goof up something severely. A little bit harder to play potentially, but also okay, first goof up there, whatever. It's fine. Okay, well, it might not, because I have to use my burst here. My brain. Well, maybe not going to be first try, because I keep wasting Bennett. Because I'm done. But maybe we will. I'm not sure. We'll find out here. Okay. It was close. It was very close. Oh, actually, you know what? A notable factor there. I got my burst back. Didn't quite kill it. Not quite. Extremely close, obviously. But I freaking Bennetted the wrong way. Twice, because I was stupid. And then... But no, the interesting thing there, right? I got my burst back right as the skill ended. And the difference there was the Ororon refunds energy, right? Is an interesting aspect to Ororon and Chasca teams. Oh yeah, you're freaking right. You're right. That was the difference maker too. Yup. Thank you. I forgot. Oops. Alright, so that wasn't even good. That mean even more showing then, honestly. So here, I'll simulate it. I'm gonna use Bennett before Ororon again. I'm gonna do the same bad thing, just to simulate this properly, right? So bad play probably. And it'll probably be way more consistent and better. And in some ways it's unfortunate, right? Even if I like the team more because I just think it's more enjoyable to not have freeze personally. The fact that it feels this much more consistent as far as damage output means that it feels like her teams are even more limited, right? The fact that I feel pushed towards this one boy in the flex slot, right? Should rerun Shenhe so you can try Chasca Shenhe. Yeah, and I would love to. I actually would like to. That would be kind of interesting. See what the flat damage buff does in conjunction with the cryo. I think it would be a similar thing. It'd be inconsistent. Ow. Oh, I didn't bend it first, then. My bad. Whatever.
Open fire.
Yeah, it's a bit more consistent. Do it again. To prove that it's more consistent. What am I doing? Let's do it right. Let's do actually Bennett after Ororon, because I'm pretty sure that's what we should be doing. Be smart, dummy.
Time to say hello.
That's... Okay, well... Again, a little bit harder to play. Slightly harder to play versus being freezed. Like, that is a valuable aspect. And I think that's intentional game design on Mahoyo's part to some degree. The intention with freeze is, like, easier to play, but worse damage output, because you don't have to worry about what the damage or the enemy is doing, kind of thing. I don't think that's inherently bad design or anything. It's completely fair. I wasn't thinking about having to dodge there, so I didn't realize you could knock me out of air from range yet. I thought it had to, like, do an attack near me. So, you could definitely argue that means it's still inconsistent, sure, but I think the damage output is still definitely more consistent. It's relatively safe to say. Also, with rotating from Ororon into Bennett, Ororon can refund some energy from Bennett and help with my Bennett energy situation. I feel like I want one more ER roll in Chasca, by the way, in this team. So, we're just barely... It's still a little bit inconsistent because Chasca RNG. Like, Chasca is never 100% consistent, I think, is what we're seeing. But it's definitely better with Ororon, that's for sure. So, I don't know. Is it crazily different at the end of the day? Like, is it going to determine whether or not you 36-star? Probably not. It is important to keep in mind, right? I'm not trying to say, oh, don't play Cryo with your ever. No, of course not. Ultimately, you need to be better. You just need to play decently, too. Anyways. How did it yeet Chasca off her pistol like that? I think it does like a range attack. With this tail swipe thing, I believe. Alright. That... Really? Bro. I didn't think... I thought I was going to get the shot out before he attacked. Alright, it's still weird. My brain... Oops. My brain does not have, like, the intuition for when to, for, like, strafing with the characters in air compared to dodging. I'm very used to dodging, and you don't dodge with Chasca. You have to do the constant strafing is how you avoid damage, right? And I wasn't doing that there. You go higher with her, I don't think that would be worthwhile. I think that would waste time. And I don't even. Can you go higher with her actually in combat? Well, you know, you should be able to if you don't click the. All right, we got good bullet RNG there. I don't think I quite got the burst Bennett buff there. I think if you play well, you can definitely get the Bennett buff with the burst. No. I think these guys I don't even have to worry about at all. Yeah, there you go. Right. So, anyways, what happens if we go higher? I find myself clicking the mobs like I'm playing Kanichi, yeah. She's a lot easier to play than Kanichi and Mualani, if you want a comparison to yeah, you can go higher. But you can see if we go higher, one shot, if we go that high, because it takes it takes we can just wait for the cooldown. If we go this high, I think we're only gonna get, okay, yeah, see it has a range attack. Told you. Did you just say mama? But yeah, you don't want to go higher. I think even going a little bit higher. Oh. Okay, whatever, just reset. Wait for this to go. I think if you just go a little bit higher, you're only gonna get like just a tiny bit higher. Even snap is only probably like maybe you can do a little bit higher and get 3 charge attacks, but yeah, you can get 3 charge attacks. You can get a little bit of vertical height if you're willing to sacrifice a charge attack, but I wouldn't recommend it. That's a very big damage downgrade for very small defensive utility gain, is what I would say. So, anyways, so we can't even dodge their attacks. Yes, you can. What are you talking about? I was literally just dodging there when I was demonstrating that. Watch. Let's wait. Let's try to get it to do its range attacks. Look, I'm dodging. Wow. I need to get a little bit closer range. I dodged. It's just a different style of dodging. You're not pressing dash to dodge. And don't raise up in the air to dodge. It's the strafing dodging. So, yeah. Anyways, I'll try Ororon teams as well. Oh yeah, we're gonna spend more time doing Ororon things. I've been streaming for 2 hours? What is wrong with me? Huh? I wanted to do exploration this stream. I probably still will, but Jesus. Can you test Diona with a support set? Mob? Alright. Here. Just so I can, like... One of us is gonna have egg on her face, okay? I'm gonna test Diona with a support set, because you really want to see Diona with the support set. We'll put Diona on the Natlan artifact set, right? And she'll trigger some cryo and hydro damage bonus, right? But here, I'll let chat decide. Who gets egg on their face? Who gets to say they're stupid? Soul, me, or Mob? Who gets egg on their face, right? Am I right in that, like, having Diona on the support set is not going to meaningfully change anything, and it's still going to be quite inconsistent? Or is Mob right in that having Diona on a support set that's buffing slightly more will change something? We'll see. I'm willing to have egg on my face, but we'll see. Fine. You were annoying enough. I will acquiesce. We will throw her on the support set. I guess we'll just yoink my Ororon. Well, no, we need energy recharge. Do I have an ER type he's leveled up on this set? Yes, I do. It's on Shalona. That's fine. Just need to remember to switch back. We'll yoink that. It's ER, good. We don't need any particular stats for the other pieces. Just ER. And I think we have 4 pieces already, so we can actually... Yeah, we're good. Alright. 250 ER. More ER. Crazy. Alright. Elegy. There you go. On the support set. Do you? We'll see. I mean, look, if she just... Watch her just immediately get the easy clear. Look, if I have egg on my face, I'll have egg on my face. It's fine. I'm willing to have egg on my face. Yeah, she is C6. Yep. But we were doing this before, and she was quite a bit worse than Ororon. Quite a lot worse. But she wasn't on an artifact set that was buffing it all. This is almost exactly the same. No, it might have... Oh, nice. Okay. Like, it's better, obviously. It's objectively better than what I was doing before. But, will we clear it? If we clear this first try with one rotation here, we're not going to. No. It got closer. It definitely got closer. Like, yeah, it bridged the gap. It definitely bridged the gap. But I don't think it's quite the same. I don't think it has the same consistency. You can do it again. Right, it's not an insane difference. That's my point. It's like I didn't need to do that to actually meaningfully test anything. I could tell it was worse without. But yes, it's neither version of the team with or without Diona on that artifact set makes it unusable or usable, right? Both of them are usable. This one was a lot worse, see? That was a lot worse because of just, again, RNG with the Cryo on the team. It's more RNG with the Cryo on the team. So, anyways. No fishing weapon? Fishing... Oh, the fishing bow for Chasca? Wait, is that... What? No, that's garbage. That's garbage, isn't it? I forgot what the fishing bow does. Also, hi, Joey. Yeah, okay. The first rotation, I think we got lucky. I wasn't paying that close attention. All right, nice. I wasn't paying that close attention. I think the first attempt we had. Oh, how did I? What? Why did my burst power back? I think the first rotation we just got lucky with the bullets and the right reactions triggering, and cleared it faster. Or it cleared the first two faster, which is good. But again, not fundamentally different from Ororon. Or not fundamentally different from when I didn't have the support artifact set. It's not that significant to have 12% more damage bonus, right? But Orororon is a bit more significant, and just is more consistent. So, anyways, I don't know. Playing a Cryo unit with her is interesting. It does kind of feel like the Cryo unit slot isn't going to truly shine until Sitlali, but it'll still have some of the same problems, to be clear, with the inconsistency there. It should just... but the Sitlali will probably be better than Ororon, because Sitlali can do this artifact set buff, well, the 4-piece. Sitlali can do that artifact set buff, and do Res Shred on top of the, now you can get big melts, so... Still might be a little bit more RNG, but Sitlali's other buffs that she'll give will probably make it just better than Ororon. Is what I feel right now. But Cryo is still a decent option if you want to have the value Cryo can give for its other utility for freezing or whatever, or because an enemy is like, you need to deal with a Cryo, or not a Cryo, a Hydro Shield, right? You need to deal with a Hydro Shield, then put Cryo in the team. There's compelling reasons to still do Cryo with her. Nowhere am I saying don't do Cryo with her, don't do Leila, don't do Diona. But in a circumstance where I don't care about the Cryo, I don't feel like I need the freeze. I don't feel like I... where is Diona? Jesus Christ. There she is. I don't feel like I need whatever else Cryo's relevant for like shields. But I'm not going to lean towards Cryo personally, is my conclusion there. Switch... Wait, no, that was not... Wait, what? Wait, who did I take this from? Oh, I took it from freaking Ororon, yeah. We need to find Ororon. What did you have before on you? I have no idea. Oh, dang it. Where's Ororon? Why is there not Lotus in this game? Where is he? I need to switch back to Aura. There he is. Okay, that be easy plan. Alright. Oh, lordy. Alright. There we go. Wait. No, that was Ororon's. I think I took this from Shalona. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Alright. This was also from Shalona, and I didn't switch the goblet. Bam. There we go. Fixed. Good lord, that took a long time. Yeah, she was on a Geo goblet. No, it doesn't matter. She has ER. Anyways. Okay. Switch this back to Archon as well. There we go. Bam. Everything's fixed. Just took a little bit of time. Lordy. Alright. So let's test Chasca though with teams, and I'm still gonna probably make a video. I'm probably gonna save this for an edited video. I'll do like a full EM Chasca and like Chasca on the support set, but I think I don't need to test that right now. I think I'm gonna make a video about that. You can check out the video. But it is worth testing, of course. Teams like in the situation of not having Furina. So first, let's test Bennett teams with Chasca, because not having Bennett and Furina is like gonna be really rough, I suspect. But like, let's test Bennett. Let's test Ororon, because we have him, and it's very likely you hopefully already have Bennett leveled up, or have him to level up, and it's very likely you got Ororon on Chasca banner. And then it's okay. Pick Cryo or Cryo or Hydro, or maybe a second Pyro as an alternative. Because we can do something like Xiangling. What happens here is like there would be a 66% chance we don't get the 4th bullet by having 2 Pyro units. So we'd want to optimize around that a little bit. And also this would be a circumstance where we definitely would want a Hydra unit. But again, what Hydra unit do you put in the team other than Furina? I could put Siegeween technically. But like, I don't know. Like we can try, actually, you know what? Let's try something weird with Siegeween. But you can do something similar, by the way, probably Kokomi, I guess. Siegeween is going to be better for what I'm doing here because I want to test Fischl. Alright, so the idea is we only have Bennett. I have Siegeween. You could do Kokomi instead, right? And I don't think it's going to be crazily different, but Siegeween's going to be better, at least for buffing Fischl's damage. Siegeween is not going to buff Chasca's damage at all. So same element combination, but no Furina buff. But we exchange Furina buff for, you know, official off-field. And yes, we could do Ororon instead of Fischl, but we'll try an Ororon variant too. But let's just see what this does first. I'm kind of curious. Pyronado stays on the ground? Yeah, I'm aware. Alright. We'll do this. Do this. Oh, no. We should definitely make sure to snapshot Fischl. It'll be relevant in this team. Alright, do that. Do this. That. Like, she's not the most compelling Fischl teammate. She just doesn't trigger that many electro reactions. So like, it's not obvious. It's a bit worse. Let's try it again. You use Fischl, Siegeween, and Xiangling with Chasca. Like, okay, so let's try to full clear actually by the way here. Regardless of what RNG happens in the first dude, let's try to full clear here and see how long it takes. Because like, it's an important thing to keep in mind where as long as we clear in a minute and a half, and then you can clear in a minute and a half on the second side, that's full rewards, right? It's technically all you need, even if it's not ideal for like seeing good damage from Chasca kind of thing. Even if it is scuffed. Should kill it in this rotation, although it ran away from Fischl, which is not ideal. So, it's like, right now, it seems like it's literally half the damage. That's the vibe I'm getting. Also, energy on Bennett, oh boy. Oh boy, energy on Bennett. It's fine, we'll see. Energy problems happen to a lot of people. It's technically a good simulation of just unoptimal circumstances. Oh my god, the energy on Bennett. I really need to make sure I catch the particles on field with him. I've been doing a bad job at that. Oh my god, right? Oh, did you just interrupt me from my skill? Oh my god, okay, no. Is it time for Fab Bennett? Yeah. Maybe, honestly. Oh. Didn't mean to hold there, doesn't really matter though.
Open fire. Knock him down.
It was a little bit better for this first rotation. Okay, I can target them from here. That's nice. I mean, that's a good showing of actually her being a little bit adaptable to, you know. Ah, stop! Also, yeah, Bennett, whatever, official snapshot. Oh well. Hey, she's a little bit adaptable to new waves of enemies, which is good. Okay. If we didn't have Bennett issues, we would probably have cleared by already now. And 8-minute 40-second, right? It's a lot worse. This is not surprising. It was expected that she would feel very Furina reliant. But let's try something that buffs her a little bit more. Let's try a Bennett Ororon variant still, but without Furina. In this instance, we may as well do like. Is there any Hydra unit we can put in that's a 4-star that does no? Because there's only 2 Hydra 4-stars in the, or there's 3 Hydra 4-stars in the game: Barbara, Sing Cho, and Candace. None of which are going to do like anything. Like it just doesn't matter what Hydra I put in basically, in this context. Like maybe Sing Cho just so you could have like damage absorption and interruption resistance. That would be the argument, I guess. Try Mona, honestly. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Yeah, let's try Mona. I think my Mona is configured right now. She's level 40, but you don't really need to level her up to get some value from her burst. She's kind of like Sarah, very short value, field time buff, whatever. And again, same thing. Bennett's already on Noblesse. I know Bennett's on Noblesse. Hey, at least I have Fav. Let's see. I think Mona's actually an interesting option. We can treat Mona like a 4-star. She's a standard banner unit. So why not Rosaria? We can try Rosaria. My Rosaria isn't gonna be isn't like fully built to like get meaningful damage herself. But yeah, we can try Rosaria. The main problem is that we don't necessarily want to do Orororon with a Cryo unit because like then we're gonna get like potential superconducts, and superconduct is a very not valuable reaction. Like the general core you're gonna want to do is probably like double Pyro. Like we'll try double Pyro Xiangling. Double Pyro with a Hydra unit is probably fine. But ideally, you know, we're talking like probably Xiangling, Bennett, Furina. And then Electro Pyro Hydros should be pretty good. And then Pyro Hydro Cryo should be pretty good. But Electro and Cryo, and we start doing superconducts is not valuable, right? Even with the superconduct buff, to be clear. So, yeah, we'll try double Pyro Cryo. That could be an interesting option too. Yeah. But I wanted to try something with Ororon first. Like again, simulating you don't have Furina, so let's throw in Mona, the very bad version of Furina. Oh boy. Okay, do this to start, I guess. Switch? What happened? Why did it take so long to switch there? And I think we are now out of Mona buff. Okay, we might restart and do that again because that was a very bad rotation, I think. Also, energy. Oh my. Maybe we chasm Mona first. Alright. Okay, fine. Blip. Apparently, blip. Apparently, Ororon should be on Fab in this team. Wait, I gave Ororon his weapon back, right? God, Bennett, get your energy! it seems pretty similar to the Fischl variant,
About to get messy.
which is not a bad thing in that, hey, it's a technically functional team. But yeah, it does feel a lot more underwhelming indeed. It's almost like losing, on top of losing the damage Furina herself provides, we lose, you know, a lot of damage bonus. So, I don't know, we'll do it one more time. It's... Ororon's on elegy, right? Yeah, he is. For some reason, after, like, it's really annoying to switch off of Mona after casting your burst. Okay. What's the chance with Shenhe reruns with Sit Lolly? 5% you think, Sylveon? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Cloud Retainer is the more obvious one for them to rerun as far as, like, rerun gear that people have been waiting for that it has more use. But Shenhe is the one that should get it more, let's be real, right? Bro, what are you doing? Why are you all the way over there? I can't... Really? What was this enemy art behavior? Why did it do that? If in case it wasn't obvious, he ran out of range from me. Yeah, I'll do another unit review stream soon. Okay, let's... This...
Time to say hello. Not too far now.
Everybody stand back.
I didn't land a Bennett skill. Oh my lordy. Yeah, we have Thundering Pulse. Taunt F's up the A. Oh yeah, it's the taunt. I freaking forgot. What am I doing? It's the taunt. You're right. I don't think I actually casted Mona's skill. Freaking Genshin is stupid baloney with taunts.
Tell me what you see.
I didn't know. Brain! I mean, it probably wouldn't have mattered if I Mona bursted there, because I don't think her burst actually would have applied where it went. Oh my god, okay.
Time to say hello. Farewell.
Let's light it up. Going in. Faces
Okay,
upon you.
stay here, please.
Let's fly.
Well, he's at least within range.
Locked on.
Bro, you better get my full shots.
Locked on.
I lost Bennett buff, because he...
Open fire.
Oh lordy.
Let me squad.
Oh lordy.
Go. You're free now.
Everybody stand back. Decided by destiny.
Hey, at least got the buff there.
Locked on. Open fire.
Like, with the buff, I think Chasca's damage is not doing terribly, but the... Yeah. Yeah.
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
Let's light it up. Go in.
Yeah, Ororon's energy refunding is really nice. It's really nice. It's helping a lot. I quite appreciate Ororon's energy refunding.
Open fire. Hold on to the hat.
Okay, well, this is worse than the Fischl variant. That's what I'll say. It would be slightly better with, you know, the less annoying energy situation with Bennett, maybe. But yeah, I can't say I recommend Mona over what we just did with Fischl. Cryo Ororon combo, sure. I think it's going to be pretty bad, but hey, I don't know. Maybe I'll be wrong and Superconduct will carry us to the win. I think Rosaria has a functional build. Yes. It's only level 70, but she'll be functional. Sweet. Ororon is a breath of fresh air as a 4-star unit. Yeah, I agree.
We go.
Wait, we don't have Hydro. No. Well, if we're doing Ororon with a cryo unit, we want to have Hydro for Ororon. Okay, we'll try, I guess a cryo healer. We do Charlotte. Right. You functional? No. Of course. I don't want to take Ben as pieces. Why do you have a crit damage circle on? Oh, because it swapped it. What? Okay, well, here. Give me that. Surely I won't need a Kokomi piece anytime soon. Bam. And then hopefully that's enough energy recharge. That's not enough energy recharge. What was I testing? What in the world was I testing on you? Okay, steal the Mona book. And fine, we'll take the Diona piece. Alright. There we go. Okay. I mean, she's not going to trigger Fat for shite, but whatever. It'll be fine. We need a Hydra unit if we're doing if we're doing Ororon. And like, so I don't know, we'll test a non-Bennett Furina variant, right? I mean, this is the only sensible thing to do, really. Leila C4. We did Leila earlier. But I needed a healer for Furina in this specific context.
Farewell. Time to say hello.
Nice. Hey, we're freed from Bennett Circle Impact and optimizing Bennett uptime in this, I will say. It's not bad. I think this is about the best of the non-Bennett Furina variants we tried. This is the best one, which is interesting. But it's probably because of Furina and not because of like, oh, let's do Electro and Cryo together. Right?
Tell me what you see.
Fab, please. We're fine. Alright. Still problems on her, but whatever. Yeah. It's actually pretty fine. So that kind of confirms my point that I've made multiple times where 51% of people ended up voting I'd have egg on my face. That kind of confirms my feeling that like Chasca is more Furina reliant than she is Bennett reliant. But both are also like very nice together. Yeah, that's what that is, I think. Is there a non-Bennett Chasca team with Furina to test quick? We still got to check double Pyro with Bennett, like Bennett Chungling. Oh, my Chaz broke. Bort. This is with 80% attack. Yes, that is true. That is true. But that's not really that important. In like, what I'm trying to evaluate is not how good is Chasca necessarily as a whole, specifically. I'm comparing her different teams. Like, I compared her obvious good team that will be good in like basically wherever you need to use Chasca, as long as, you know, you could swap around for particular elements, and some enemies are going to be annoying, yada yada. But, and then, okay, remove the good components of the core of, you know, the best team we have available, and tweak, mix, and match, and see where we land, right? And we're not changing any weird build. We're using just a normal build, normal Chasca playstyle. My brain can't find Bennett, but, yeah. Without Furina, she is trash. I can't disagree. But I will be messing around with weird builds in a future video, probably this weekend. Probably tomorrow is when I'll record it. So yeah, she's Furina reliant. It is, I think, the probably the end conclusion. It's safe to say, especially with the attack percent buff and the blessing, like wasn't recommending any of those Bennett teams that we tried thus far. But I think at least that like the Furina team that we just tried could maybe actually work, right? Without this Abyss blessing going on, I feel like the Bennett variations, the Bennett without Furina variations did. So yeah. Yeah, what variant can we try? Should we do a non-orororon variant, maybe? I don't know. Non-orororon Furina variant. Let's try Yai. She's an off-fielder. You know, and you could substitute Fischl. Probably won't be that fundamentally different. I think my Yai will be a little bit better since we're not doing Dendro than Fischl. But we just need off-fielders that can do some kind of damage, right? The idea is, and then we need a healer. So, I mean, we could do Charlotte again. But we need to hide... Oh, man, see, this is the awkward part. We want a Pyro unit, or I guess a Cryo unit, but Pyro would really be the ideal. Ideally, we would want a Pyro healer. And it would be nice if there was a team-wide Pyro healer in the game, but there ain't. So, like, the choice is... So I guess we do a Cryo healer again, right? The only difference being we're not getting Ororon buff. Instead, we're getting a stronger off-field damage dealer than Ororon as far as raw multipliers or whatever. I think it's worth testing, I guess. But it's probably going to be worse than Ororon, I think. Yeah. Like, it's unfortunate that her teams feel this limited to me. And like Mavuika, I think will help. But not that much. And Sitlali is just like a better option for the 4 slot of the Bennett Furina core, right? And Chevreuse heal is, I mean, yeah, I have this. I do have Chevreuse C6, and she can do a team-wide heal. It's a backloaded team-wide heal, but we might be able to do something with it. I don't know. You know what? Screw it. Particularly with this weird artifact set on Chevreuse that can buff her damage. Screw it. Let's try a C6 Chevreuse, because with Electro, we will get the attack percent buff, because we can get the overload bullet. So we're not going to get Red Shred, because we're not doing a full Pyro Electro team. But we will get the attack percent buff, and we will get this. The C6 buff and the C6 heal, notably. It actually might be fine. Why that sad set? Because it's the best option for her. When you have Noblesse in the team already. And it's like, if you don't have Noblesse in the team, it's pretty similar to Noblesse. And it lets you see bigger numbers on your DPS character, and that's fun. So, me, I guess, for wanting to see bigger numbers, because flat damage buffs are nice for doing that, I don't know. Okay, we do Yai into Chevreuse Burst because we need to trigger an overload, and then we do Furina afterwards. Originally we do Furina afterwards. We may as well do Furina afterwards because it's going to take time for Chevreuse's team-wide heal to happen anyways. And also this is not going to be the same. Even if you have C6 Chevreuse, this is not going to be the same if you don't have C2 Furina. I do have C2 Furina. I should mention that as well. But anyways,
right now, emerge right here.
First boost? Alright.
Emerge, right here, emerge. Yoo-hoo! Let the world fly!
I hate it.
Sight to behold. Right here.
No.
Justice will prevail.
I don't know, I didn't really need to do this, but do what it is. I kind of like this variant, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like that team variant. Let's just be clear, without C6 Chascers, not the same. That is not the same without C6 Chascers. But the interesting thing there, right, is C6 Chascers is giving damage bonus, is giving yeah, and C2 Furina. And I think like Bennett without C2 Furina, very workable. Chascers without C2 Furina, a bit different of a situation. Like you can make Chascers heal a lot. Like she heals a lot on my build, but she doesn't. It's not the same tick rate, the fast tick rate that Bennett has, and still not as much as Bennett can do. So like, it is cool that it works for my account. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do a run through. I want to do a full run through actually with that. So I shouldn't have abandoned, but whatever. It's a non-Bennett Furina variant that felt quite good. Not that. It's a non-Bennett Furina variant that felt quite good, and I suspect Fischl would feel pretty much the same here too. So you know what? Let's try Fischl, because I don't know. Maybe you wished a whole ton on Raiden's banner, right? You have Furina, you don't have Yai. You wished a whole ton on Raiden's banner, and yeah, I don't know. Well, okay. The thing is, the Yai is definitely gonna be better, but we'll try Fischl. I think Fischl will be an interesting test for a lower investment variation. I'll use Yai. Oh wait, I can't do a Chascers team on the other side. Oops. It's fine. We'll do this. Ororon instead. Yeah, you could do Ororon instead of Yai as well. That's fair. Maybe I should actually do that. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Screw it. Let's do Ororon instead of that, because Ororon is the one you probably might have. Plus the energy refunding mechanic on him, I do like. I do really like that with his kit. There we go. Oh god, stop selecting the wrong thing. And a shift. And you. Alright. And weapon does Fischl have? She has Skyward Heart, but it doesn't matter right now. Okie dokie, let's see. Do like this. This.
Go! You're free now!
You asked for it! Drop your weapons! Lightning! Killing sound! Ha! Locked on! Bullseye! Locked on! Knock him down. Showering you with praise!
It feels pretty similar. Did it not die yet? Oh, I went to the wrong side. Oopsies. Hello. I should have not did you until I Chascers, but let's get a little bit of healing on you so you don't die. There we go. I might try to redo this because it was like kind of bad on my part. I think like this that was a I want to see if we can get a similar clear time to Yai. Yai got like with Yai, and I do have C2 Yai by the way. I forgot to mention which. So C2 Yai does so little of relative value in a Dendro team, but in a non-Dendro team, which this was, it does do a little bit more. Like Yai's damage probably would have been more like 12k instead of the 16ks I think I was seeing from Yai before.
Farewell! Tell me what you see!
You asked for it! Here! Drop
Frick
your
you.
weapons! Final warning! Lightning! Killing sound! Let's run! Bullseye!
Like not dealing with Bennett Circle Impact is kind of nice, I will say. Really weird variation of avoiding Bennett Circle Impact. Die please, thank you.
Time to say hello. Free!
Justice will prevail! Drop your... Let the world fly! Locked on! Bullseye!
Yeah, I do think this one is a bit worse than the Eye variant, but not much worse. Yeah, it's very similar. It's very similar. But yeah, C6 Chascers is reliant extremely. if anyone has C6 Trevors and has like a C0 or C1 Furina, and you got Chasca, feel free to let me know in the comments or whatever. Try that team without C2 Furina. I suspect it'll be quite a bit worse. But I don't know. Might still be interesting as a non-Bennett option for her. I haven't actually used this team yet in this Abyss cycle. I should have tried to be over here, but whatever. Now Fischl. I mean, Fischl's gonna be a similar story to Yai, I think. I swore Hydro, whatever. We can if you really want to see Fischl, I don't know, we can do it, but I want to get on to testing Ororon teams. It's streaming for fucking 3 hours. Sorry, in 3 hours. Didn't mean to swear. Sorry, YouTube. I mean, I did mean to swear. I just meant to censor. I want to move on. I think I don't know. Does anyone have any other like team ideas for characters to try that are not Furina Bennett teams? Like I can try more teams without Furina or Bennett, but I suspect they're all going to be very bad. With how bad like the variants, right? With how bad the variant was, that I have a stroke. Don't worry. Okay. The variants where that used Bennett still, I feel like variants without Furina or Bennett are gonna be hyperbloom team. Okay, sure, we can try that in like the first chamber. Leila Ororon Ben. I mean, I don't think that's gonna be very different than what I tried with didn't I not try? No, I don't remember. Did I try Bennett Ororon? No, I don't think I did. Okay, sure. I'll do like Leila. I could do a Cryo or Ororon Ben, but like, it's going to be bad, probably pretty bad. Is it worth it to use Yelan? I mean, in the context of what I did earlier, where I just like kind of needed a Hydra unit to potentially throw in, like Yelan instead of Mona might be better. So yeah. You butthole. Stop doing your stupid animation of waiting. Bro, this enemy. You know what? Whatever. I don't feel like going to the third chamber. Alright. You did Ororon, Leila, Bennett, Chasca? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. Okay. So I already did that. Never mind. Kujo Sara? I did Sara earlier. I did Sara with Bennett and Furina earlier, and it was not very good. She's not technically a useless option, to be clear with her, but the buff uptime is bad, and she doesn't do consistent electro damage, and she's only going to get the, well, she gets the attack buff that's going to benefit the non-electro damage, but like C6 only benefits the electro damage. It was not very good. Raiden, Diona, Furina. I know we didn't test Beto. Beto's a kind of interesting option, particularly if like you're in AoE scenarios. Maybe. I think she's kind of a bad Ororon, realistically, though. Oh, frick! I remember the one thing we didn't test. Duh. Oops. We should test the double Pyro variant. The problem is, I think you really want Hydro here, right? Here, we'll test the Furina variant. I know it's another Bennett Furina team. We'll test the Furina variant here. There's the last two things I want to test with Chasca. Test the Furina variant. This one should work pretty well. Basically, what's going to happen here is that instead of getting 4 bullets consistently, 1/3 of our shots, so either 1 or 2 of our shots on average per rotation, are only going to have 3 bullets. But the value of struggling might be high enough, and this could be a similar situation with what Mavuika would do for Chasca. is like Mavuika instead of Xiangling here. So burning team with Emily, no, it's gonna be really bad. I don't have C1, and even with C1, it wouldn't be very good. What? How did you avoid getting? What? Okay, game. Somehow miss Bennett's heal when I'm right by the enemy. Like that's the only problem with the freaking consecrated beasts. They're actually fun to fight, in my opinion. Except jank hitbox BS. That's the problem with most enemy designs. When there's jank, stupid hitbox baloney. Like I press Bennett's skill when I'm right by the enemy and it doesn't fucking get his skill. Anyways. Kuki usable when you're in the air? I don't know. I think no. But because it's attached to the player. But it might be something weird like Xiangling, where Xiangling does work. So. When orororon testing, hopefully in a few minutes. That's why I want to be done with Chasca. So far the results for Chasca have been unsurprising. Alright, so we got 4 bullets. We got 4 bullets. I don't know what the first one was. See, we got 3 bullets, right? But you can see, particularly when Xiangling lands a hit, it's actually still pretty good. Because, in case you weren't aware, Xiangling's pretty good. Crazy. And hey, it helps with my Bennett's energy situation, although I need Xiangling energy. There we go. Crazy, I know. So, surprise, that works. Not a surprise. But again, it's the Bennett Furina core with a flex slot. It's not fundamentally different. What I want to try is Bennett Xiangling without Furina. And like, yeah, you know what, we'll try Kokomi. This is the best shot we could give this with Hydro, I feel like, is with Kokomi. Maybe you could do like a burst Ayato or something. But at least we'll have some Hydro application that like Xiangling can vape on is the idea. Right? There's no real 4-star that could actually... There's no 4-star that could do Hydro application in this team. So we'll test Kokomi here, and then we'll test Ororon. Which would be weird because it's going to be overloads. It's probably going to be a lot worse. But Ororon at least would be giving more buffing for Chasca, so I think it's worth testing, right? Ororon instead. Kokomi. No, Candace just wouldn't do anything. She would do nothing. Get more with Xiangling, maybe. No, my lordy. Well, Xiangling's going to be entirely F the next rotation. Safe to say. Oh, dang it, man. That's partially my fault. Partially not. Kokomi has the wrong freaking weapon, I think, right now. Oh, I know. I was testing. Yeah, I was testing funny physical weapon on Kokomi. That. We're just gonna wait until we do this, do that. All right. Don't know if that was actually sensible to do. Assuming I didn't have energy problems here. I don't think it's unworkable. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. I don't think it's unworkable. But this feels very similar to the non-good variants of the non-Furina teams we were doing with Bennett before. And I don't think Ororon's going to change that instead of Kokomi, right? Yeah, let's just like look at we can ignore the ER needs by just looking at like what the first rotation is like, kind of thing. You actual butthole. Yeah, I'll try weird EM teams. I'm gonna try weird EM teams in the video I make. For her. But this is this stream was to get like my impression of normal use case Chasca. God dang it. I got interrupted as I was falling down. Yeah, like we're doing 2/3 of its health, which is very similar to what we saw with the other Bennett non-Furina variations. So, last one to try for using Chasca normal way is Bennett Ororon. Wait. Okay, we'll start. I just remembered. No, we don't have Hydra with Orororon. Ororon's not going to do half the things he's not going to do any energy running here. It's basically just throwing him in for the buff, which is bad. I don't know, it's going to be very bad. Whatever, we'll do it. I said I was going to do it. So, anyways. But the end conclusion, I think, is most likely if you don't have Furina, Chasca's going to feel a lot worse. Right? Sound of the bullets is satisfying? Yeah, it is.
Free. Go. You're free now.
Teamwork is strength. Open fire. Bullseye.
Okay, you know what's funny? It's doing more damage than the other Bennett variants. Even with Ororon just mostly being here for buffing. Even with Orororon mostly just being here for buffing, I think it's doing more. We'll try a Cryo actually quick, by the way, as well.
Tell me what you see.
Everybody stand back. Nice and spicy. Let's rock. Open fire.
Oh, why? Freaking bottle.
Open fire. Open fire. Bullseye.
Yeah, I mean, it's doing more, I think. That's interesting. Yeah, the buff for Xiangling too is true. Interesting. That's funny. Having Ororon in here seems like it's better than
Go. You're free now.
better than putting Kokomi, a Hydra unit, in here. Not better than Furina, obviously. 3 bullets there. 4 bullets. Right, and I wasn't even like trying to play well, by the way, either. With trying to make sure the Xiangling hits it optimally, and it's like consistently getting 3/4 versus like the 2/3 we were before. Not crazily better, to be clear, but interesting. That's one of the better Bennett non-Furina variants with Chasca. The last thing would be to check a Cryo unit though in conjunction. Sitlali would be the shining star here, of course. Sitlali would actually do a lot of buffing. I think actually Bennett, Xiangling, Sitlali would probably work pretty well. But believe it or not, she doesn't exist right now. So, I guess Leila. Well, I'm gonna do Diona because she's actually more well built and can use elegy. And this way, it's like more comparable of a test to elegy buff with Diona versus elegy buff with what's his bucket, Orororon. Holy, she's actually good. That's not the word I would use to describe it. I would describe her as good, but not very versatile. And versatile for options for teams. Let's try to get the Xiangling burst. The burst didn't even relate. I mean, the burst, it's at 2/3 with the burst, I think. Right? Yeah, no, this variant is bad. This variant is bad. Let's look at it, what it is again without burst a couple times. It's so annoying I have to do this like multiple times to like optimize around her own RNG. You can't actually get a gauge without doing this multiple times, but it's usually consistent enough. I don't think it's that big an issue, but it's annoying.
This is about to get messy.
Screw you. You tried double cryo pyro with what cryo units? What? Yeah, is it potentially still good enough to clear in this kind of team? Yeah, that depends on like the strength of your thing, but it's really not getting the full value out of Chasca, that's for sure.
Open fire.
Okay, that was a little bit better. I think we might have just had better bullet RNG there. Like this, that was more workable. That was much more workable there. Almost killing it at least is not bad with the burst. Yes, Chasca C0. Rosaria and Leila. Guys, I tried C4 Leila before. It was fine. It was fine with Furina, whatever. I don't think there's a particular reason to try Leila in here over Diona. I could do Leila and Diona together. Sure, this is the last one. I want to move on to Ororon. This is the more interesting one to actually test.
Not now. Oh, learn to command. Look at you, food.
I'm going in. Let's run. Locked on.
Wow, just got 3 bullets twice in a row. Yeah, that's not great. That's not great. To be clear, it's not like fundamentally different from from some other Bennett Chasca variations we tried. But yeah. So again, let's show, you know, to end it off as a final comparison, as a reminder. Hyperbloom. I'll do something weird with Hyperbloom in the video I make about Chasca, most likely. I'm not gonna try weird EM things with Chasca right now. I want to move on to testing Ororon. I'm sorry. There's 4 hours I could spend potentially doing EM shenanigans with Chasca. I can tell you they're probably not going to be very good, generally speaking, because she can't trigger consistent reactions. Like, to trigger Hyperbloom with Chasca, for example, you'd have to have her swirl Electro. But she's not going to swirl Electro consistently, because that would require her... That basically probably would require getting it requires getting the first or third bullet to have Electro, which is only a 33% chance on each of her shots. And then on top of that, it has to not get consumed by something else going on in the team. So like she herself is not going to be very good at triggering Hyperblooms. So you're like, okay, well, I'll put her in a Hyperbloom team in general. Well, if I'm doing Kuki, Furina, and a Dendro unit, Chasca's going to do not much damage. So if you really want to see it, I can do that. But like, it's not going to be very good. There's many other on-fielders that are more compelling to pair. What is happening? To pair with her.
Open fire. Locked on.
Wow, it's actually dead. Kind of. Furina, please. There we go. Crazy. Yeah, it's a lot different for me. Okay, so sure, fine. We'll do Hyperbloom, but like I think Shao is probably a better on-field for a Hyperbloom or whatever. I'm pretty, I don't know. I'm not 100% confident that Shao would be a better on-fielder with the Hyperbloom, but you know what? Let's test the Kuki. I know someone said Raiden. Raiden would work better for range. I think it's interesting to test Kuki with her more so. I mean, we're doing Furina, so like the problem is like this is not an ideal team for healing situation, but you know, you could do Nahida R5 prototype Amber without a C2 Furina, and Kuki's healing will get you a decent amount of healing bonus, but not the max probably without a C2 Furina. So keep in mind that I have C2 Furina, and that is doing more here. You have Amber on you, right? Where's your weapon? I need to see your weapon, Nahida. Where's your weapon? Why don't, there it is. Jesus Christ. Just need to make sure. Also, yeah, so keep in mind, I forgot I had C2 Nahida as well. That's why I never use Nahida anymore. I don't like using her. Because it's impossible to evaluate teams. Like you can't actually... I have to, like... Freaking... Let us turn off constellations, Malia. I can't actually test this team, right? She's giving defense shred. Also, yeah, the Electro... Wait. Does she trigger it? Yeah, look, we're getting 2 bullets. This is why you don't do 2 element teams with her. 2 bullets. We got 3 bullets there. 3 bullets. 3 bullets is only like a yeah. 2 bullets is really bad. Her damage is yeah. Anyways, can't use Orororon over Kuki. I mean, I could, yes, but he's not on an EM build. You guys wanted to test hyperbloom. Orororon is not going to be able to trigger hyperblooms the same way Kuki or Raiden can. I don't think Kuki was actually triggering them there. I don't know. I didn't pay that close attention. But I can't probably test this because C2 Nahida makes too much of a difference, right? As soon as you get Electro going, you get a quicken reaction. The enemy has defense reduced, which buffs Chasca's damage and it's buffing Furina's damage. Like, there's not a good way to actually evaluate that unless I use not Nahida. So I could do this. And this is a better approximation. My Raiden at least does have some EM. She's not on a full EM build. She's on her hybrid build. We're gonna have way less hyperbooms now, though. But this is at least we don't have the defense shred. Like, it's similar to the bad Bennett teams. Like, remember, we're using Daiju here, right? Like, the Hyperbloom core generation we're getting is not very significant because he's not applying that much Dendro. It's not nothing. But, like, yeah. The interesting thing you can do with Animo units in Hyperbloom teams, to be clear, is if you build them for EM and then they can swirl Electro around and the Animo units themselves can be the Hyperbloom trigger. That's, in my opinion, the interesting thing you can do with Animo use in Hyperbloom teams. Like, if we put Raiden, or instead of Raiden, we had, like, Fischl. Right? If you do, like, Furina, or not Furina, just do whatever Hydro. Chasca wouldn't even work because, like, no, Chasca doesn't work without Furina. Because you need Hydro. Like, there's no Hydro pliers in the game other than, like, freaking Yelan, Xingqiu that would work for Hyperbloom that aren't Furina. Oh my god, this character only works with Furina. Because I was trying to be like, oh, you know, you can do like for Shao Lid, right, where you could try to swirl Electro around. You do like Shao, Fischl, Yelan, and then Nahida, right? And you could theoretically do this with Chasca, and you would theoretically you would think it would be easier considering she can directly deal Electro damage. But again, it has to like actually like apply. So I don't think Chasca Hyperbloom is going to be good, particularly because it's so reliant on Furina. But yeah, like doing this and then having Shao with swirls be the one that triggers the Hyperblooms is something you can do. And you can put like Shao on an EM focused build, right? Have you tried her on Shao teams yet? No. What? No. You can't play these two characters together. Sorry. So, anyways, yeah, she's Furina reliant. I don't know. As far as like a Hyperbloom team with her, that I could consider exploring. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Again, this is completely C2 Furina constellation abusing territory, but we'll see what happens. Like, this is a team, like, I'm not gonna recommend it and can't properly evaluate it because of C2 Furina. But there we go. It took 3 shots and we triggered Hyperbloom. Oh, two of our 4 shots we triggered Hyperblooms. So, like, you can imagine if we put her on a full EM build here, right? To, like, maximize the Hyperbloom damage, or not necessarily full EM, but, like, maybe, like, 500 EM kind of thing or something. Triggered hyperbloom.
Open fire.
Okay, we triggered hyperbloom.
Open fire.
Yeah, we're triggering like hyperbloom on 2 out of 4 shots. And like the damage is potentially fine, but again, like C2 Furina and C2 Nahida here. Like, is this a good team? I don't know. I would love to actually be able to turn off constellations and properly evaluate it. But what I'm going to try to do with Chasca when it comes to EM shenanigans for a video, see, didn't trigger the cores there. Didn't trigger the cores there. Didn't trigger the cores there. See, there we go. That was a perfect example of you can't actually use her. She doesn't consist. Yeah. But what I plan to do, by the way, for the EM Chasca video is probably not hyperbloom because of what you just saw there. Not just because of the C2 things, but also just because she can't actually consistently do it. No, I don't have a way to turn off defense shred. Furina is a matter of like the damage bonus I get additional on Furina can be turned off. Like I can't turn off the additional damage bonus like rate, but I can functionally mostly turn off the functional damage bonus rate by just using Furina with the ideal healers anyways, right? Because like Furina C2's additional damage bonus, you getting it faster, doesn't really matter if you're still doing, you know, Jean Furina, or Baiju Furina, who, like, you know, the characters that are going to give very quick maximum damage bonus on Furina anyways, right? And then the only thing I need to turn off from there is the extra HP Furina gives, and so I can just put less HP on her, like put way more ER than I need, not HP goblet kind of thing, yada yada. Defense shred? How the hell do I turn off defense shred? Like, to turn off defense shred, I have to start, like, I have to go into a damage calculator, see what the damage is with and without the defense shred, and then go and try to adjust every character's artifacts, every one, Chasca's and Furina's in this case most notably, and try to power them down to match what it would be if I didn't have defense shred. It'd be awful. Like, I don't want to do that. It's just misery. I really wish I could turn it off. So, anyways, my point being there is with that looked like better damage than it was there because of the conjunction of both of those C2s and notably the defense shred from C2 Nahid as well. So I don't think that's a team you should do. But I'm gonna try to think of something where I try to optimize around Chasca not being buffed from like damage bonus and crit. Like, she'll still probably have some crit because I think I'll do I'll do both the support set and the obsidian set, and it'll be something like, you know, just put the units in the game that can trigger a bunch of reactions together. So it'll probably be like Fischl. Okay, I really want to say Furina, but the only problem is then it's like just a normal Chasca team almost. Well, I don't know. It still might be like I'll do Fischl, Furina, because like they trigger a bunch of reactions. Who do I do else? Oh man, you know what I really like. I would really like if Lolly existed, so I had a cryo unit. It might be. It probably would be Xiangling. Like, that'd be kind of interesting actually. Xiangling without Bennett. Just have a whole bunch of Pyro going on. Have a whole bunch of Electro going on. Have some amount of Hydra going on. So we're just triggering a bunch of different reactions. The only problem is I would prefer more transformative reactions than vaporizes. But I can't really... Like, I could swap Furina for a Cryo. But then that's just... Swapping Furina for a Cryo is just... You're gonna get melts instead of vaporizes. It's not gonna increase the amount of transformative reactions meaningfully. You lose Electrocharge, you gain Superconduct. So that might be what I have to do. So it's full EM Chasca, both on Obsidian and the support set, with this kind of team. And yeah, Xiangling ER needs, I don't know. Xiangling is gonna be on a build. So yeah, Siegewing doesn't apply Hydro meaningfully. So she wouldn't be good for a reaction team. I think it would kind of have to be that team, but I don't know. I might show hyperbloom in it as like that she can trigger hyperblooms, but talk about how she can't do it consistently, and therefore it's not something you can really do with her. But that's what sucks about Chasca, right? Is like her. I don't hate this character. I don't think she's bad, but her aspect of like being able to deal different elements of damage could have been so freaking cool if we could actually control it meaningfully, right? If I could consistently get electro bullets, I could consistently try to trigger hyperblooms with her. And even if that was very non-ideal, that'd be an interesting thing you could do. If you could consistently trigger some amount of reactions with her, and, you know, she had the higher team versatility, this would be a super cool character, like one of the coolest characters they've ever released. Instead, she just feels like a very non-versatile, random damage DPS. And it's like visually really a fun gimmick. But I don't know, right? If you could control them, she'd be overpowered. I don't think she'd be overpowered. But what I think it is Mihoyo doesn't want us to have that, because if we could control it, then suddenly she becomes a really strong tool, not an overpowered tool, but a very strong tool to trivialize the main way they incentivize us to pull for different characters: shields. They don't want to give us a universal shield breaker. But like, my problem is her application is limited enough that like, even if we could say we could specifically control her first bullet and third bullet were, you know, the same kit, but the only difference being, like, let's imagine her like, all they would have had to do, right, is instead of it being her fourth bullet is from her passive, that one's always going to be random. We'll say that's the same exact kit. The only difference being her first through third bullets, so again, counting right to left, goes by order of the team. So first bullet is first Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Electro in the team. So it would be always Pyro, Hydro, Pyro, Electro in this case, right? And then the fourth bullet was random. They probably have to tweak it so the fourth bullet actually applied an element to make her. So like 2 tweaks to her kit that make her instantly more interesting and more useful potentially. Make it so the fourth bullet always actually applies the element, the fourth randomized bullet. So she still has some random elements to her kit utility. But then make it so that the order of the team determined the order of the bullet loading, right? So like having the team in this order would be always Pyro, or always Hydro, Pyro, Electro, so that I know I can get specific reactions on specific bullets. And I could tweak the team order around, and that'd be so cool, right? Tweaking the team order, and suddenly you can start triggering different reactions on her. And like her relatively limited amount of application, only doing 2 instances of application, would mean that even if we could control the element meaningfully like that, it wouldn't make her an insane shield breaker. Like you would still be incentivized to use Hydro and higher Hydra application. Like Sing Cho's Hydra application against a Pyro Electro shield is going to be a heck of a lot faster than Chasca's 1 guaranteed Hydra application that she would be able to get in this hypothetical version of her hit every like few seconds, right? So that's what annoys me. It's like, I don't think it would have been overpowered. It just would have been too universal for Mihoyo's taste, right? Because I think Mihoyo doesn't want to let us do that, because having some kind of universal utility at all for like shield breaking would mean people don't pull for Nubilet, because your Chasca can do enough Hydro to help you deal with a Pyro shield. Instead, she can do Hydro to help you with a Pyro shield, but it's RNG. And I don't know. It really, really limits the creativity to be able to do things with her, is what's unfortunate. Like, I feel like she should be super fun to do all kinds of creative things with her. Like, I love thinking about different shenanigans to do with the mechanics in this game. And especially with the reaction system. And this character does different elements of things in her own her damage. That's super cool, but I can't control it. Like they managed to make one of the coolest potential ideas the most limited that it could possibly be, such that it's just the gimmick, and that's it. It's what it mostly feels like. Again, she has value as a ranged unit. She has value from being in the air and avoiding some damage that you have to dodge in a different way, but it's just something you get used to. And And she has value with like the resistances that I mentioned, like with the resistances of the hydro crocodile. It means you can optimize around a little bit of trying to get get more of the pyro and electro bullets to increase your damage output against it compared to the hydro bullets. So like she mitigates enemy resistances a little bit, and that's kind of cool. Like, she's not a useless unit by any means, but she's 100% in the category of, if you like her, you can get value out of her, I think, right? Which is fine. She's in a balanced spot for an on-field carry. But you're gonna feel if you don't have Furina. Like, you probably want Furina with her, and you're probably gonna want to play Bennett with her, is my end conclusion. But I don't know, maybe the EM shenanigans will end up being better than I expect. So, yeah. I don't buy that because she only applies 1 unit of element per shining shell. She does. The first bullet that loads, and then the third bullet applies an element, and it's only 1 U per. I think there's some other reason why they wanted her bullets to be randomized, possibly to prevent you from making her into an element carry so easily. Well, example, she'd still be doing different elements though, even if you could control it by the order. Like that's what I'm saying, where they could leave like the randomized one, like leave the 4th bullet randomized, right? But then let us at least control the first 3, so that like how about make it so, because right now her application is like from right to left, 1, 2, 3, 4 element bullets. She applies an element on the first one, she applies an element on the third one. Okay, how about we only get 1 instance of application from the first, second, third bullet, and then the 4th bullet, which is randomized, always does application instead. So that way there's always random application, but then we also have 1 instance of application that we could control, right? That's something I think would have been more interesting to me. Like I think there's variations of this kit that are very similar to how she functions, and she's still like pseudo randomized like they wanted her. And she's not gonna be a Wall Omega. She can be a Mualani because she can do 1 instance of hydro application. like I don't know, right? I tried Bennett, Furina, Rosaria. I tried Bennett, Furina, Leila, and Bennett, Furina, Diona. Bennett, Furina, Rosaria is just going to be probably a slightly worse version because the crit rate buff is not doing that much, at least in my Chasca's build instance. So, you agree you're just having a hard time trying to suss out why a kit is this way, rather than the feeling of, oh, it's because it's a revolver. Yeah, and you can say there's the thematic reasons. That's fair. Yeah, I wish her bullets were in team order, and then tweak slight different things about her kit, and suddenly she could have been so interesting. And again, I think her C1, I don't know, we'll see. Maybe I'll like, my brother has C1. I'll probably test this off camera at some point before her banner is done. I can get her Z1 if I want to. Like like that would make me have to probably spend money to get Mavuika, to be clear. That's not my preference, but I can also, do a what does $300 get me from Mavuika? Like, I can justify it because I'm a content creator. This giving her additional application, it's still RNG application, but one additional instance of application substantially increases the chance that, and also, not only does it increase our application, it also reduces the punishment for putting a flex slot element, right? For like putting a Dendro unit with her, like we were doing. And therefore, like, if we're getting 2 guaranteed instances of application that are like mostly randomized from a hyperbloom team, that's way higher chance that we're actually getting electro bullets that can trigger hyperblooms, right? So like, this constellation feels like it would unlock most of her shenanigan potential to me. And like, not even shenanigan potential, but just like different team versatility, right? Is more importantly what it means. That's what I actually mean. No, you still need to save for sit lolly. Again, I can justify it on a content creating level, but like, if I really, really enjoyed this character, if this was like super, super fun to me, I would probably just say, F it, and I'd get it right now. But thankfully, I can profit off of my brother's mistake of continuing to wish for Ororon. Since he has C1, I can go mess with these mechanics on my brother's account, and see how see if it actually matches my expectation, my theory in this extra instance of application from C1 would result in far higher, like, different potential. My brother doesn't have C2. My brother has C1. But no, I don't hate this character. I think she's got a really interesting gimmick. Rainbow DPS is a cool idea, but I think it's really sad that they don't want to give us any kind of control over it, right? That's my end conclusion. Not a bad character, but makes me sad for the potential that could have been, almost. And if once I try my brother's C1, maybe I'll end up trying to get C1 on my account. But at this point, I think I'd rather save my guarantee for Mavuika, and then because I can use my guarantee for Mavuika, and then I can justify the savings of money that I would have spent on Mavuika banner to, you know, maybe go a little bit hard into the character I really like, Sitlali. Think Sitlali is a better teammate than Mavuika for Sitlali, or for Chasca. Yeah, Sitlali is a better teammate for Chasca than Mavuika. So Chasca isn't good, but isn't bad. I think the true mark of strength for Genshin characters is how versatile they are. So, in my opinion, I would argue, yes, that makes her a bad character, but it's not because of, like, she's bad for potential damage output. It makes her a bad character because she's bad for team versatility. But she's not the worst I've seen. Like, I don't think she's bad as an Anemo carry. Like, I think she's a lot better character than Xiao, most likely. I think she's a lot better character than Wander. I think she's a lot better character than Eula. But, you know, all of these characters, all of those characters that I listed are characters that you can make work in some way or another. And I think there's easier ways to make Chasca work than those three that I listed, right? So she's not a bad character in that sense. And she has a nice exploration gimmick, of course. Flying is a cool thing to have on your account. And she has a very easy build path with the crit rate ascension and this. Like, it's not that hard to get her to do meaningful damage. And I suspect most casual players that don't care about Abyss, like the average player, will not care about any of these nuances that I've described, and will probably find her a very engaging player. So, yeah. She's a bad character to me, doesn't mean she's a bad character to you. And it doesn't mean I'm never going to play her again. What just happened? Why did it just teleport me out? Is there a timer on the Abyss? That's funny. Anyways. Yeah, so that's my conclusion with her. I don't know what else there's to say that I haven't already said. So it'd be wise to skip her and get Sitlali. I mean, and Sitlali will actually enable new kinds of teams. Most notably, like Sitlali, like Arlecchino's strongest team is probably going to be a Sitlali team. It's probably going to be Sitlali, Rosaria, Bennett. With potential option, by the way, to not use Bennett too. That'll be an interesting thing to test. Is Sitlali without Bennett, with like Sitlali, Shalonen, Rosaria, Arlecchino, like I don't know, more ways of buffing your Pyro units, like, and also buffing Hydra units, to be clear. She also does that. And she does meaningful cryo application. Like, there's a lot of potential shenanigans I don't feel like worth getting into, but like, she does enough cryo. She's not insane cryo application, but it's enough sustained cryo application, and she's a catalyst unit that can do more on field, that I think you're going to be able to do things like, you know, Fischl and Sitlali. And Sitlali is intended to be built for EM, and they just buff superconduct quite significantly. So you might be able to get like freaking 30k superconducts from Sitlali and Fischl together every time Sitlali applies cryo, on top of Sitlali's EM scaling damage. Like, what? And the buffing and the defensive utility she provides. And like, she can be a healer for your Furina because prototype Amber exists. Like, what? Anyways, we don't need to get super in depth in this at all. There's all kinds of freaking things we might be able to do with her. Like Sitlali, like Cryo lacks in like compelling Cryo units to make use of what Cryo reactions do, and they just buff some Cryo reactions, superconduct and shatter, and but superconducting shatter suffer from, we don't have a ton of options for cryo, cryo off-field supportive options, and Sitlali really uplifts that. Depending on what you want to do with the cryo reactions, you might still be reliant on having a second cryo unit, but that's fine. Like doing Rosaria, Sitlali, Arlecchino, right? So, anyways, yes, if you're considering Sitlali or Chasca, if you like actually playing around with different kinds of teams and having a character that's useful in a bunch of different potential teams, then yes, I think Sitlali will be a better character. If you're someone in need of main DPSs, and you have Furina, you're not really you have Furina and you're not particularly tied to Furina in another team, can you make use of Chasca? Absolutely. So, anyways, this is the Dia team I've apparently been reconfiguring.
Time to get
this
down
is
to
supposed to
business.
be. Oh, by the way, Dia Sitlali. Oh my, no. We don't need to keep on getting distracted by yapping about Sitlali. I've been freaking streaming for 3 hours and 40 minutes. I haven't tested Ororon. I should have planned more specifically what I wanted to test with teams that could have made this stream a little bit more cohesive. Here, let me reconfigure this team so it's back to what it used to
I
be.
have high hopes for this journey.
Is it time to go?
And then we will put Mona here,
This
and then
is
we go
destiny.
here. All right, so Ororon. First, let's test
Where to?
just on a simples level.
The Princess de Talon.
I want to show a 4-star only team, right, with Sucrose.
I
Oh
want to
man,
help.
Sucrose should really be level 90, actually. Frick. 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 I don't have child. Was this the trial team? I didn't even realize. Here, I gotta do some math. So I need if Sylveon, are you still here? What's your vote? Do you think I need a level 90 Lisa? I can probably leave level 80 Lisa, right? Lynette, bro, come on. Lynette's level 82. What are you talking about? Also, Lynette is not an EM scaler. Sorry. Anyways, let's do you.
Chivalry will never die.
You have. Yeah, Singcho should be level 2 more as well. I wonder Noblesse or. No, probably Noblesse on him. Yoink. Need more Noblesse artifacts apparently. Alright. I thought I had an ER time piece there, but I do not apparently. I have this. That would probably be fine. There we go. That. And then you can stay with that. Stay on Sack Sword. It'll be fine. That is way more ER than C6 Singcho needs, but it's fine. It's fine. Alright. Leave Sucrose at 80 to test it? Sure, that's fair. For Dendra, absolutely. Other teams, she's fine at level 80. Probably having high base EM helps close the gap a little for reactions. Yeah. Because, right now, my inclination is, I would like to Sucrose level 90. Because not only for just this team, for testing, because, Electrocharge got buffed meaningfully this patch, right? And Sucrose is going to be the one that's triggering a lot of the Electrocharge reactions. So, yeah, we can test it without quick. I'm going to put Sack Regs on her. It's going to give me more EM anyways at a baseline, so with this not being leveled up. So yeah, and by the way, Ororon can... with Fischl energy particles, Ororon's going to have way lower ER needs. He might even have 0 ER needs. In fact, you know what, let's just... one of those runs I think using Ororon without allergy. Let's test Ororon. I don't know. Let's a simple test. This is level 80, so this is not quite comparison. But I want to see if Ororon on stringless gets his burst back consistently with 115 ER in official variant. Let's see the difference between 80 and 90. Yeah, we could see that. So we're gonna do two things here though. Yeah, like math-wise as far as characters, I want to level 70 or level 90 Kaveh. I'm gonna have to do that for a video. That's just required 100%. Sucrose I want to level 90 because just like she's gotten even more value with the changes this patch. And she's someone I think deserves to be level 90 anyways. And then I have what other characters do I have to level? I mean, it's just Lisa and it's just Lisa, Sucrose, and Kaveh. Yeah, I'll probably do it, but we'll see how it performs quick. By the way, I have 796 EM. It looks like I could potentially give her more, but I'm just gonna leave her on this build for now. Yeah, I think this is a pretty well balanced build. 153 ER, 796 EM, sack frags. See how it does. We'll test it in single target here quick. I'm curious how it will perform. And then we will test in an AoE scenario. And we'll see if I want to level 90 Sucrose. I don't think this team's going to be insane in single target, by the way. Like, single target is going to be this team's weakness by far. The real way you can mitigate single target issues for electrocharge teams is by doing Furina and Fischl together. Like, both of these units do pretty dang good single target damage, especially together. So, like, you could do something like Ororon. You know, I'll show this quick, I guess. Ororon, Jean, Fischl, Furina, right? This. I should have scoped for that because I have on my Noma on her, but butthole went out of Gene Burst, but oh well. Ow, 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 you butthole, goddamn.
He's free. Go, you're free now.
Nice. Restart this early.
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
Is it insane? No. It's not insane. But I think that's a decent showing there. Right? That's kind of cool. Like how that kind of team can clear in a minute. And Jean could be like optimized to get a little bit more damage value in that team. Like the actual electrocharge reaction in that situation is not doing as much. But at the same time, you're getting more value from Ororon being on the artifact set that he is on. Because of oh, by the way, my theory was correct. I just noticed, like, because I was doing, Ororon had minor energy issues there, it seemed like, but could be solved just by funneling a little bit of particles, or leaving him, since no teammate in that team had to be on field particularly much. You could easily just stay on field for him for a second. So, anyways, like the difference there, right? Doing like Furina Fischl together with Ororon gains more value from the buff that Ororon gives. But lessens the relative value of the electrocharge reaction itself, which is preferable in a single target situation because the value of the electrocharge reaction's damage goes down in single target. But let's see how the Fischl Ororon Xingqiu variant performs this. Or sorry, not you with Sucrose. Sucrose at level 80, which definitely is not ideal. So we'll do, I think, yeah, Xingqiu into Ororon, into Fischl, and into Sucrose on field things.
Time to say hello. Farewell.
Probably should unskill first, but whatever. also worth noting this thing is hydro resistant.
Stand clear. Animal hypostasis emulation.
Time to say hello. Not good.
Ow. Oh. Okay, well, dying is a me problem. Damage, honestly, better than I thought there. Especially considering I can get more from Sucrose level 90.
Time to act.
Actually, meaningfully more. What am I doing? No. I want to snapshot the buff. I should probably switch to Fab on St. Joe too, but I don't like the extra field time he requires, but...
Enhanced animal module 75.
Midnight Phantasm.
Witness the power of the wild.
I should have done Ororon while I was waiting with the St. Joe cooldown there.
Free.
I summon thee.
What am I doing? Alright, I was on Sucrose.
Animal hypostasis emulation. Let me read your verse.
No rest.
Oh, back to the arm.
Go. You're free now. Farewell.
Rain outlines your fate. Absorption test. Animal test 6308. Stand clear. Midnight Phantasmagoric. Swirl, Mark 2.
Tell me what you see. Not too far now.
Witness the power of the
Yeah,
wild.
apparently it bungled up St. Joe's cooldown or whatever. Like, this is a 4-star only team that is going to clear with a level 80 Sucrose in a minute and 20 seconds. Which, you know, the funny thing is, you know, considering the like a lot of the Bennett, remember the Bennett Chasca teams were clearing about the same time? I think that's an interesting thought, right? That team is somewhat fragile. I think you underestimate the strength of the St. Joe damage resistance and the stagger that you get from whatever. Like what was my I wasn't trying to focus particularly hard. I don't know what I got there for like how much damage I took. I don't think I was trying that hard to stay alive. Like I wasn't trying that hard to avoid damage or anything. There was a consecrated beast there. So, you know, it's not like the team damage is the same, and I didn't expect it to be. But it would also be higher if I, you know, had level 90, not only Ororon, but of course level 90 Sucrose. Let's go test. I think the interesting test here, let's go see, because Electrocharge is better in AoE, right? Before I get into testing like Ororon versus Fischl, because I really like Ororon and Fischl together, by the way. Actually, wait. We'll test one thing here quick. I'm going to put Ororon back on Elegy, just because Elegy is giving a buff for the team that I like, and I think is probably more valuable than this. This has value in like increasing Ororon's damage contribution if he triggers Electrocharge. The skill and burst damage on the passive is not insane though. So like, I think Elegy is going to be quite a lot better, even if the ER is a bit excess. So let's try it. The same team again, just with Ororon on Elegy. Yeah, if you don't have Elegy, there's no value to like putting excess ER on him. Like you can probably swap him off of Fab to whatever damage oriented weapon, the Natline Crashable even, you have available instead of an ER weapon in a team like this. Is probably what I would recommend. See if this is different. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a faster clear. I suspect it will be at least. Well, no, it should be, because we're getting like the attack percent buff. It should buff Fischl a little bit. We're getting a similar amount of EM, but it's a team EM buff. So yeah, we should definitely see more.
Time to say hello. Farewell.
Enhanced animal module 75. Animal test 6308.
As you wish, me.
Let me lead you at first. Rain. Absorption test.
Nice.
Swirl. Mark 2. Stand clear.
Time to say hello. Not too far now.
Animal test 60. Witness power for what?
Yeah, I need to switch Xingqiu to Fab. I do not like him on Zack Sword.
Free. Tell me what you see.
Enhanced animal module 75. I summon
Didn't
thee.
do that.
Rain cutter. Absorption test.
Farewell. Time to say
No,
hello.
I think it's safe to say it's better. Maybe could have played a little better, but little bit better. But yeah, I'm quite certain that was faster, even if I scuffed it a little bit. So yeah, we'll stick to elegy. We'll just keep it all the same. Keep it simple for Ororon as far as testing. Let's go test against the Vishaps. The reason I think the Vishaps will be interesting is an AoE scenario.
I created another universe.
Where Fischl can create a universe, and we can test a couple of different variations of Ororon teams in a situation where he shines stronger, because like he can do meaningfully more AoE damage. Sucrose doesn't have proper artifacts. What are you talking about? She's on VV. She has 800 elemental mastery. Oh, you don't have a 5-star. That's 40 EM. Is that what you're saying? I'm sorry for being a butthole, but like 40 EM. Would you say the same if I had a 5-star goblet, but had 2 less EM rolls in this artifact? Also, I have elegy as giving an EM buff for the team. You can, makes it feel better. You pretend I don't have elegy then, or something. I don't know. That's a proper sucrose build. Anyways, that piece has more ER than my 5-star EM goblets. Yeah, there you go. Instructors on Xingqiu would be better than Noblesse. I don't disagree. What am I doing? I don't disagree. It very well might be. The only problem is I don't really think I want to test that right now. It just seems like an annoying thing to have to test. All right, I have spare Fab literally not on anyone. There we go. We don't have to freaking think about him. Oh god, he doesn't... Why, your energy, dude. Alright, get the character's energy back before I go here. Am I coping, or can Chasca swirl VV for DPS?
Rain outlines of fate.
Yes, she could do that, but not consistently.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Be free.
Don't need official to have energy, but... You know. Ah, don't kill me. Oh yeah, I didn't use that wish. I think we're not doing exploration this stream, by the way. I wanted to. I wanted to get a goblet on polearms only. But you know what? Let's just delete that from the stream title. Bonk. All right. What are we doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna heal Fischl. She has 9 HP. There we go. And back here. I was hoping you explore Mondstadt. I think I've mostly explored Mondstadt already. Alright. So I'll shut my yap a little bit here. I think I'm going to I'm just gonna play, you know, whatever. You can kind of dynamically swap in this kind of a team, right? You don't have to be on field with anyone, just kind of try to manage energy if need be. But I shouldn't have to with Xingqiu on Fab, and I shouldn't have to with, you know, the ER I have on whatever. So I can just stay on field with Sucrose, I think. And there's not that much optimization I think I'll need to do in this situation. It should be pretty consistent. So we'll do like 2 runs and see if we get similar numbers. And then I will like tweak around slightly different team variations, like with or without Xingqiu, like with Furina, whatever. And we can use this to test, you know, with or without Fischl and whatnot. I didn't snapshot the buff. That's a mistake, but whatever. Why did I just jump up?
Animal hypersphinx simulation. Animal test 6308.
Die, please. There we go.
Shadow Raven.
Get! Free! Tell me what you see.
Let me read you first. Absorption test. Swirl, Mark 2. Stand clear. Animal test 6308.
Go! You're free now! As you wish.
Should have done whatever. It's fine.
Witness the power of Goodbye. Enhanced animal module 75.
I'm being bad with normal attacks. Whatever. It's fine. That's a little bit of skill issue.
Animal test 6308.
Farewell! Tell me what you see.
One interesting, I think, that's nice with this team being adaptable, but is a mismatch with how Xingqiu be. Is Ororon has a 15-second burst cooldown, and obviously you can see it's pretty easy to consistently cast that every 15 seconds, right? I shouldn't have casted that early, but
Stand clear. Witness the power of Goodbye.
Farewell! Something's wrong.
and there is oh god freaking stop. That was a skill issue and a half there, but whatever.
Wings of darkness.
All right, well, we'll just say 30. 30 with some obvious misplays. And other than me, taking some bad damage, but you can see like it staggers enemies a lot. That's why like electrocharge teams can, in conjunction with the damage reduction with Xingqiu, can be a lot more survivable than you might think. Yeah, I wish we had more AoE content indeed. So let's do it one more time and see if we get a similar result. But yeah, I think it would be interesting to have a Hydro that I think matches Ororon's shorter cooldown a little bit more. Was one thing I noticed there that I hadn't before. Rawr. Let's start with Xingqiu first this time.
Rain outlines your fate.
That's extremely annoying. Well, hopefully he will get his energy back.
Absorption test.
Free! Time to say hello.
Animal hypersphinx simulation. Animal test 6308. Midnight phantasma. Let me read
Good.
you first.
Good.
Farewell! Please.
Oh god. Oh my. Well, skill issue. Let's be real. Just go regenerate him. Candace? Oh, that actually would be an interesting option. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Candace seems like a fun option. I don't know. It'll be worse without C6, but like you don't have to like. You'd be doing charge attacks more potentially. Well, the problem is the best way to utilize Candace would be it being able to take advantage of her infusion, right? So the problem is like it'd be not ideal for wanting to on-fielding Sucrose, which loses a little bit of value. So she wouldn't be like a slot-in replacement and play the same way for the same value. It would be worse. Yeah, Candace, but most of the team is bow users or catalyst. Yeah, exactly. So that's the main problem. Hard in this context to actually make use of that. You could on-field Candace herself, of course, but her charge attacks are kind of slow, and again, you lose the value of on-fielding Sucrose. So, Chasca's yay or nay? Depends on you. A nay for me. She matches exactly what my expectations were. Oh, god dang it. Don't suck me. Okay. Oh god freaking dang it, man. Okay. We're gonna just get my energy and then
Time to act.
leave. I think we'll be fine. Oh no, we need energy on you.
Not too far now.
Odds revealed by Animal test 6308.
Just don't. Alright. Now we jump. Ayato with Ororon probably would work decently well. You can do some buffing, do some electrocharge things. I don't know, Ayato, Ororon, Kazuha. Oh, actually, Ayato. Let's focus before I yap for a second. This. Why? Stop sending me in the air. Oh, got spread out, man. What are you doing over here, bro? What is... Is he the one dude that just chose to not do anything at all? It's like, oh my god. Yeah, Ayato with, I guess. Okay. Ayato, like Furina, Ororon, healer, right? Might be actually pretty decent. I think I've been playing this worse this time.
Time to say hello. Go! You're free now. Not too far now.
Rain cutter, no, my sword.
As you wish.
Animal hyperspace safe.
Free. Tell me what you see. No rest for the wicked.
Witness the power of the wild.
What? Well, we barely didn't. It was the same. It was the same. I think that's explained by differences in play, and how they got like grouped anywhere. So, yep, there you go. 30 kills. So that's an interesting like standard baseline to establish. So now we tweak around variables. I think first it'll be interesting to check the Furina variant here. Right.
Ready for
Again, ideally, like Jean is doing some meaningful, like Jean will be triggering some swirls. Jean could be level 90 would increase the reaction damage not insignificantly. I'm not going to do that right now. I might go and level Sucrose to 90 though and see how that compares, to be clear. But let's try this first. And like Jean you could also min-max Jean and trying to have like EM substats kind of thing, whatever. My Jean doesn't have that many EM substats. Actually, you know what? No, let's just try it like this, right? This is much more of a talent damage focused electrocharge team. You get some value from the electrocharge still, but we'll see what happens. Shonyun, yeah, you could do Shonyun. just on-field Shonyun. Honestly, you know what? Yeah. You know what? Sure, I'm down. We'll on-field Shonyun. Do plunges with Shonyun. Get more like swirls out. Why am I blind? Where is she? There she is.
My contraptions are calibrated.
I think
we may now depart.
It should be fine. She should be on VV. Frick. Dang it. Steal the gene artifacts. I think it'll be fine. Mostly. I don't have an ER type piece on Noblesse. Keep that, I guess. Do this. Alright, not that we have to, we could do a healing bonus, but I don't know. The damage from, what do you reset? The plunge damage is not going to be that relevant necessarily, but hey, there we go. 128 EM on VV. Hopefully that's enough ER. We'll find out. I think it'll be fun. Tried this team with Beto? No, not yet.
Oh,
You butthole. Oh, God. Well, if you want proof that it's that Singcho helps, Singcho's damage resistance helps. Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. With a healer, I died. Without a healer, I didn't die. Well, I did die the one time, but that was because he was already at low health, and I just immediately, but whatever. Anyways, to be clear, I didn't have healing going yet. Once I actually got the healing going, I think it would have been fine, but I kind of got ganked. Man, there's so many different units to test. I don't know if I can promise testing beta. Like, beta will work. The interesting thing is, like, Beto's value shines in AoE, and, you know, as far as Beto's damage value, and, oh my God, can I brain? And Ororon's value shines in AoE, so, like, you could do Beto in an AoE situation in place of Fischl here, for example, and I think it would work pretty well, right? It probably would be relatively similar, maybe arguably better. But in a single target scenario, Ororon's just going to be a lot better than Beto, because at least Ororon's doing, one, I think his single target damage is probably better than her, but I'm pretty sure it is. But more importantly, he's doing the buff, right? So I do think Ororon kind of replaces Beto in a lot of ways, but in the vein of like a very AoE focused scenario, I think Beto can still have very high value, even in conjunction with Ororon. Why? It's fine.
Time to say hello.
By royal decree.
Strike cloud confirmed. Skyward.
Not too far now. Go! You're free now.
Time to show.
Midnight fantastic.
Skyward. Seize the stars. Scatter. Skyward.
I will say, I do think plunging with Cloud Retainer is more actively fun.
He's free. Time to say hello.
Strike a cloud. But my name, I know the song.
Skyward. Strike cloud converge.
Man, I love Fischl's energy generation. Also, Ororon's energy running is helping too, of course.
You're free now.
Wings of darkness. Time to shine.
Scatter. Make way for the objective. Skyward.
He's free. Time to say hello.
All reveal us because the world is alive.
Alright, whoever suggested Shan Yun, thank you. I hadn't considered it. To be clear, Jean I think would be fundamentally not that different. And we're getting... Right, the interesting is we're getting, like, I think definitely slightly higher damage. It's pretty obvious, right? 35 versus 30. Yeah, thank you, Sand. We'll do it again one more time, because it was fun, but also to double check. Yeah, Cloud Retainer doesn't need to open up a lot of characters.
Farewell. Tell me what you see.
By royal decree.
Skyward. Seize the skies.
One of the weird things with Cloud Retainer is like her ability to also like just dodge things, but I don't know. Using Cloud Retainer in this way to get just extra like swirls is kind of really fun.
Wings of darkness. Strike a cloud.
So yeah, I should have done Ororon first, I think. But.
Not too far now. Go! You're free now.
Oh yeah, Ororon's burst acts as a taunt, by the way.
Strike cloud
I
confirmed.
don't know if it's that relevant, but it is a little bit of a grouping ability in circumstances like this, which means you shouldn't. I don't know. I don't know if I've noticed it doing that much. quite frankly.
He's free. Tell me what you see.
Make way for the objective. Yeah, skyward.
I like how she's getting 25,000 crits sometimes.
Go. You're free now.
On reveal. But mine ain't echoing song.
Yeah, skyward. Stray clouds converge.
My Cloud Retainer is C1, so that's helping with energy issues a little bit, but with her being on field here, I have 179 ER on her. Actually, no, sorry. I forgot the weapon I have on her gives energy.
Not too far now.
So it's more like I have like 220 ER on her. But I think it's pretty obvious when I'm on fielding Cloud Retainer like this, she has a lot lower ER needs. She's getting all the energy from all the characters doing off-field energy. Well, Fischl and Furina, most notably. Right, we can kill you.
Farewell. Tell me what you see.
36. Yeah, pretty consistent. So, consistently 36, 35 versus like the 30 we got with the Singcho variant. So, yeah, that's cool. And I think this is a good showing of, right, because this team is not configured around actually getting that big of electrocharge damage. It's still doing damage. And again, like Cloud Retainer wasn't level 90 to maximize the electrocharge damage that she was triggering either. And we had a little bit of EM going on from, the buff and whatever, so it's not like it was insignificant with electrocharge damage, but this was more focused on just like the raw amplify the talent damage of these two. And him. Like, he was doing meaningful damage, although it's really freaking hard to tell what damage he's getting, of course. So, yeah. You played this team way better than with Sucrose? Yeah, probably. I don't necessarily disagree. I don't know, it's just easier to play this for me. Or I'm just bad with Sucrose, one of the two. But I don't think 30 versus 35 is fundamentally crazily different. And I think that was cool, right? I think it's a good showing of the slightly different way. Why did I do that? The slightly different ways to get value from electrocharge there. But I think we should. So it's pretty abundantly clear that Ororon and Sucrose work pretty well together. This was not that much of a surprise. And I didn't do a full Abyss clear or anything, but I'm quite confident I wouldn't have a problem clearing Abyss, right, based on the one chamber we cleared with any of these variants of the teams. So let's try non-Fischl variants. And there's also Dendro things, of course, to do. So we can try Furina first here. We can also try Furina in the Abyss. Yeah, we can try Beto. Beto probably makes sense. Yeah,
Come
sure.
with
Let's
me.
try Beto Sucrose. Wait. Yeah. Wait. Wait. No, I would need a healer. I mean, I want to do Cloud Retainer again, but I do want to do Cloud Retainer again. But let's test Furina.
The lead.
Why can't you scroll to the top by automatic? But whatever. Yoink. Alright. That should be a functional Beto build here, I think. Wait, she needs a weapon. Yeah, not that weapon. Okay. I think we can get away. I don't think it's an electrocharge team. We're generating like Ororon's energy. Yes, we can trigger hyperbloom with Ororon's ult. I want to try it like this. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Beto has energy needs, but like this is Beto without Fischl, which is weird. So I want to, anyways. I want to find a non Fischl electrocharge team that I like here, and then like directly compare it to Beto. You buttholes.
Not too far now.
May as well restart this as soon as we get our energy up. How much energy do we get here? Oh, okay. No, I'm gonna put Fav on her. I'm sorry. I think I'm gonna put Fab on her. Just to make things easy. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it would be fine, but... No, well, fine. We'll try it. We'll try it without Fab first. Stupid things in the way. Oops. There we go. Right. Sorry, the window blocking my dashboard. The Melazine Claymore? Oh. I don't have the... I don't think I've done any of the Melazine quests. So... It could be an interesting... It could be a decent option. I don't know. I think we're just... We'll try... We'll see what happens with Beto's energy here. With 190, whatever. I'm kind of curious. Particularly because we get an on-field Beto, right? We can get the energy refund from Ororon. I think it's worth checking quick. Good.
Time to say hello.
Eyes on me.
Strike a pose. Time to shine.
Shit, I could have done Ororon burst first.
Go. You're free now.
You're free now. Ah, you suck my energy, you puddles.
Wait, hear me.
Power that gets piped on.
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
Let my name echo in song.
I do think Cloud Retainer might be a lot better in this situation, specifically because of the, she's a lot better, like, consistently swirling all the new enemies that spawn, right? Compared to Furina, or Jean. I think Jean is going to be relatively comparable to Cloud Retainer ultimately in a less a million ways of enemies situation, which is not exactly very common. At the very least, it hasn't seemed like Beto's actually had that much energy issues here, even without on-feeling her a crazy amount. I will say my rotation has been such that I don't think I particularly played this well. It wasn't horrible, that's for sure. Why the weapons organized from low tier to high tier? They've literally always been organized that way. I've never once switched it, and I'm used to it, so like... Yes, I could, I guess, but I don't know. I've always remembered them this way, so I don't know what to tell you. But, yeah. I've literally never thought about it, so at some point, I have literally no memory of them being like this. And not recently, at least. I don't know. Anyways, I should probably just switch to that and hopefully get used to that, but... I don't know. That's amusing. If someone wants to go back and hunt, how long has my inventory been reversed for that? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It's funny though. Yeah. Oh frick! She wasn't on VV. I forgot I stole your artifacts for Cloud Retainer. Well, that was not a real test then. Okay, let's test it again. God dang it. Oh yeah, no, I have Amanoma. I think that's fine with Amanoma. Okay, now we're on 4VV. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Let's try again. I didn't get any skill there.
Not too far now. Go! You're free now!
Time to shine.
To ashes.
One problem with Jean and Furina in the team like this, I can do faster Furina rotations. Is her cooldown on her burst doesn't play much. Jean's cooldown, I believe, is 20-ish seconds, 18 seconds maybe. No, 20 seconds. Yep, that's what I thought. It's fine. This team is dynamic. It doesn't have to have necessarily a specific rotation, right?
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
I think it's just like recast Ororon burst as soon as you have it available, though, because it makes sense to. That's maybe kind of it. Okay, well, that's the other one.
Free. Go! You're free now!
Wait, hear me.
Chasca worth bowling? Do you really like her? I would seriously consider checking out the characters coming out next patch before you decide. If you don't have Furina, she's a substantially worse unit. That's my simple conclusion. But if you want to rewind, you can rewind to when I was talking about Chasca, because we're about like 30 minutes straight after I just done testing her.
Time to say hello.
I mean, we did slightly better. Yeah. So this is very that's okay. Actually, this is a perfect demonstration of like that was the same as the Fischl Sucrose Singcho team. Although I was using Furina. So, should we try a? We should try. You know, that's what we should do. We should try the version of this team that's the 4-star team. Right. We should try Singcho
May knowledge guide you.
and then Sucrose instead. Let's compare it to this, I
I
think.
can do it.
And then, because this will be the more interesting comparison to Fischl in an AoE scenario. And I might go to Abyss, by the way, and we can check this team with Fischl instead of Beto, and see how the single target situation works out. Well, it's kind of unfair to Beto to use her in that single target situation. So I think what we'll do is we'll test this team here in an AoE situation for Orororon versus Fischl for an Electrocharge team, and then in Abyss we'll test a Furina variant. We'll do Furina, Orororon, probably the Furina Orororon Jean again, but with someone else other than Beto, and then we'll do Furina. We'll do the same variant, but with Fischl in place of Ororon, right? We'll figure out something else to test there. I want to test Fischl versus Ororon, exact same team, exact same configuration, but in a AoE scenario, which is here, versus a single target scenario as well. So we'll test this team first with Ororon, and then we'll test the same version of this team, but with Fischl instead. After this. I want to see Dory too. I don't have Dory leveled, unfortunately. But she could be an interesting on-field option, especially I do have her C6, right? Ororon is C4, but C4 is not necessarily doing that much. Oh, of course I didn't.
Far now. Tell me what you see.
Please, I don't want to have to. Okay, that works. That was all kinds of unoptimal, but you know what? I should restart because that was a bad enough start. I should not keep that. All right, there we go. Okay. It would not be fair to compare this to Fischl if we don't have our energy. Yeah, Dory with Furina, yeah, would actually be really interesting because you could do Dory, Furina. I don't know. We could try. Like I do have Furina C2. We could just like pretend I have not Furina C2 in conjunction with a level Dory. Dory with Bennett. I mean, we can get into I'm trying to check the like pure Electrocharge context first. But yeah, I don't know. Dory would be a very interesting option with Furina. Because you could do Sucrose, Dory, or on Furina, right? You could do something with Sayu too. Yeah, Sayu would be an interesting option for an on-field healer. Yeah, that's true. Is that none of his characters built? Dang it. Cloud. Oh my god, what? Cloud Retainer is my version of this.
Go! You're free now!
Eyes on me.
Whoa, Mark 2. Approach you. Stay clear.
He's free. Time to say hello.
Rim cutter. Terrain outlines your fate.
Approach you.
To ashes.
Animal hypostasis emulation. Stay clear.
Tell me what you see.
Witness the power of Gua.
Oh, I just that Beto sucked. God damn it.
Animal test. Reawake. Yeah. Stay clear.
Farewell. Go! You're free now.
Enhanced animal model 75.
Power of the cut. Let me read you a verse.
Really. That's also worth noting. Like my suit, the Xingqiu build is C6, and he could do much more damage than he is doing in this team. As I have it configured. Sucrose just died. Wow, I'm playing badly. Oops. Good lord. Yeah, oops. Sayu would probably be the most fun to play. I would love if they would, like, let me... Like, man, I would really like to be able to just get every character leveled up, but, like, the rate... Like, I'll be able to do it slowly. Slowly. But, yeah. Like, her and her as options for healers for Furina. Sayu in particular being an animal healer is an interesting alternative to Jean, and potentially a lot better in an AoE scenario like this one. So, yeah. But, oh well. Now they're leveled up, so is what it is. Dory overload on herself? I mean, not in this team. But yes, Dory can do that. I am aware that Dory will overload with Bennett. Oh, buttholes.
Rim cutter. Know my sword.
Farewell.
Keep
Tell me
jumping.
what you see.
Eyes on me.
Absorption
Oh, there's a second skill.
Go! You're free now.
Let me read you a verse.
Really? Really?
Ashes.
Okay. I feel like this one dude just bungled me.
Free.
Okay. I feel like that just invalidated that. Obviously, because I paused, that invalidated the test. But
Time to act.
good lord, I just. Oh my god. Okay. You know what? See, I just scrolled down by habit for some reason. Like it's been like that for a long time. Sorry, we're gonna whatever lower her damage a lot. Just don't want to have to think about Beto at all. Focus on Sucrose. Take all that damage.
Tell me what you see.
Whoa, Mark 2. Absorption
Free. Time to say hello.
Let me read you a verse. Know my sword. Eyes on me.
Animal hypostasis emulation. Animal test 6308. Yeah.
Mine's your fate.
Please. There we go.
Farewell. Time to say hello.
Stay clear. Rain cutter.
To ashes.
Tell me what you see.
Enhanced animal module 65.
Let me lead you a place.
Animal test 308.
Eyes on me.
Go. You're free now.
Man, I just find Saint Joe to be a really awkward character. I think this is. I don't like having to constantly do normal attacks to manage Hydra application. Oh, then, yep, okay. Well,
Mine's your fate.
we'll just say 24. 24 with a skill issue. I don't like this team as a comparison for Ororon. I feel like I'm not getting. It's partially potentially a play issue, but it feels like it's not properly showing the value of Ororon here. Please reverse the weapons back. I got used to it too. I could try Yelan.
Who's our target?
Ooh,
this
yes, my Yelan is C6. No, I will not use her C6. And yes, she is. Well, that's not what she's normally on. But she is able to be powered down. Why is she not powered down? Oh, she is partially powered down. Oh, I know why she's not powered down. Because I had to switch to a. Wait, I don't remember. I thought I had her powered down in some form. By oh yeah, no, I know what I did. I just used to have her on this piece. Yeah, I used to give her way more ER than she needed to power her constellations down. Oh, see, man. And she technically doesn't need a level tab though, so that's probably fine. Yeah, that I think is sufficient for Def Circlet. Way more ER than this Elon needs. Is probably sufficient, maybe. We could do Kokomi Miko things. Yeah, I just want to do something like if my Singcho was completely actually invested, I think it would be functionally similar to like the Yelan damage here, maybe. I don't know exactly what we'll see. It'll be interesting. I think it'll be a better test though, at least, because like if you're not getting some value from the damage bonus, which means it's valuable to your crit DPSs, it's not going to do as much for you. And like I just don't think Data was doing enough there, or at least with the build I had. So I kind of want to do Raiden with her, quite frankly. Raiden. Does Raiden count as a comparison point? Would Raiden work? I'm just trying to find the right comparison point to establish with Ororon. I kind of like the idea of hybrid Raiden. Right? Oh, he doesn't buff Yelan? No, he does with the artifact set. But I'm saying my Sing Cho build was not good enough to the point of like seeing meaningful value from his buff to test him properly. Trying to rank all reactions, where would you put Electro Charge? Fairly high. We could probably or maybe should do Kazuha here instead of Raiden, instead of Sucrose. But I think I'll leave Sucrose here as long as a 4-star focus on the team. Also because EM buffing and more of a Electro Charge focused. Is it his C6 that gives an attack buff? Yes, I don't have a C6. I have a C4 though, which is doing the energy refund is very unnecessary for my current build. And I'm doing double Electro, I think. Butthole.
Busted.
get 120,000 in this team. Nice.
Illusion shattered. Things are about to get dicey. Busted. Gotcha.
Not too far now. Go! You're free now!
Animal hyperbloom simulation. Animal simulation.
Now you shall perish.
Doing too many charge attacks. What am I
There
doing?
is no escape. Game's up.
Free! Time to say hello.
Animal test.
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
I should have seagrass there before I did that, but whatever.
Busted. Here comes
A little on-off limit, but it's fine.
Farewell! Tell me what you see.
Absorption test. World Mark II.
shine down. Inazuma shines eternal. Ha! 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 Game's up. Gotcha.
Not too far now. Time to say hello.
Animal test. 6308. Enhanced animal model 75.
Torn to oblivion. There is no escape. Here.
I feel like if I did this better, I would have definitely been able to get towards 35.
You're free now!
But 30 is good enough. Alright, I think I like this team as a comparison point for seeing how Fischl versus Ororon would perform. Right. It's a good test of... I don't know, like, I do think electrocharge teams make more sense when you're focusing more somewhat on a crit. And it's just... The electrocharge is a very nice incidental form of additional damage and protection for the team. Why did I just do it again? Whatever. We're doing it. Yeah, screw it. Screw it. We're doing it again. Oh my god. Lord.
World Mark II.
This is a bit more fragile a team. That's for sure.
Free! Time to say hello.
Animal
So there is that factor, of course.
Inazuma shines eternal.
I might die with Raiden here.
Shine down.
Things are about to get dicey.
Gotcha.
Farewell! Tell me what you see.
enhanced animal model 75. Absorption test.
Now you shall perish.
What, Yellen's BRB? What is BRB?
Illusion shattered.
Here comes the cat. Busted. Gotcha.
Not too far now. Time to say hello.
Stand clear. Animal test. 6308.
Inazuma shines eternal.
What? Just to make sure Galen or Raiden doesn't actually die.
There is no escape.
Oh, her breakthrough barb? I mean, yeah, I could do that. That is true. What am I doing? Do Oron. Do Oron. Do Oron. Do Oron.
You're free now!
Torn to oblivion.
Causal would be a significant upgrade here in this particular situation, just because of the grouping that I'm pretty confident about. Oh my god, you buttholes! Oh my god, why am I playing so much badly this time?
Inazuma shines eternal.
Why don't you have the food gadget? Because I don't need to heal that often with the food, normally. I usually just have a healer in Overworld.
Not too far now. Go!
Okay, whatever. I could definitely play this better. But it's a good enough test. We did 30 twice. This skill issues both times. Same situation will probably happen with Fischl, so... Very satisfying looking team. Almost all electrocharge teams are satisfying when you're actually in multiple enemy scenarios. But I like this as a team that gives value to Ororon, but also, like, Fischl will be meaningful here. I think this is a good team that I think I can test both in single target and AoE scenarios is what I like, actually. So we'll use this as a version to test versus like a Furina team. Like obviously Furina electrocharge teams worked already showed some of those. But I like this one. Particularly because my weird Raiden build has a bunch of EM, right? So her triggering things. It's like a premium teaser team, yeah. And like if my Singcho, my C6 Singcho was actually invested, I would actually prefer probably doing that. And by invested, I mean like I probably have a build that would be pretty good, but I just don't want to muck with it right now, and I'd have to like probably level him and level his talents more, most notably as well. It's something maybe I'll probably do eventually, maybe especially if I end up playing electrocharge teams a lot more, because I think he's a more compelling teammate in these teams to help you stay alive, most notably. So, you know, but still, yes, a little bit of a premium electrocharge team. I didn't, God dang it, no. We are now testing Fischl. I wouldn't say premium by now. Most people have Yelan and Raiden. I mean, I also have like Staff of Scarlet Sands and Raiden. To be clear, I'm pretty sure this team does not need Staff of Scarlet Sands with my Raiden's weird EM build, right? She's using this 460 EM build. You could probably do a very normal Raiden build, but anyways, let's see how Fischl compares. Alright, so we're losing damage bonus. It means less damage on Raiden, less damage on Yelan. More Fischl damage though. And of course, Fischl's a more single target damage unit though, so I suspect here we should see this being worse than Ororon, right? But it'll be more interesting to see how it compares, maybe in single target.
There is no escape.
Mark 2, stand clear. Animal test 6308.
Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered.
Midnight bent up.
Here comes the cat. Busted.
Advanced animal module 75.
Torn to oblivion.
What? Oh, hi. Okay, well, that's a little annoying, but
Busted.
Stand clear. Squirrel, Mark 2, animal test 6308. Shadow Raven.
Now you shall perish.
they were getting knocked away from me a little bit. If I put Kazo in the team, then I think it starts to be a little bit more premium of a electrocharge team, maybe,
Absorption test.
in particular.
Enhanced animal module 75. Animal test.
Torn to oblivion.
Yeah, it's certainly not in a very... A lot of people... Enough people I've ridden, it's not that inaccessible of a team, so...
There is no escape. Things are about to get dicey.
Winged darkness.
I thought that would kill when I casted. God dang it. Alright, do this.
Stand clear.
Illusion shattered.
Doesn't hurt.
No, well, okay, it's fine, it's fine.
Now you shall perish.
So, I do think it's worse,
No escape.
but not much so. I think I also play a little bit bad, but I also played a little bit bad in the other ones, so like I think that was fairly comparable. A little bit worse. Not too surprising, because again, Ororon strength and AoE. By the way, I think his limit for his AoE hits on his skill are technically limited to 4 enemies. I think it explicitly says that. It's also worth mentioning, I know Ororon could be level 90 too. When the nearby, yeah, at most 4 nearby opponents. So he technically, his AoE utility is limited to 4 enemies. After that, he has less return on AoE. Yeah, his talents aren't that high, but it's because I didn't level his talent so much because the vast majority of his damage is his skill. We'll test this one more time. Let's heal Sucrose. Test this one more time though, and then we can go to the Abyss with this. And test it in a more single target-ish scenario. Like the first wave is single target in the first chamber, and then the second wave is AoE, and I think that's a pretty good other comparison. You did 30-35 with the other teams? Yeah, I know. I'm not saying this is the strongest team. I just like this as a comparison point for having things that make sense for taking value of Ororon's kit. But also being able to show the difference in like AoE versus single target scenarios to test Fischl versus Ororon. Like that's what I'm most curious of. Like this was an expected result to see, have Fischl feels slightly worse overall. That's fine. Have Fischl feel slightly worse overall compared to compared to Ororon in this scenario here, right? If I did the Sing Cho teams in like a single target, like the teams that are more focused on the reaction damage, rather than winding up with one enemy alive. To be clear, that's actually like that's not a coincidence. I don't think that we kept on ending up with these one enemy alive things. That was happening because doing more of a single target situation here. But anyways, it's not like it's crazily different, which is expected. Not get full value of riding, but whatever.
Midnight phantasm. Absorption test. Animal hypostasis simulation. Animal testing.
Shine down. Inazuma shines eternal.
Ororon plus Chabrus against the Hydra Pokemon?
There is no escape.
Sure, actually. Remind me after we test this team in with him.
Stand clear. Enhanced animal module 75.
Shine down.
Busted.
No rest for the wicked.
I guess I used Raiden or Yelan T6 there for a second, but
Now you shall perish.
Midnight phantasm.
Quiet.
Stand clear.
uh,
Animal hypostasis.
nope, couldn't quite do it. Okay, yeah, 25. We'll just say 25-ish. With this team versus like the 30-ish I got with Ororon. Again, not surprising. Ororon buffing Yelan Raiden damage and him doing. I'm pretty sure he's doing meaningfully more damage than Fischl in an AoE scenario like this compared to her. But Fischl should probably do more personal damage in a single target scenario. But this team I think will be a good test of like the conjunction of his single target damage in Abyss here, and but with a little bit of an AoE scenario with the second wave, and his damage buff compared to Fischl, right? So that's what I want to check here. And yeah, I don't know. I could do more with Beto, but I feel like my Beto build is not quite at the point to properly compare those two. I personally feel like my understanding and vibe thus far is that on a damage level, I honestly think Ororon kind of replaces Beto in most contexts, but Beto still has her defensive value, right? And she also has her interesting skill expression with her parries, and that's cool. Kazuo will be better against multiple targets. Yeah, Kazuo would have been better in that team. But we're gonna stick to the same one. So we're just gonna do the first chamber because I think it'll be fine. Let's see, we'll do Raiden. Wait, it was Yelan, Raiden, and Sucrose. And we'll do Fischl first. I think that is fine. Let's see. EM. You could do Ororon, Sucrose, or Fischl, Kazuo if you want some AoE for both. Yeah.
Illusion shell.
Here comes the catch. Quiet.
Whoa, Mark 2. Absorption test.
I don't even need to do that. Stop! You're interrupting me. Okay.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Game's up. Time's over. Gotcha.
There is no escape.
Switch back to do that. They have to.
Midnight phantasm.
Stand clear. Enhanced animal module 75.
Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered.
Busted.
No.
Here comes the catch. Gotcha.
Animal testing.
There is no escape. Torn to oblivion.
I could do this a little bit better, by the way. We'll probably retry.
Busted. These are about to get dicey. Gotcha.
Whoa, Mark 2. Absorption test. Wings of darkness.
Inazuma shines eternal.
But minute 15 seconds for the first one. Not bad. Yeah, I don't have Lenny. I actually know if I spoiled Electro. What are you doing? Chill out, dude. No, I'm not gonna accept missing that hit there. I want to see if Chasca will work on him. Yeah, I don't have that bow. You're talking about the like on Ororon? Wait, with his signature? Oh, with Lenny. Sorry, I'm stupid. Anyway, yeah. Neither have Lenny nor Chasca's bow. This instead, make sure we can get there we go. Get both swirls. I'm not crit. God freaking dang it, man.
Here comes the catch. Quietly. No. Absorption test.
As you wish.
Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal.
There, at least a crit that time.
Stand clear. Whoa, Mark 2.
There is no escape. Now you shall perish. Ha! Ha!
Yeah, this is a substantially more fragile team. I'm not gonna say I recommend this team, especially due to the fragility. But it's fine because again, the purpose of this is not necessarily to be like, oh, what's the best team? The purpose is to what is a way I can test like the difference between Ororon and Fischl. All right. Well, pretty consistently, 1 minute 13, 1 minute 15. It's consistent enough. All right. So now we'll try the same exact team, changing nothing other than Ororon. And it's a very good Ororon build compared to a very good Fischl build. So I think this will be kind of interesting, and like the less value you gain from the damage buff from Ororon, the no, not Furina. The less value from the damage buff from Ororon, then the more. I wonder what we. Yeah, let's do on into Ororon. The less damage buff you get, the less value you get from Ororon. So like the less crit DPSing damage value you have in the team. From the artifact set, I think the less relevant he is in single target compared to Fischl is the on paper assumption. So hence why I wanted to use units that are doing some amount of crit based DPSing with good builds to see the true test of the two units in my mind. I'm not sure. I think if I'm gonna place a bet right now, I think Ororon is gonna be very close actually in single target here. I think we're gonna get very similar clears, and it's possible we might end up getting a better clear with Ororon in this team just because a meaningful amount of the damage is from like Raiden's talent damage and Yelan's talent damage, right? The buff for both of those two units might go farther than the extra damage Fischl's providing to the team. There was some variability to be clear though in this chamber with like Fischl maybe being too far away to hit the crocodile kind of thing, but I think it was consistent enough with the two runs. It's fine. Let's see. Chlorine Electrocharge. I would like to do Chlorine Electrocharge. I wish I had gotten Chlorine instead of Alhaitham. I wish I had. Oh well. Well, I didn't have that long.
Time to say hello.
Illusion shattered.
Absorption test. Whoa, Mark 2. Horn to oblivion.
Bro. Bro, stop running away.
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
Tell me what you see.
Shine down.
Stand clear.
Really?
Animal model 75.
Now you shall perish. There is no escape.
Not too far now. Go.
Game's up. Quietly now.
Stand clear.
Inazuma shines eternal. Illusion shattered.
Be free. Tell me what you see.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
Absorption test. Animal hypostasis simulation. Animal test 6308.
Shine down. Now you shall perish.
Well,
There is no
it's
escape.
suffice to say,
These are about to get
it's better.
Not too far now. Go! You're free!
Stand clear.
Interesting. To be clear, there's like in a pure single target scenario, probably would have been even closer since he did gain additional value that second wave. Additional damage value. Ororon, he does damage buffing through the artifact set and does damage of his own, mostly through his passive based on electro charge being triggered in the team. So you want to use him with Hydra units. But yeah, it gives damage buff with the artifact set, does off-field damage. Like, he's the first new off-field damage dealer we've gotten for a 4-star. Like, that's intended to be built for crit, at least. You can count Kuki, maybe Toma, since like the very early versions of the game. Right? I think he's a pretty notable new addition to the game.
point.
Farewell! Time to say hello.
Shine down. Animal tech 6308. Swirl. Mark 2. Torn to oblivion.
Just avoid the attack again, bro. Whatever, we'll roll with it.
These are about to get dicey.
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
Inazuma shines eternal.
You tested a full EM taser team and how it goes? I mean, this is
Illusion shattered.
not a full EM taser team. It's kind of a hybrid EM taser team. Like, Ororon's not a full EM. Neither is Yelan. But Raiden's has 500 EM. Sucrose has, you know, the normal Sucrose build.
Torn to oblivion.
But Hybrid Raiden has how I roll. So,
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
Absorption test.
this is an interesting showing of, like, the damage rolling there for Ororon. Interesting. What was that time? Was that another 1 minute and 10? No, it was 1 minute 15. But they're pretty similar. Even in a more single target scenario. In a more single, yeah, C4 Ororon, but C1 does matter. As far as increasing his damage. All his constellations mostly increase his damage, except for the C6 increases his on-pillar damage. C4 refunds energy. In this team, when I'm doing 2 electro units, I have way more energy recharge than I need. I could actually put him on a crit bill if I wanted, make him do more damage. I chose to leave him on elegy. And C2 gives him some electro damage bonus. C3, C5 are garbage. Yeah, his constellations don't crazily change his overall utility, I don't think. C1 and C2, I think, are the most notable ones, realistically, for his own personal damage. And then C6 is relevant if you're, you know, using an attack scaling unit like Raiden on field. It would have been cool to have, but, you know, I don't think I'm going to get it.
Farewell! Go! You're free now!
Stand clear.
Stop.
Swirl. Mark 2. Inazuma shines eternal.
I guess clearing slower that previous one made sense considering, you know, I
Shine down.
Here comes the catch.
didn't land the initial hit on this booger.
Free! Time to say hello.
I want to kill it. Not with Raiden. Saved Raiden. Here we go. Sick. Alright.
Busted. Game's up. It's over.
Not too far now. Go! You're free now!
Enhanced animal module 72 click
No, you not. Oh my god. Let me skill.
Now you shall perish.
I did not swirl there. Somehow. Somehow I didn't swirl there. Just whatever.
Quiet. These are about to get dicey.
Time to say hello. Farewell!
Absorption test. Unlimited. Torn to oblivion.
I think is overall better, which is interesting. But it might only overall be better specifically because of the AoE scenario in the second part. And also, again, because this is actually a team that's meaningfully taking advantage of the damage bonus buff with the 2 units that really like the damage bonus. So I don't know. That's really interesting. Again, like I think in a team that was more full Rs EM focused, right? The last, oh, by the way, I forgot to set those. More full elemental mastery focus. he'd have less value because he's going to give you more value to your crit-based units in electrocharge. But that's what electrocharge teams usually shine the best in general, anyways. So, like the lowest investment electrocharge teams, right? With like like I showed with Singcho, Sucrose, Ororon, Fischl, do work, and I cleared them. Remember I cleared with Ororon, Fischl. Where is he? There he is. Why are you all the way down there, boy? That's because he's after all the freaking level 85 stars. That's why. Yeah, like this cleared in like 10 seconds longer than the variant with an on-field, crit DPS. And like yes, Fischl was there doing meaningful crit damage and taking advantage of the buff, of course. But Singcho was making less utility from the buff because my Singcho build is just not doing anywhere near the damage that my Yelan build would do. So yeah, good with Nuvi. Yeah, you can definitely do Nuvi with him. I don't intend to test that here because I think it's relatively obvious he should just be better than Fischl. Because like Fischl and Nuvilet don't do that much because Nuvilet doesn't actually do that much application, so he doesn't trigger that many Fischl A4s. He also isn't doing normal attacks, so he's not triggering Fischl C6. And then Fischl also like has some downtime because like Nuvilet spends a really long time on field. So Orororon should just be better because Nuvilet like damage bonus, right? Yeah, the Tauntauns versus is some interesting situational value. So I don't know. Okay, next thing to test, someone wanted to see the Tulpa with a Chevreuse team with Ororon, which you know what, that could be fun. So yeah. Let's try it. What? Wait. Should we do Chevreuse, Fischl, Bennett, Ororon, main DPS Ororon? I'm not gonna change his build though. I don't know. We'll try it. Why not? With the funnies. To be clear, Ororon. Don't do this team. This team is gonna struggle. Is going to struggle bus to clear through the first and second chamber, I'm pretty sure. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll be better than I think. That'd be funny. Ororon is not configured for like weird on-field damage or anything, to be clear. So he's still his normal build. But we'll give it the best shot possible. We'll do a strong team on the first side. How about in the form of I don't know what. We need strong single target damage. Sometimes the choice paralysis is a thing in this video game. I'll say that. You know what? You know what we can do? We can do. We can do hyper carry Furina. Do Overworld Tulpa? I mean, I could do Overworld Tulpa, but it's more of a brag to do Abyss Tulpa, is it not? I feel like it is. Oh, I forgot. This thing is Hydra resistant. Not that it matters. I didn't do that, but whatever. There we go. Who knew? Whatever. Good.
Tell me what you see.
I should have. Why didn't I Bennett? Oh my god. Whatever. Wait. Are you supposed to be able to jump up, by the way? Oh yeah, you can. Yeah. I didn't hit. Okay. Well, good start. I will say. I will say that. Okie dokie. Well. Let's pretend I didn't have it.
Go! You're free now!
Is this It's one of the most jank teams I've ever played, probably, yeah, I'll be honest.
Let's light it up. Oz, reveal thyself.
You asked for it.
No rest.
I already did that.
Stop right there. Go in.
Time to say hello. Farewell.
Justice will prevail. Let's light it up. Everybody stand. Midnight, fantastic.
Tell me what you see. Not too far now.
I have no idea that Ororon's actually triggering the buff with any consistency. Oh, what? That hit him?
Final warning. Sidereal decree. Going in. Off we go.
Free. Go. You're free now.
I will say, in this team, his talent levels matter. His talent levels do matter in this team. And he has level 1 charge attack, level 4 skill, and level 7 burst. But hey, it worked with a really strong team on the first side. That definitely is. I mean, look, with optimized play there, even without constellations and things of how strong this team is on this side, it probably could have worked.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night. To wind strike.
My name is Echoing Song. Strike a He might be a little bit.
Your stream description isn't updated, is it not? Oh, that's weird. I could have sworn I typed something there. We test an orororon in chascers. Thank you. Alright. Let's just do that first. Make sure we get the buff. What do we want to do? Wait, oh wait. What do we want to do? We want to do that. No. You butthole. You stop. Alright. This.
You asked for it.
That. This.
Teamwork is strength. Oz, reveal.
Be free. Time to say hello.
Ow. Wait. I didn't even get hit.
Shadow Raven. Everybody stand back.
Tell me what you see.
Hands rising 6
It's just not. Yeah, I think going in there is not worthwhile.
Drop your weapons.
Okay. Nothing. Stop.
Let's light it up.
Not too far now.
Stop right there.
Midnight.
I didn't bend a person at all.
Time to say hello.
Justice will prevail.
Farewell.
Drop your weapons. Everybody stand back.
Tell me what you see.
Final warning. Shadow Raven.
Not too far now.
Hands rising seal.
Okay. Shivers, by the way, noticing the overload buff there, like doing 10k overloads in Shivers, pretty significant.
Farewell.
No, I actually have a buff there. Whatever.
Drop your weapons.
Not needed. Die, please. Yeah, thanks, reaction buffs. Might have actually struggled to clear there without the reaction buffs. Is the Pyro from Chev enough to keep the red shred? I'll be honest, that's true. I didn't even think about that. I should have... Yeah, this team probably should have had more off-field Pyro. Strongling probably would have been better, especially against the Tulpa, now that I think about it. I got too much Fischl on the brain. Too much Fischl on the brain. Oh well. It's fine.
nightfall.
Bring it.
I don't want to have to. Die, please. Die, please.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
If I need the extra clear time, I'll redo that. But
The golden
C6 Benny on field? Yeah, we'll try that. Alright.
Not too far now.
Justice will prevail.
Did we trigger overload? I don't know if we did. There we go.
Final warning. Teamwork is dreamwork. Wings of darkness. One shall
Fischl dead. Retry.
sit Let the world collide.
When brave names echo. Clouds high. The birds call. Wind strike.
Your journey ends
Casual 120.
sand. Your sacrifice
Siege
is
wing.
ready.
Bring it.
You're just gonna, yeah, that's fine. That's funny. It's about the same clear time.
Slumber.
Alright. Let's do this.
Let's light it up. My royal going in. Hands where I can see 'em.
Go. You're free now. As you wish, me.
Let's light it up.
That's scary.
Final warning.
Free. Tell me what you see.
Everybody stand back. On the field.
And Chevr's teams are ridiculous against the Tulpa. Like, what a stupid Chevr's team this is, and it's just, like, kind of wrecking the Tulpa, let's be real.
Let's light it up.
Go. You're free now.
I summon. You asked for it. Going in.
Farewell.
No, that was 120k on a Vaporize from Sieging. That thing's had Pyro Aura.
Light it up. Right your way.
Isn't that ridiculous? Eh?
Everybody stand back.
Tell me what you see. Not too far now.
My royal Shadow Raven. Hands where I can see 'em.
Okay, there you go. There's a thing. I like this character a lot. I really like this character. Not because of that team. That was just a silly thing to do mostly against the Tulpa, and I don't know. With a really strong team on the first side, obviously we clear the second side. Now the main thing I do think we should test is Orororon with Dendro teams. Now, I think the interesting context with Dendro teams, right? I've mentioned this before, I'll mention it again, is like Nahida, not potentially very good with him, because like you want to trigger Electro Charge. But he can give damage bonus for a Dendro unit, right? But Nahida's extra Dendro will like eat everything. For like your reactions that you would trigger on Ororon. Why can't I find Ororon? Too many characters. Where? I'm blind. I am blind. Well, there he is, a little boy. So this says, you know, when you deal whatever, you get Night Soul, and then when nearby opponents take Electro Charge damage, he triggers his passive. So his passive, which is like most of his damage, does nothing if you're not triggering Electro Charge. So like Nahida's extra Dendro probably bad. So the idea is, okay, can we do a low Dendro applier and have him trigger hyperblooms. Now, he's not on a hyperbloom build right now, like a EM focus build, so let's switch to that at least. Gotta find him again. So, one thing we can do, step number 1. Yoink. Give him an ER timepiece. Number 2 would be giving him more EM substats. I don't really have that many options for giving him more EM substats other than like putting this piece on. So I think we'll just chill with 1 EM. Wait, what? Oh, that was not EM, that was ER. My brain doesn't function, it's fine. Okay, switch back. Switch that. We have choices. Oh, actually, oh wait, we have some flexibility. We can do this, and then you know what we can do. Yeah, let's do what's gonna be interesting. He'll also trigger aggravates, though, right? So I want him. He's gonna trigger blooms and aggravates. So I want to do something like this goblet, right? So I can do this as an off-piece goblet. So I'm lowering the amount of crit I have on him by a not insignificant amount, right? Lost like 20 crit damage, similar ER. But now I have 333 EM. Should increase his aggravate damage meaningfully, and he should do meaningful bloom damage. He is not level 90. You would want to be level 90 for this team. I'm not going to do that right now. I just want to like test the function of this team. If I end up really, really enjoying this, I might do it more. Yeah, and you can, of course, play him in conjunction with a hyperbloom. You don't have to have him be the hyperbloom trigger. You could do him as the flex slot in a hyperbloom team, right? So we'll see what happens. Anyways, we'll do Furina with him because I think that's interesting. And then we have to have a low Dendro player. Now we can do off-field Dendro in the form of like Dendro Traveler, or we could do something like maybe an on-field like with Tignari. I guess it could give some damage bonus to Tignari and enable aggravates for them. And then I just have to have like someone else on Deepwood for healing for the team, right? So like we'll just throw in Baiju probably. Yayo would probably work. Yayo would probably work perfectly fine too. I'm just gonna use Baiju because it's easier because I have him leveled and fully equipped. I think this might be a little bit interesting. Yeah. A Nilu EM build? What? Oh, like as an option for Ororon teams? She doesn't. I don't know. You could on-field her. Yeah, you could do something weird with on-fielding Nilu. In a Hydro Electro Charge team. But yeah, we want healing. So it's either Yayo or Baiju. Yayo should be more than competent here because like Yayo's problem with Furina is like the field time required for Yayo's healing. And this Tignari doesn't require that much field time in off-fielder, right? So I'm just going to use Baiju because I have him. So yeah. And we'll go all the way through. I think this team will be able to go all the way through. But again, the transformative reaction damage from Ororon would be meaningfully higher with level 90 Ororon. So like we'll see probably with 300 EM and no EM buffs other than well, we have Elegy still, so it's gonna it'll be more like 500 EM with double Dendro and Elegy. Probably we'll get like 15k hyperblooms, and I think that would be like 23k hyperblooms with level 90, right? And then similar story for like the percentage increase for like the electro charge damage and whatever, and aggravate damage would be a lot higher too. Yada yada, you get the point. Let's see, and this is like the last main thing I think I want to test with Ororon. Otherwise, other than that, I've gotten a pretty dang solid vibe of him. It's crazy. It's like I might use this dude a lot more than I use Fischl. Like in a lot of the cases where I'd used Fischl before, I might use Ororon instead. Like he's a situational upgrade to Fischl, and that's freaking crazy. Like Fischl would be better still at a number of things. For example, like shield breaking. But this is a strong character. And characters you have built, I don't know. Depends what you count as built. Actively available where I can just click on them and use them. Not an insane number. But a lot still, definitely. You know what I should do? First.
Can't see? I hear everything.
I
Seems like an emergency. Yes.
Actually, before we actually try to play this team properly, we're gonna retest here. I'm gonna just see what the damage is. With him. Do this.
Taking a turn for the better. And trap. Tell me what you see.
What are we getting? Oh, look. Okay, you know what? That's fair. the 16,000. I was basically right on the money. 16,000 hyperblooms. That would be like 22-ish thousand, I think, or 20. Some in the 20,000 range. With level 90. Yeah. All right. Let's actually play. Yeah, I think it'll make sense to do Baiju Tignari. Like do a Tignari E first, and then do you, so we can trigger quicken.
Let's nip that in the bud.
This is some freaking big Tignari damage. Doing the view.
And trap.
Seems like an emergency. Mind the side effect. Farewell. Time to say hello.
I hear everything.
It's hard to gauge. Like one problem, I have actually no idea how to gauge how many freaking passive triggers was I actually getting. I actually don't know. That is worth mentioning.
Remember, help comes first. Go! You're free now. One with the force.
65k. Oh my god.
Let's nip that in the bud.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Can't sit you free.
Time to say hello.
I'm not gonna lie. That was kind of fun. I kind of want to level 90 him. I really want to level 90 him. The resources, because they need resources for content things. Oh, but I want to level 90 him. With Baiju passive, that's good. Yeah. I don't think I've seen that close. Like I've seen big numbers on his buff before, on Tignari's buff, but or Tignari's damage, but it was like using C2 Nahida with him situation in conjunction with Furina. I don't know. Okay, there's a little bit of issue I think with potentially triggering keeping quick enough to do like a second charge attack sequence on Tignari. I will say that it's not perfect, but it's fun. Okay, that's fine. I don't know. Let's do this. It's early.
Not too far now. Tell me what you see. Taking a turn for the better.
One with the force. Let's nip that in the bud. Keep up.
Like, you know what would actually be kind of interesting in this team is like a Sackbow. Try to like flexibly switch to him to trigger some of the bloom cores early. You might use Fab. Oh yeah, you would want to use Fab. I'm just saying Sackbow is an option. If you use Sackbow, you probably need to use an ER type on him. But yeah, you would probably see very similar results with a Fabbo on Ororon as I'm getting here.
Emerge right now, right here.
By the way, I know I was like unoptimally like using Baiju burst or Baiju heal relative to like Furina drain. Normally you'd want to wait a rotation. Again, I don't have to think about that because I have C2 Furina. But obviously Baiju is one of the best healers for Furina and can max out her damage bonus very quickly if you use her properly. I'm not saying C2 Furina made no difference there, obviously. I wasn't powered down Furina particularly. But I don't usually bother with trying to do that. It's one of the benefits of C2 Furina. I don't know. I also wish to mention, I don't know if I did the stream, I didn't spend money for C2 Furina. I just saved a lot of wishes. I literally wished on basic from between Baiju's original release and Furina's release. I pulled for nobody other than I used a guarantee for Nuvilet. A guarantee that I carried from Baiju banner from to Nuvilet. And I didn't have to spend any money for Furina. Well, I mean, there's Welkins, so kind of.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Let's
Remember,
try this time.
time to say hello. Can't see? I'll uproot you.
This thing's obviously danger resistant, which is not ideal. Also, you know, the consecrated beasts are annoying with their movements.
Side effect.
So, oh well. If Welcomes don't count. Yeah, no, I didn't. That didn't mean like I was free to play during that time. It's just I didn't wail, right? Most people, generally speaking, don't count Welcomes as wailing. And do that. Constipated beast here.
Taking a turn for the
That.
best. He's free. Time to say hello. One like the force. I'll uproot you. A bitter pill to swallow. Not too far now. And trout.
Yeah. Can you use them on your Sethos team? Ororon? Yeah, I could probably make Ororon with Sethos work. He would be... One I've done Electro Charge Sethos teams before, but like, you know, instead of riding in that team before, I could have probably done Sethos, but I probably want to do like a Furina team, because, you know, unless I'm constantly... I could do Burst playstyle Sethos with Yelan, of course, but it's more a problem with the you know, Furina's like the main Hydro option in the game that does Hydro application without needing to do normal attacks, kind of thing. That's relevant, at least. Quite relevant. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a whole bunch of variations of teams, of Electric Arms teams that are going to be more than compelling enough with Ororon, right? And I don't know. Like, Hydra units are such common units in the game that you just use all the time anyways. Because Hydra is strong. So, Ororon's main team building restriction to get value from him being pair him with Hydra units and potentially Electro units to get extra value out of his buff and then the damage he provides. I've been quite impressed with his performance, right? So anyways, let's do Chamber 3. Welkins are a good source of primos. If you're lucky enough, you can actually get them for free through Hoyo Lab. How many did they give away through that? I know they do them, but I never like tried to get them because I just paid $5 for them. I can afford it. I'll let people that can't afford it try to get the free ones. Okay, well, this is going to be obviously the weirder situation here, but let's see.
Farewell. Go. You're free now. Can't see? Let's nip that in the bud.
I think we'll be fine because Furina getting free vaporizes mitigates the fact that the rest of the team is not functioning against these enemies.
Not too far now. Time to
I mean, we're still against the hyperblooms, to be fair.
I hear everything.
It's kind of funny. Yeah, I can't say he's like to be clear, I can't say he's a very good hyperbloom trigger, but the more interesting thing I was testing here, like the hyperbloom damage is not like the core focus of this team. I'd say, right? The core focus of this team is more just, you know, Furina and Baiju, or Furina and Tignari dealing damage, and then also Sethos doing, or Sethos, Ororon doing some buffing and some damage of his own, right? That's what's going on here.
I'll uproot you.
Aw, really?
Farewell. Time to say hello.
Really? Okay.
The golden slumber.
Not as satisfying. I thought that would kill him faster. But, anyways. Hey, I killed it. and we killed it in a minute and a half. And I definitely could have done that faster, but it was obviously not a Pyro aura enemies. Not ideal. Furina was kind of carrying through the first phase, but still slow. So yeah, I don't know. In conclusion, Ororon's super fun. I don't know. they bring Hydra with him, generally speaking, in some form. And if you're doing Dendro things, it becomes a little bit more complicated because like you're not gonna get super consistent triggers. I don't think we were getting super consistent triggers on his passive. I don't think he was doing insane damage. Realistically, right? There's a very good possibility if I put Fischl or Yai in that exact Dendro team, the team would perform better, right? I wish it like with the Dendro stuff there. I think it's harder to get value out of him when you're not triggering as many electrocharge reactions because you're triggering Dendro reactions instead. But it's still not that hard to get some value out of him, obviously, and he's a 4-star unit that can also buff those other units, right? He can buff your units. You could do a similar variation of that team that I did, right, with Ororon, Alhaitham, right? I know people like playing Alhaitham, I think.
Exactly?
Right, you do Alhaitham, whatever Electro unit, of course, and Ororon's gonna buff them, gonna buff Alhaitham, and then you do a Hydra unit. Xingqiu would probably work fine, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know, right? And yeah, energy refunding for Alhaitham on top of the buffing, like the fact that they put the energy refunding in this kit is so cool. There's plenty of instances where like we noticed that, and plenty of instances where I maybe didn't notice it. But like energy refunding for Alhaitham, potentially pretty significant. He's a little bit annoying to build in part because of his energy needs. So, did you for real just fall asleep through all the testing? Just woke up? Nice. Well, yeah, I think you did miss most of the Ororon testing. Does anyone have any like important pressing things they would want me to test other than I test? But I don't know, right? I think in the obvious context where he makes sense, where you're getting some value from his buff, he's pretty good. And even in teams that aren't getting it, like when I tested the Ororon Chivalrous, like if I one final test we can do, not Ororon Chivalrous, I meant to say Ororon Xingqiu, and Sucrose. Like, let's do Ororon Xingqiu Sucrose, and then not do Fischl. So like basically the worst case scenario for him is a single the worst case scenario for him is a single target scenario in an actual electrocharge team. Is a single target scenario where you're not using Fischl, because I don't know, you're using Fischl in the second half to shoot down the Ruin Jake, right? And we got Xingqiu, not a very invested Xingqiu. Like with an invested Xingqiu though, he still would actually be helping with Xingqiu's damage, but we'll do that. And then we'll do Sucrose, of course. And then the thing is, okay, like Beto I think was the best example of like a unit that on my account was built but not doing insane damage. So let's do this. This is very much like Beto's an AoE focus value unit. See how this is going to be probably pretty bad, right? This is the kind of scenario where it's pretty bad, but like obviously I would normally want to like set those in place of Beto in my case, or obviously Fischl if available. Kaching in place of Beto I think could be the more compelling too, right? In this specific scenario. So I won't trigger fab until then. And you can see, yeah, that's not very much damage. I think this is like probably a worst case scenario for him. I probably would not recommend this specific team, at least in a single target scenario. And generally speaking, most abysses at least have single target components. It's pretty rare that they do like entirely AoE scenarios, right? At the same time, I'm pretty sure with like the teams I have on my account, it wouldn't be that hard for me to clear.
Go! You're free now!
You're free.
Rain outlines your face. World Mark II.
Eyes on me!
So even a bad scenario for him, I think we're able to potentially clear. And I don't think I played this particularly well, and my Singcho is not particularly well invested. And we're still looking at like, if I played this well, I could definitely clear in a minute and a half, right? And a minute and a half each side is like the bar. Yeah. Sino benefits nicely from him. Yeah. Energy refunding off field from Sino, because yeah, even though getting some buff, energy refunding and damage bonus. Yeah, Sino, I hadn't considered that. This is a really cool character. I am very happy they have decided to add, a crit incentivized, but he's a support and he buffs, but he's also DPS, and that you don't really do anything other than build mostly DPS stats on him, right? He is a DPS unit, so he's an off-field sub DPS, whatever you want to call it, and a support, and that's super cool. Can you super jump outside of Natland? Yes, but it's not as high. It's that high. And you can glide for a short duration, so might help you get over like annoying things like that, which is cool. It's a minor exploration thing that I think is nice. It uses a bunch of stamina though, a lot of stamina, so it doesn't necessarily help you climb that much higher. Because actually, I think it uses 50 stamina, so it should use, if I let it go halfway, half of the bar. Yeah, or actually, I think it uses more like 60. Jesus. So I'm pretty sure it won't even actually enable you to climb that high. So it's only for like instead of having to climb here, you could do that, right? Which might save you a slight amount of time to get over annoying little lips either, right? If there's like an overhang, but it's a relatively minor exploration ability. And you can do it, I don't know if that wasn't obvious, you can, oh wait, I thought you could do it, no, never mind. I could do it mid-air, never mind, I lied. Wish you could do it mid-air. Oh, you can do it mid-air, I see, that's what it is. It technically activates a mid-air, but you can't activate it like after jumping off, right? You jump while holding. That's what you do. So anyways, the stamina consumption kind of kills its utility, quite frankly. Because using it to like get some extra height in case you wanted to like jump up higher to glide farther is probably not ideal, because using all that stamina is going to make you not be able to glide as far. So exploration value potentially low, but I don't know. The dude can fit in a lot of different teams while doing some buffing, while doing some damage. I think this is a really awesome character. Nothing surprising, to be clear, other than honestly what was surprising was there wasn't as much of a difference as like the fact that he basically beat Fischl, in that he beat Fischl in a more in a scenario more beneficial to Fischl, right? Yes, with Yelan and Raiden both benefiting from his damage buff, but he felt, generally speaking, better than Fischl still, even in a more single target focused scenario. I think about his design, I don't know. I think they're just going for like, haha, he's the emo weird boy in a story level. He's a relatively simple character on a characterization level where they're just like, we think it'd be cool if we did a character who was all emo, and he is a little bit emo because he's a lonely boy living in the wilderness, but then he also just like is a sweetheart that likes vegetables and gardening. That's his whole character, quite frankly, right? Not his whole character. That's a little bit of a simplification, but I think it's fine. I don't dislike it. I can get why some people might think it seems out of place, though. Anyways, can you see his other ear, by the way? Does he have? I don't think he has another ear. He just has one ear. Like if he had another ear, it would be like bulging slightly or whatever.
Sometimes
Doesn't look like
the
it is.
shrouded path
It
is
doesn't
not
look like
meant to be
anything's
walked.
hiding there.
Move forward
He only has
with
one ear.
ambition,
Anyways,
and the smoke might
I like his design more than Mavuika. Yeah, I kind of do too. Not gonna lie. It's rare I really like the visual design of the male characters more, but I like him. He's cool looking. So farewell. Wait, that's a perfect way to end my streams now. I can just press his skill until he says farewell. His hood falls. He has 2 years. Oh, he does. Oh, it does. He does. Well, good. I'm glad you have 2 years. Good. Very nice. I feel like you should be able to see it from like this angle though, or something, because like right there you can see in the gap where you would, whatever. Doesn't matter. When do you see it? Is there an idol? In his normal attacks. Oh. Perfect. I see. Well, that's wonderful, because if I make a video on him, I'll put that in the thumbnail. In some form. It'll be annoying to get a shot of it, but yeah. Anyways. He has 2 ears. He's a vegetable bat. Fruit bat. Whatever. Yep. This is one of the... This is probably... Thus far, this is probably the favorite character I've seen of the Natlan characters. Quite frankly. I like Mulan, to be clear. I think it's cool that they made a forward character. I think Kanicha's concept is cool. Shalonen, it's nice having more buffer options. She's great, but doesn't really do anything that's new. This character does stuff that's new, right? The conjunction of buffing AoE damage utility. This is a new thing. Does he enable crazily new teams? Not necessarily, but in conjunction with the electrocharge buffs in this patch, him and his teams are much stronger and more usable than they were before, potentially. So, yeah. Yeah. You can aim in midair. He's still slowly falling. Wait, is he falling? Kind of looks like he's falling. Yeah, he's falling. Anyways, I don't know. Also, yeah, I just realized LG matches him quite well. Very nice. Exact same blue tone. Contrast the purples. Nice. Anyways, so yeah, I don't hate any of the characters in Natlan. But this one has been my favorite on the mechanical level thus far. But I also very much tend to be an enjoyer of off-fielders because they let me play them in a bunch of different teams in different ways, more than on-fielders, generally speaking. So I am biased towards them, and also biased towards supports. And he's kind of both. And he's a 4-star, and he does this at a functional level at C0. That's sick. And yes, his C1 is his C1 is probably his most notable constellation for improving his damage. C2 is more minor than C1, I believe. Neither, I think, are necessary to get utility out of him, but, if I didn't have his C1, C2 in particular, I imagine, he would have been... Fischl would have maybe, pulled ahead, maybe, just barely, but probably not that significantly. So, yeah. Oil's take, he's emo. What other characters are emo? We can still gameplay. Wow, Fischl is emo and yeah, exactly. Fischl, and that's funny. The 2 emo characters work really well together too. But what does C6 do? It's attack buff for the on-fielder. Only a 27% attack buff, and it takes triggering his passive to do it. Oh yeah, and then additional damage multiplier of when you use his burst, but it's a 1 instance. It's kind of whatever. I honestly think the C6 is very yeah, buffing an attack unit on field is something, but if it wasn't obvious, there's a lot of weird electrocharge teams I was playing Sucrose variations. Don't care about attack buff there. The Raiden variation, yeah, that does care about attack buff. But, an on-field attack buff is whatever. If that was a team-wide attack buff, okay, that'd be a really cool constellation. But, yeah. Blame C6 on a 4-star is good thing. It's a good thing. Not useless, but, it's a cool thing to get, but not something you need for his kit. That's kind of most of his constellations. And that's why I was happy. I decided to risk going for C4 just because I was I want the energy to give me more flexibility in his build if I need it. And I managed to get it, which was nice, but I did have to go I'm at 68 pity. I had to risk a little bit, but hey, we're gonna get garbage. 72 pity, I believe now, by the way. Sick. So, yep. I'll probably have... I don't know what I'd want to do for a video on him, honestly. It's there's not that... if I was gonna... Here's a way to slight him, I guess. Because I should say something negative, Let's be open about things. Well, one, obviously, reliant on Hydro units, and the Hydro units options available in the game oftentimes are pretty premium units, because Mihoyo has decided that only Candice, Xingqiu, and Barbara are the 4-star Hydro units in the game, right? Xingqiu's obviously the most relevant one with him. So, on a lower investment level, he might be harder to use just by that. I do think it's worth keeping in mind that, Fischl, Barbara, Sucrose, Ororon probably is a pretty functional team, though. And you just, on-field Barbara to get, that additional on-field healing from her, whatever. I have 2024 Primo Gems. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, they dropped St. Joe and said you guys should be fine for 4 years exactly. I mean, all they had to do was like give Candace C6 and her like Candace C6 could can be worked around in some form with him, but it's a C6 of a newer 4-star. Newer. I know she's like 2 years old at this point. I'm aware, but she's still not going to be as good as Joe Jones for his teams, even with C6. But an option should be an interesting option that I didn't mess with. Maybe I will in the future, but. Yeah, anyways, so that's a downside to him. And then the other downside is, like, I don't really think there's that much to do with him as far as shenanigan potential, right? He doesn't have, like, yes, you can do, like, hyperbloom stuff. And notably, like, if I make a video on him, maybe I'll probably do, like, if I do a video, it'll probably be my typical, like, try and do on-field him. That'll be different from what I did this stream, a little bit. And not in, like, the Chevreuse way, but you can potentially use this to do some extra on-field damage. I'll probably do it in a Dendro-focused team, specifically with the excuse of I can like, use him to like... I could mitigate the, like, the downtime of having those Dendro cores that we're generating with the Tignari team by, like, aiming at them with him. So I'll do, instead of Tignari, I'll do, like, Dendro Traveler, Furina, Baiju, Ororon, maybe. Maybe that'll be the video. I don't know. I'll think of the idea before I actually record it tomorrow. So, yeah, probably no video or no stream tomorrow because I'm going to be recording and hopefully editing Chasca and whatever video tomorrow. We'll see if I end up liking Chasca more after I do an EM build, but I think nothing's really going to change there. I'm not optimistic because of all the elemental application things I talked about earlier, some of which I demonstrated. But yeah. Oh, speaking of which, I will at least do Chasca's final ascension here. Well, actually not here. Wait. Yeah, this is the way to end the stream. We're going to end the stream on a high note by getting 4 drops from the Tenebris Papilla. Tried it in my Lisa team for full hyper carry, and it was actually pretty funny at level 70 Orororon. Definitely testing more when he's level 90. Nice. Alright, oh, this is not a full team. You know what I will do? I will, because I do have, you know...
I knew you'd miss me. The campaign begins.
See, do Furina things. Yeah, may as well use Jean.
Ready for anything.
Yeah, I could cheat and put Sucrose on me. Should I? I should. Yeah, we are.
I want to help.
Look. I got C2 Furina. I'm gonna mess with C2 Furina. Okay. I don't like taking this from Nahida, but whatever. Because I'll not remember it. Yes, we reduce her buff, but...
Someone told you the Masters of the Night Wind is a tribe of weirdos?
I mean... Okay, honestly, the EM doesn't really do anything much here. It doesn't do as much here. Yeah, never mind. We'll just use Jean. That way I don't have to... that way I don't have to freak with it. If I get spare prototype ambers in the future, maybe I'll mess with it more, but... Alright, we'll just use Jean.
Ready for anything.
Alright.
There is no escape.
Be free! Tell me what you see!
I swear by my sword. Inazuma shines eternal.
Come on. 139,000. Yeah. Pretty nice. 4 drops, please. And you know what's going to happen is the game's going to give me 4 drops. The game's going to give me 4 drops. Tomorrow. Right? It's going to give me 4 drops tomorrow. Perfect. Well, that's fine. I don't need to record the Chasca video tonight. It's a tomorrow problem anyways. It's fine. But also, screw you, game. I think the game is like, you don't like Chasca enough. Yeah, anyways. I don't know. I wish we could do more fun things with her, but we'll see. Maybe the EM shenanigans will be more fun. But I at least got a boy I really like. Anyways. I'll load in and out of the trial for boss to respawn. I literally talked earlier, by the way, about how it's not faster for me versus going over here and going back, but I don't need it to respawn. I don't have resin right now. So, anyways. Yep. Anyways. Thanks for watching. It was a long stream. Have a wonderful day. New characters are fun, but, you know. Oh yeah, and of course, he's my favorite Nalan character right now, but his grandmother's probably going to become my favorite, like, a Cryo character. Very well might end up being my favorite character of Natland. Crazy. Well, we'll see. Hopefully she doesn't get screwed over in beta, but I'm optimistic she won't because I think their intention is to, you know, sell a strong character with Mavuika, and I also think they understand that they need to have an actually relevant Cryo unit to make people actually start caring about Cryo again. Anyways, we'll see. We'll see. I'm very, very optimistic for things with Sitlali, and while Ororon doesn't have that many shenanigan potential, Sitlali does. And also there might be things you can do with Sitlali and Ororon together. That'll be interesting too. I'm not sure though. That'll be weird. But I'll probably try to make it work. Anyways, bye-bye.